Chapter 1999 Times Training System. Kanglan Empire, Chaoyang Ancient City, Monster Beast Mountain Range. Ha, ha, ha. A seriously injured young man ran forward panting and struggling. His legs were sore and swollen, but he couldn't hold on anymore, and fell to the ground feebly. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of him. "Little trash, why don't you run away? If there is something, you will run again." The young man laughed contemptuously. "Since you can't run anymore, then I will send you down to accompany your two old guys." Ji-yu closed his eyes in despair. He laughed at himself at the corner of his mouth. If he died, he would die. It was not the first time he died anyway. But at this moment, a cold voice without emotion rang out in his mind. Ding! It was detected that the owner was in danger of life and death, and the 999 times training system was activated in advance. At the moment the icy voice sounded, Ji-yu suddenly felt full of power, and to be precise, he recovered from a critically injured and dying state to his peak state in an instant. Turns out to be a system. Ji-yu opened his eyes fiercely. As a traverser, he didn't know the system. Hope is rekindled, he no longer intends to wait for death like this. The reason why he knows what the system is because he traveled from the Earth to this Shentian continent 16 years ago, which is a mysterious world where martial arts are respected and the weak can eat the strong. He has few memories of his biological parents. He was adopted by an ordinary family in the ancient city of Chaoyang since he was a child. He thought he could break into this world. How could he have thought that the system would not activate until he was 18 years old? Not only that, but his talent is extremely mediocre, almost a waste physique. Just yesterday, he accidentally obtained a magical elixir that could change his aptitude, but Qin Yan, the eldest master of the Qin family, one of the three families in Chaoyang Ancient City, learned the news. Overnight, his family was destroyed and his adoptive father and mother died in order to let him escape. Thinking of that scene, Ji-yu couldn't help trembling all over, clenching his fists, his eyes grew gloomy, and he wanted to crush his teeth. But Qin Yan wanted to cut the grass and root, he kept running away, and Qin Yan's men kept chasing him down. Until I escaped to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, I was finally exhausted. Fortunately, I activated the system in time, otherwise I almost died. Ji Yuping restored the hatred in his heart, and the most important thing right now is to live. I saw him dodge sideways, avoiding a dagger coming from the front. Ding! Master took a step, and gained experience points for the basic body method, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic body method successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic body method successfully broke through to the state of integration and integrity. Ding! Congratulations to the Master, the basic body method successfully broke through to the realm of furnace pure youth. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic body method successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic body technique is full, and it is automatically upgraded to the inferior Huang tier mysterious skill Ling Feng step. At this moment, voices bombarded his mind one after another, bombarding him for a while. He felt that a large amount of content about Ling Fengbu suddenly flooded into his mind, and he had mastered this mysterious skill in a strange way. This system is too awesome. Ji-yu's eyes were full of incredible colors. He just dodged a moment and instantly mastered a yellow step body technique. How could there be such a magical thing in this world? But he recovered immediately. Now is not the time to be distracted, a little carelessness may lose his life. The one who attacked Ji-yu with a dagger was a young man who was about 20 years old. Seeing that he missed the shot just now, the young man was surprised. Oh. Unexpectedly, you still have the strength to dodge. But what's the use? Master Chen wants you to die, you will definitely die today. A trace of dark prey flashed in the young man's eyes, and the dagger drew towards Ji-yu's neck again. Chapter 2 999 times repair experience. Although I don't know why this waste still has the strength to resist, this waste is only the triple cultivation base of the body tempering realm, and now he is seriously injured, he can kill this waste at will. Ji stared at the young man in front of him with gloomy eyes, subconsciously flashed, avoiding the attack with great ease. However, he did not dodge to the end this time. As he moved to the young man's side by relying on his physique, his right fist was clenched and hit the young man's flanks. In the moment he blasted this punch, that cold and merciless voice sounded again. Ding! The master punched, and the basic boxing method gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the basic boxing technique broke through to the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic boxing method is full, and it will automatically be upgraded to the inferior Huang Tian mysterious skill Cun Jin Quan. Almost the same as before, a large amount of knowledge flooded into Ji Yu's mind instantly. Suanjin boxing was almost self-explanatory without a teacher. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. Before taking a random step, he obtained a mysterious technique of the yellow step body technique, but now he has obtained a yellow step fist technique with a random punch. Expensive mysterious skills can be obtained so easily in front of him. Is there anything more awesome than this in the world? At the same time, on the other hand, because Ji Yu's speed was so fast, the youth had no time to react, so he flanked his flanks heavily for Ji Yun's basic boxing technique that had reached the realm of peaking to the extreme. Cough. The young man only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he couldn't help bending down and covering his abdomen with his hands. His expression was ugly and his eyes were full of incredible color. He couldn't believe that the speed of this waste was so fast that it could even hurt him with a higher cultivation base. The youth looked at Ji Yu with a grim look. How could this trash become so strong? Ji Yuling smiled coldly. It's your turn next. With a cold gaze, he instantly displayed an inch punch, smashing at the youth without leaving the slightest effort. Ding! The master casts the inch Jin fist, and the inch Jin fist gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, Huang Tier's inferior mysterious skill, inch Jin Quan, successfully broke through to slightly Xiaocheng. Hearing a muffled sound of bang, the young man flew upside down for a meter or two. Ji Yuling looked at the unconscious youth at his feet, and there was no trace of pity in his eyes. Then he walked to a rock and sat down. What? Ji Yu raised his head slightly and sighed. The system finally activated, and he finally didn't have to endure others' bullying. A gloomy color flashed in his eyes. With this system, he must kill Chen Yan's dog. At this time, he recalled the performance of the system just now. It seemed that no matter what he did, he could get 999 times experience enhancement, and the name of the system was also called the 999 times cultivation system. Suddenly, a thought came up in his mind. If this is the case, can the practice of martial arts also gain 999 times the experience enhancement? In order to confirm his guess, Ji Yu couldn't wait to start practicing. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he quickly entered a state of meditation and cultivation. What a martial artist needs to practice martial arts is profound energy, which is the illusory thing between heaven and earth. He was absorbing the profound energy of heaven and earth, flowing into the body from the heavenly spirit cover, flowing into the various meridians up and down his body, and finally converging in the sea of Qi Dantian. At this time, it had been more than half a minute since Ji Yu had just started practicing, but he still didn't hear the prompt sound from the system. He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he was relieved soon. After all, this system is already awesome enough. If you can gain 999 times the experience to strengthen martial arts, it will be awesome. However, just when Ji Yu was about to give up continuing to practice, a voice suddenly came from the system. Chapter 3 The Girl in the Red Skirt, Jiang Yuechu, the Daughter of the Lord. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of Budo cultivation, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the mid-stage triple stage of body tempering realm. Ji Yu suddenly trembled all over, and his eyes were both joy and shock. It turned out that it would take a full minute of training to get the system's 999 times experience enhancement, so I almost gave up. Moreover, the martial arts cultivation base said that a breakthrough would be a breakthrough, which is too terrifying. You know, he had stayed for 2 or 3 months in the early stage of body tempering realm triple layer, but now it only took 1 minute to solve it. This is too cool. Ji was ecstatic for a while. Following this trend, it won't take long for him to find Chen Yan's revenge. After that, he continued to practice martial arts, with this 999 times cultivation system in place. Breaking his cultivation level was as simple as eating and drinking tea for him. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the middle stage of the 4th stage of the body tempering state. About an hour later, Ji directly crossed 5 small realms, and his cultivation ranged from the middle stage of body tempering to the middle stage of body tempering. If such a terrifying speed of cultivation were spread, it would definitely shock the entire ancient city of Chaoyang, and even shock the Kanglan Empire. But he is not a fool, and it is impossible to disclose this kind of thing, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble, and even lead to murder. It was getting late, and Ji left. On the way out of the Monster Beast mountain range, Ji also encountered a few grade 1 monster beasts, so he settled and harvested some monster beast materials. The realm of human warriors is divided into body tempering realm, imperial profound realm, Tong Xian realm, spiritual profound realm, etc. There are 4 kinds of monsters in the Monster Beast mountain range. Grade monsters correspond to Yuxuanwu, and so on. By the way, both Ling Funbu and Cun Jinquan also strengthened to the level of integration when hunting monsters. Slightly small, well-rounded, proficient, and reaching the top, these are the 4 realms of mysterious skills. After walking out of the Monster Beast mountain range, he stopped in a small town outside the Monster Beast mountain range and found a grocery store. During this trip, he obtained a lot of monster materials and planned to exchange for some gold coins. Gold coins are the currency in this world, in other words money. Amount. The shopkeeper sitting behind the counter wanted to receive visitors, but he was taken aback when he saw the bruised and blood-stained teenager in front of him. He has stayed here for many years and has seen a lot of seriously injured martial artists, but this is the first time he has seen such a lively life after being seriously injured. Ji didn't say a word, and directly put the sack containing the monster material in front of the counter. The shopkeeper came back to his senses and opened the sack to take a look. These monster materials are worth more than 90 gold coins, even if you have 100 gold coins. It is good. Ji nodded slightly and left the grocery store with a small cloth bag containing 100 gold coins. However, just as he stepped out of the grocery store, he just brushed shoulders with the 2 people who came in from outside. Ji took a look and found that it was a girl in a red dress and a maid with a sword. Ji recognized the girl in the red skirt, who seemed to be Jiang Yuechu, the daughter of the lord of the ancient city of Chaoyang, and was undoubtedly the first genius. It was said that her cultivation had reached the imperial profound realm. But no matter how strong this girl was, he wouldn't have much thoughts. After all, as far as he is concerned, practicing martial arts is almost as simple as eating and drinking tea. It's just a matter of time to surpass the first day. Although this girl is a rare beauty, but he is still not stunned by others, just pay attention to it and stop paying attention. After a while, the maid holding the sword turned back to look at the boy who was drifting away. "What's happening?" The elegant voice of the girl in the red skirt came. "It's nothing, I just think that young man is a little special, and he can still come out of the Monster Beast mountain range alive after suffering such a serious injury." The maid holding the sword answered truthfully. The girl in the red skirt only paid attention to the teenager without paying too much attention. Chapter 4 Leaving the Lin family, the elders discouraged. The Lin family mansion in Chaoyang ancient city. Now that Ji Yu's family is broken, he can only go to the Lin family. The Lin family is one of the 3 major families in the ancient city of Chaoyang. It is comparable to the Chen family. A year ago, in order to help the family share, he ran to the Lin family to become a servant. He listened to others and could also live here. But he didn't want to stay here anymore. He planned to find a new place to live, because he was a servant in the Lin family and he had to be called at any time. How could he accept this? However, As one of the three major families, the Lin family has a great reputation in the ancient city of Chaoyang, and has detailed records of everyone in the mansion. If he leaves the Lin family without a word, it will be difficult to do things in the entire ancient city of Chaoyang in the future. So this time he came back to the Lin family to go through the process of leaving the Lin family. Soon after, Jiyu came to a hall. It was here that he was taken in by the Lin family a year ago, and he wanted to go through the formalities for leaving the Lin family. Of course, only a lone warrior can go through the escape procedures, and the Lin family members cannot easily escape. I want to go through the formalities to leave the Lin family, Jiyu said to an old man in front of him. The old man looked at Jiyu with both eyes, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. I remember you came to my Lin's house a year ago, and now you have broken through to the 5th level of body tempering realm. He could see at a glance that this young man's cultivation level was in the 5th stage of the body tempering stage. He remembered that when this young man first came to the Lin family, he was only in the late stage of the 2nd stage of the body tempering stage. After only 1 year, his cultivation level has actually improved. So much. He couldn't help being amazed by this young man's martial arts talent, and his eyes gradually became more important. However, the old man didn't know that this was Jiyu's breakthrough cultivation level only today. Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly, not surprised at how the old man saw through his cultivation. Because he had heard that this old man's cultivation was at least above the 5th level of the Imperial Profound Realm, a strong man with this kind of strength could casually see through his true cultivation. The old man thought for a while and said, I probably know why you want to leave the Lin family. You probably don't want to continue to be a servant of the Lin family. Yes. Jiyu responded with a sigh in her heart. This old man is amazing, and he guessed the reason why he wanted to leave the Lin family. In fact, you don't have to leave the Lin family. Now that you have reached the 5th level of body tempering realm, I can raise your status to the same level as ordinary disciples, and you won't be bound by the Lin family. The old man said. It is also such a talent, he will find a way to stay in the Lin family. If he were an ordinary person, he would be too lazy to say a word. The attention of some people around was attracted. On weekdays, elders rarely speak, and they give them the impression of being serious and reticent. They rarely see elders talking to people so politely. They couldn't help but start to guess who this young man was. Hearing what the old man said, Jiyu pondered for a moment, and respectfully said, then trouble the elder. The reason why he wanted to leave the Lin family was simply because his status as a servant made him feel very uncomfortable. Since he can now get rid of his status as a servant without being restrained by the Lin family, there is nothing wrong for him to stay in the Lin family. So starting today, you will no longer be a servant. If you encounter any trouble, this token can prove your identity. With that, the old man took out a white token from nowhere and handed it to Jiyu. Thank you, elder. After receiving the token, Jiyu saluted, and then left here. Back to his residence. This is a very simple and ordinary house, but he is still used to living. Jiyu turned around and closed the door, and immediately began to study the 999 times cultivation system. The 999 times cultivation system is so awesome, there should be a lot of functions I haven't discovered. As far as it seems, walking can strengthen the body, a punch can strengthen the boxing, and 1 minute of practice can gain 999 times the experience, so it should be said that a kick can also strengthen the legs, and a slap can also strengthen the palm. Jiyu whispered in his mouth, and tried a high side kick forward. Chapter 5 You can also get a 999-fold increase by taking pills. Ding! The master kicked a kick, and the basic leg technique gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the basic leg technique broke through to the high peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic leg technique is full, and it will automatically be upgraded to the inferior Huang tier mysterious technique Grease legs. Sure enough, Jiyu's surprise, a casual kick can also gain 999 times the experience of the leg. Just as he was about to continue the experiment, a soft knock on the door suddenly came from outside. My son, the elder sent me to remind you that you can receive your salary today. Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Ji-yu immediately pulled his mood back from the system. I know. Ji-yu responded, and the person outside the door left. It didn't take long for Ji-yu to receive some gold coins and 3 elixirs. This is the salary he can receive every month now. Today he just improved his status, otherwise he would not receive anything as a servant. Back to the room, sitting on the bed, Ji-yu looked at the 3 pills in his hand. These 3 medicinal pills are all gradeless medicinal pills, Xiaoli pills, although they are not very valuable, they are suitable for body-tempering realm martial artists. I don't know if taking a pill can also gain 999 times the experience enhancement. Ji-yu pondered, and then threw one of the small Li pills into his mouth. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded. Ding! Master took a little pill, and the martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the late stage of the 5-stage tempering realm. Feeling the profound energy in his body soaring and breaking through 2 small realms, Ji-yu was immediately overjoyed. He found that all the effects of Xiaoli pill were instantly absorbed by himself without any discomfort. This should be the credit of the system. After that, Ji-yu simply swallowed the remaining 2 Xiaoli wand together. After a while, he originally thought he could directly break through to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm, but he was a little bit short of it, only staying at the 5th level of perfection in the body-tempering realm. However, he was not disappointed. The effect of taking this pill had already made him very satisfied. Only 3 gradeless pill made him break 3 small realms in an instant. Ji-yu thought to himself, I will continue to hunt the monsters in the Monster Beast Mountain range tomorrow. Although his strength is good now, he still has a big gap with Chen Yan, the young master of the Chen family. He remembers Chen Yan's martial arts cultivation level up to 9 levels of body tempering realm, with various yellow level mysterious skills, and now he still can't compete with Chen Yan. Therefore, he must improve his cultivation strength as soon as possible. At present, the fastest way to improve his cultivation is to take pill, but the value of pill is more expensive. He couldn't buy many medicines with the gold coins he had now, so he had to go to the Monster Beast Mountain range to hunt the monster beast to earn gold coins. 10 miles away from the ancient city of Chaoyang, there is a place called the Monster Beast Mountain range, one of the most dangerous places in the entire Kanglan Empire. The Monster Beast Mountain range, as the name implies, contains many monsters and is highly dangerous. But in addition to monsters, there are all kinds of natural treasures, so many young people choose to come here to experience. Today, Ji-yu put on a clean white shirt and once again entered the Monster Beast Mountain range. Although the Monster Mountain range is very dangerous, it is divided into 3 areas, the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer area is the outermost circle, usually the first-grade monster beasts, the second-grade monster beasts are extremely rare, and the degree of danger is relatively low. Ji-yu intends to hunt the monster beasts only in the outer area this time. With my current strength, as long as I'm a little careful in the outer area, there is basically no big problem. Ji-yu murmured, strode into the Monster Beast Mountain range. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a strong demon spirit coming from not far away. He suddenly changed his expression and looked in the direction where the demon energy came from. Across a piece of grass, I saw a group of red-black demon wolves living here, a total of about a dozen. Ji-yu could tell at a glance that these red-black demon wolves were of the first-rank 3rd to 4th tier ranks, and they could not pose much threat to him. He hardly hesitated and rushed over with Ling Funbu, directly using his body skills. Chapter 6 Accept. Ding! Master casts Ling Funbu, and Ling Funbu gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding! The master casts the Inch Gene Fist, and the Inch Gene Fist gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. First of all, a Inch Punch shot and killed a scarlet black demon wolf, and the resulting movement immediately awakened the other scarlet black monster wolves. When they saw their companions being killed, they all let out low roars, which were warning Ji-yu. However, Ji-yu completely ignored the scarlet black demon wolf's warning and rushed towards the second scarlet black demon wolf without stopping. The third, fourth. In less than 10 minutes, the last scarlet demon wolf was also killed by Ji Yu with a punch. After killing all the scarlet demon wolves, his Ling Feng step and Cun Jin Quan have also grown to the point of proficiency. Afterwards, after harvesting all the precious materials on the corpses of the crimson black demon wolf, Ji Yu continued to march forward. Half a day later, the monster mountain range. Ji Yu stood on the body of an unrecognizable monster beast, carrying a heavy sack on his shoulder. After this half-day, he hunted and killed many monsters, as long as the parts of valuable materials were put into big bags by him. Since the sack was so full that he couldn't put anything in it, he planned to go out and sell the monster material in the sack first. This is really too much trouble. See if you can get a ring. Ji Yu thought. If you have to carry a big sack every time you come to hunt monsters, and you have to go out and empty the sack from time to time, that would be too much trouble. At this time, you need a small thing called Na Jie. The small Na Jie is a space of its own. Almost anything can be installed in it. It is very convenient to use. It's just that the price of the ring is more expensive, and he is not sure if he can buy it. Regardless of so much, go and clean up these monster beast materials first. Ji Yu muttered to himself and walked towards the exit of the monster beast mountain range. While walking, the system has been continuously strengthening the body method. Ji Yu feels that the body method Ling Funbu will soon be strengthened to completion. He is curious whether the Ling Funbu strengthened to perfection will be upgraded. After a long time, Ji Yu walked out of the monster beast mountain range and came to the small town that he had visited before, which was still the same grocery store. At this time, the shopkeeper was taking a nap, and suddenly looked dazedly as if someone came in carrying a big sack. Realizing that there seemed to be business coming, he instantly woke up. After a closer look, he realized that it was the boy who had been here again yesterday. The shopkeeper couldn't help being surprised that he had collected so many materials in less than a day. Selling material. Ji Yu put the big sack directly in front of the shopkeeper and said in a cool tone. Okay. The shopkeeper couldn't wait to open the sack, and a smell immediately hit his heart, but he seemed to be used to it, and he didn't even frown. As the sack was too full, some monster beast materials fell out as soon as it was opened. The shopkeeper looked at the countless monster materials, his eyes were full of surprise. He couldn't help asking the boy in front of him, "You hunted so many monster beast materials alone?" Ji Yu nodded slightly, his expression calm. Hiss. The shopkeeper couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Based on these monster beast materials, it was estimated that the boy in front of him had hunted at least 20 or 30 first-grade monster beasts, and it only took one day. With such strength at a young age, he might be a genius from a big family. Assuming that at this point, the shopkeeper suddenly became respectful, these monster materials are worth 670 gold coins in total, even if I give the son 700 gold coins, how about? He readily took out a large bag of gold coins from under the counter, and waited for the boy in front of him to say yes. It is good. Ji Yu nodded. The price was reasonable, and he gave him some gold coins, which he naturally accepted. The shopkeeper then handed a large bag of gold coins to Ji Yu, and then asked, "Then the son needs to buy anything besides selling these materials?" Ji Yu said, "Do you have a ring here? The price is generally much. Is there a chance to accept the ring? Is it cheaper or more expensive?" The shopkeeper said, he was ready to take Neji to show Ji Yu. Chapter 7 Dan Dao Wizards, Beauty Yu Shuyun. A few minutes later, a man wearing a black robe covering his face walked out of the grocery store. This black robe was Ji Yu. In addition to spending 300 gold coins to buy a first-class inferior ring under the shopkeeper's discount, he also bought such a black robe. I waited to accept the ring, injected mental power and checked it, and found that it was about the size of a thatched cottage. As for why he should buy a black robe, his current strength is not enough to resist Chen Yan's dog stuff, so it is still necessary to hide his identity. Walking back to the ancient city of Chaoyang on foot, Ji Yu did not intend to return to the Lin mansion, but went to the place where the medicine was traded. Not long after, a magnificent building appeared in front of Ji Yu. This building is called Chaoyang Branch, which is a branch of alchemists and a place where the ancient city of Chaoyang specializes in trading pills. In this world, there is a relatively special profession called alchemist. They can refine all kinds of pills like pills. There are many types of pill, such as those that can assist in cultivation, those that can restore profound energy, and those that can restore injuries. The pill is so magical that the status of alchemists has always been high, and it is a special existence that all major forces are willing to pay a price to win. But in contrast, not everyone can become an alchemist, and to be precise, there may not be 1 out of 10,000 people. If you want to become a respected alchemist, you must have a strong enough soul power and alchemy talent to have some possibilities. The Chaoyang branch in front of me is the alchemy branch specially set up for all alchemists in the ancient city of Chaoyang. As for why the branch is mentioned, it is because the alchemist guild is scattered throughout the ancient cities of the Kanglan Empire, large and small, but the real general guild only exists in the royal city of the Kanglan Empire, and the rest can only be regarded as branches at best. In other words, if I can become an alchemist, that would be great. Looking at the alchemist branch in front of him, Jiyu couldn't help but sigh. If he can become an alchemist, there are many benefits to him. The most important thing is that he can refine the pill for himself to take. With the system's 999 times cultivation speed, his cultivation base will take off directly like an airplane. But he was self-aware, and this ridiculous idea soon sank in his heart. He hadn't tried to get in touch with alchemy before, but when he saw the alchemy knowledge in those books, his eyes became dizzy, he couldn't learn it at all, and he couldn't comprehend it by gritting his teeth. It can be said that his alchemy talent is almost as mediocre as the martial arts talent, and he has no chance to become an alchemist. Jiyu shook his head mockingly, no longer thinking about these messy things, and quickly walked into the alchemist guild. The reason why he wants to come here to trade pill is because many black-hearted shops sell defective or fake products. He doesn't want to be deceived. It is safest to buy pill here. However, at this moment, there was a burst of riots behind him. Yu Shuyun actually appeared. Where is it? That beautiful woman is Yu Shuyun. Unexpectedly, I saw Dan Dao wizard Yu Shuyun with my own eyes today. I heard that it seems that an alchemy class is going to be held recently, and the lecturer is this Miss Yu, otherwise how could it be so easy for us to see? Listening to the restless sound from around, Jiyu looked back subconsciously. I saw a beautiful woman in a white dress and a long white dress with flawless features, like stars holding the moon, but the beautiful woman's face was always cold. Jiyu learned from the words of some people nearby that this beautiful woman was named Yu Shuyun. Although he had never seen this woman before, he remembered the identity of this woman when he heard the name. The daughter of the president of the Chaoyang branch, the first alchemy genius in the ancient city of Chaoyang, and a rare genius in a century, these are the reputation of Yu Shuyun. Jiyu has also stayed in Chaoyang ancient city for so many years. He has naturally heard of such a famous beauty. However, he only glanced twice and did not continue to pay attention to Yu Shuyun. He admitted that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in this world, but he was thinking of revenge and vowed to kill Chen Yan. After all, he was not from the same world as Yu Shuyun. Jiyu turned around without any waves, and continued to walk towards the Chaoyang branch. On the other side, Yu Shuyun completely ignored the eyes and noises of others, looking straight ahead. She was just looking at Jiyu, who was standing at the gate of Chaoyang branch. Jiyu glanced at her and turned around, which seemed to have caught her a little attention. Chapter 8 Epine Pill. Jiyu walked into the Chaoyang branch and came to a hall. This was the first time he came to the Chaoyang branch, and he was not familiar with it, so he went around to see how to buy pills. Not long after he was wandering around, a good-looking young woman called to him, "Is there anything you need help, sir?" Since Jiyu was dressed in a black robe, the young woman couldn't see his appearance at all, and of course she didn't know that he was just a teenager. Jiyu glanced at the young woman, feeling that this woman should be the female receptionist of the Chaoyang branch, and then replied in a relatively low voice, "I want to buy some pills." Hearing that the other party was coming to buy medicine pills, the receiving woman was immediately happy, and her attitude became more respectful. "Then I will lead the way for her husband." "It is good." Jiyu nodded slightly, and immediately followed behind the receiving woman. Not long after, Jiyu followed the reception woman to a crowded area. The function of the Alchemist Guild is not only to trade pill. In addition to trading pill, it also has many functions. Therefore, a special area is required to trade pill with customers. Sir, this is the venue for trading pills. The reception woman smiled respectfully and said, by the way, an alchemy class in our Chaoyang branch will be held recently. Ms. Yu Shuyun will teach it in person. If you are interested, you can get free participation by spending 1,000 gold coins in these 2 days. Qualifications for alchemy classes. Alchemy class. It's kind of interesting. Jiyu thought for a moment, nodded and said, I know, I will see the situation. In fact, he is already tempted. Anyway, it is also a free gift. Why not try to listen to it? It is not difficult for him to spend a total of 1,000 gold coins. Although he actually only has more than 400 gold coins left on his body now, he will soon be able to earn the rest of what he lacks as long as he goes to the Monster Beast mountain range again. Gold. Subsequently, Jiyu began to look for the pill here. I saw him come to a small area that specializes in trading epine pills. All the counters in this area are epine pills. However, epine pill is also divided into 3 or 69 points, which are specifically divided into 3 levels, inferior, medium, and superior, with the lowest in inferior and the highest in superior. Because the price of pill is generally expensive, with the more than 400 gold coins currently owned by Jiyu, he can only buy some first-grade inferior pill. What kind of medicine do you need, mister? A woman in charge of this counter came over and asked respectfully. Just give me a few first-grade inferior pills that aid in cultivation. Jiyu thought for a while and said. Okay. The woman immediately searched under the counter, found a small jade bottle with meticulous workmanship, placed it in front of Jiyu, and introduced, this is the most common body tempering pill used to assist in cultivation, please look over. Jiyu took the jade bottle, squeezed the stopper and took a look, and found that there were a total of 4 pellet-sized body tempering pills inside, and then asked, what is the price? This bottle of body tempering pill sells for 400 gold coins. The woman replied. Jiyu was silent for a moment, a wry smile on his face hidden under the black robe. However, he took out a large bag of gold coins from the ring and handed it to the woman. There are a total of 400 gold coins in it, and the transaction is happy. Thank you, sir. The woman respectfully saluted. Afterwards, Jiyu left the area of trading pills. Purchasing a bottle of body tempering pill cost him 400 gold coins, and now he has few gold coins left. Naturally there is no need to stay in the trading pill area. Jiyu was walking towards the route of the exit, looking at the bottle of pill in his hand. There were 4 body tempering pills in such a small bottle, which meant that one body tempering pill needed 100 gold coins, which made him inevitably feel some pain. Fortunately, he has a 999 times cultivation system. These 4 body tempering pills should make his cultivation soar. What kind of state can it reach? Jiyu endured the expectation in his heart and walked out of Chaoyang branch quickly. Under normal circumstances, even if he only takes 1 body tempering pill, under the blessing of 999 times experience strengthening, he will instantly break through the realm. Although the body tempering realm martial artist didn't break through the realm much, he didn't want to break the realm in a crowded place like Chaoyang branch. Not long after, Jiyu walked to a sparsely figured alley, preparing to take body tempering pill here. He sat on a stone pier, opened the jade bottle, poured out a body tempering pill, and couldn't wait to swallow it into his abdomen. Chapter 9 Mystic Automatic Advancement. Ding! Master took a body tempering pill, and the martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 1,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the middle stage of the 6th stage of body tempering realm. A surprise flashed in Jiyu's eyes. This body tempering pill had actually increased so much experience, which not only allowed him to break through the 6th level of body tempering, but also reached the midterm. If I take all the remaining 3 body tempering pills, my martial arts cultivation level can at least break through to the 7th level of body tempering realm. Holding the expectations in his heart, Jiyu directly stuffed the remaining 3 body-tempering pills into his mouth. Most people don't dare to come like him. He also knows that the pill has no negative effect on him, so he dares to do so. Ding! Master took a body-tempering pill, and the martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the middle 7th stage of body-tempering realm. The 3 body-tempering pills were successfully transformed into 999 times the experience of cultivation base. Jiyu's martial arts cultivation base directly crossed 5 small realms, breaking through from the 6th stage of the body-tempering stage to the middle stage of the 7th stage of the body-tempering stage in one breath. This powerful effect can be said to be beyond his expectations. Next, go to the Monster Beast Mountain Range to hunt and kill monster beasts to earn gold coins. As long as I am not lazy and rely on this 999 times cultivation system, I must be able to reach the Imperial Profound Realm within 7 days at most. Jiyu whispered in his mouth. Once he broke through to the Imperial Profound Realm, it meant that he had enough strength to avenge Qin Yen. A day later, the Monster Mountain Range. During this whole day, Jiyu frantically looked for monsters to hunt, and hunted 39 monsters with the fastest efficiency. At this moment, he was hunting the 40th monster beast. Ding! Congratulations to the master, Huang Tier's inferior mysterious technique Ling Fenbu successfully broke through to climbing the peak. Ding! Congratulations, master, Huang Tier's inferior mysterious skill Inch Jinquan successfully broke through to peak. Ding! It is detected that the inferior yellow-level mysterious technique Ling Fenbu has reached completion, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle-level yellow-level mysterious technique Ling Yunbu. Ding! It is detected that the inferior mysterious skill of the yellow rank has reached the perfection, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle mysterious skill of the yellow rank 7 Jin Quan. Killing the monster in front of him with a punch, Jiyu instantly heard a series of system prompts, and he couldn't help but froze in place. Is it automatically upgraded again? This 999 times cultivation system once again brought him a surprise. In the Xiantian continent, profound skills have a clear grade classification, from weak to strong. They are divided into 4 grades: yellow, mysterious, earth, and sky. These 4 ranks are also subdivided: lower, middle, and upper 3 levels. Legend has it that there are even more advanced mysterious skills above the heavenly rank, but from his current vision, it is impossible to know. After all, even the highest level of the entire ancient city of Chaoyang is only the mysterious intermediate mysterious skills. From this point of view, it is estimated that it will not take long to automatically upgrade to mysterious skills, or even earth-level mysterious skills. Jiyu suddenly felt excited. The 999 times the ability of the cultivation system is really awesome. After cutting off the more valuable materials from the corpse of the monster beast, Jiyu put these materials into the ring. This is the 40th monster beast, and it's almost time for me to go back. Jiyu whispered in his mouth, walking out of the monster beast mountain range. In fact, taking a ring can hold a lot of things, but he has to accumulate 1,000 gold coins in the Chaoyang branch to be eligible to participate in the alchemy class for free, and today is the deadline. He has to go back first. Chapter 10 The Second Lady of the City Lord's Mansion, Jiang Yuexin. After leaving the Monster Beast mountain range, Jiyu sold all the materials of the Monster Beast, and got more than 1,300 gold coins in total, plus some gold coins left before, and now he is carrying 1,400 gold coins in his early years. After returning to Chaoyang branch, he bought 3 bottles of body-tempering pills in the pill trading area, which cost 1,200 gold coins in total. Jiyu considered it for a moment, and bought 2 Huixian pills, and there were not many gold coins left on him. Huixian pill is a first-grade inferior pill whose effect is to restore profound energy. He used profound skills in the Monster Beast mountain range very frequently, and needed a lot of profound energy. In many cases, he had to rest for a while to recover the profound energy after killing a few monsters. Now that he has mastered the more advanced yellow-level middle-level mysterious skills, the profound energy needed to use it must be much higher than the lower-level mysterious skills of the yellow level. Therefore, he has to prepare 2 profound energy recovery pills to restore the profound energy. Emergency. Mr. S accumulated consumption of gold coins has exceeded 1,000. This is a token. When the alchemy class is held tomorrow afternoon, Mr. can enter the venue with this token. At this time, the reception woman I saw last time came over. I saw that she was holding a token in her hand, came over and handed it to Ji-yu. Ji-yu took the token and put it in his arms, and then left the Chaoyang branch. This time Ji-yu planned to enter the Monster Beast mountain range directly, and then start taking the medicine pill to improve his cultivation. The alchemy class will not be held until the Chaoyang branch tomorrow, and he intends to continue to hone himself in the Monster Beast mountain range while there is still such a day. Walking to the outer area of the Monster Beast mountain range, Ji-yu sat everywhere, took off the black robe on his head, and took out the 3 bottles of body tempering pill from the ring. There were a total of 12 body tempering pills in the 3 jade bottles, and he felt that he could fly into the sky after taking these 12 body tempering pills. Without thinking about it, he stuffed one piece after another into his mouth, as if eating candy. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the late 8th stage of body tempering realm. After taking the 12 body tempering pills one after another, Ji-yu's martial arts cultivation base was directly promoted from the middle stage of the body tempering stage to the late stage of the body tempering stage 8. He feels more and more that breaking through his cultivation base is as simple as eating and drinking tea. As long as he has enough gold coins to buy pills, he can break through casually. Who told him to have a 999 times experience multiplier? Afterwards, Ji-yu began to look for monsters and earn gold coins by hunting monsters. However, before he took a few steps, he heard a fierce fighting sound not far ahead. He walked up and took a look curiously, only to see a young girl in a pink dress, holding a rapier fighting a huge black bear. This black bear. Ji-yu's complexion suddenly changed slightly. This is a brute black bear. Brute force black bears are not only extremely powerful, but they are also extraordinary in speed. Human warriors of the same realm can't get the least bit cheap in front of brute force black bears. They are the more difficult existence among the first-class monsters. The brute force black bear in front of him seemed to have just grown up, and his level was probably close to the 7th level of the first rank. Although the girl in the pink skirt had reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, she was obviously at a disadvantage, and she had been suppressed by this brute force black bear. Jiang Yuexin tried his best to resist the huge palm of the brute black bear, and her heart was very upset. She felt that her luck was really bad today, and it didn't take long before she walked into the Monster Beast mountain range that she encountered such a difficult brute force black bear. It doesn't matter if you can't beat it, this brute force black bear is still very fast, and she can't escape even if she wants to escape, so she can only continue to consume this brute force black bear. But there was not much profound energy left in her body, and she would die here soon. Every second, Jiang Yuexin became more anxious. She didn't want to die in such a place. At this moment, the corner of her eye suddenly saw a black figure faintly. She suddenly turned her head to look, and found a teenager in a black robe standing there. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have caught a life-saving straw in an instant and shouted, "Hey, the guy over there, come and help me. Chapter 11 You bastard, hurry up and save me." The black-robed boy was naturally Ji-yu, but he didn't seem to have heard anything, not only ignored Jiang Yuexin, he turned around and left. It was not that he was cold-blooded and ruthless, but the girl's commanding tone made him sound uncomfortable and gave him a strong feeling of superiority. This kind of person is probably the arrogant lady of a certain family. Why should he be thankful to save this kind of person? Seeing the black-robed boy turning around and about to leave, Jiang Yuexin immediately became anxious and shouted, "I am the second lady of the city lord's mansion. My father is the city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. How dare you not listen to me?" Ji-yu couldn't help but smile. This little girl not only ordered him, but also wanted to threaten him. I saw that he didn't turn his head at all, but his pace became faster and faster. Jiang Yuexin was so angry at this scene. At this moment the brute force black bear patted her again and staggered back several steps. She finally couldn't stand her face anymore, and cried, You bastard, hurry up and save me. I will pay you a lot as long as you can save me. Hearing the cry of the girl in the pink skirt, Jiyu finally stopped. He looked back at the girl in the pink skirt and asked calmly, what reward? Originally, he didn't want to bird this little girl, but if this little girl can offer a suitable reward, he may not be able to help. As soon as Jiyu said this, Jiang Yuexin was almost dizzy. It's all this time, this guy doesn't rush to save her first, and Xianxin asks the reward first. But seeing the brute force black bear approaching soon, Jiang Yuexin couldn't care about so much, and hurriedly said, 1,000 gold coins, no, 5,000 gold coins, as long as you can save me, I will give you 5,000 gold coins. Because Jiang Yuexin was talking to Jiyu, she didn't notice a bear paw coming. It was too late when she recovered. Looking at the huge bear paw that was so swift and violent in front of her, her eyes suddenly showed panic and despair. At this moment, she wanted to curse the black-robed boy countless times. At the same time, the corner of Jiyu's mouth raised slightly and said lightly, deal. Before the words fell, his figure had disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Jiang Yuexin, and stretched out a hand to block the huge paw of the brute force black bear. Ding! Master casts Ling Yun Step, and Ling Yun Step gains experience points, 50 by 999 times. This is the first time Jiyu has used Huang Jie's middle, Ling Yunbu, and the speed of Ling Yunbu did not disappoint him at all. Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu who suddenly appeared in front of her, and she couldn't help showing a ray of shock on her delicate face. How fast was this guy? But she quickly realized that the other party wanted to resist the brute force black bear's attack with bare hands. She wanted to scold this guy for a fool. She thought that this guy could save her, but she turned out to be a foolish fool. Dare to contend with the brute force black bear with bare hands, isn't this looking for death? At the same time, there was a slight change in the bare face of the brute force black bear, as if he wanted to laugh at the human boy's overweight. The next moment, Jiyu's palm instantly condensed into a fist. Ding! The master casts the 7 Jin Quan, and the 7 Jin Quan gains experience points, 50 by 999 times. I saw Jiyu's thin fist collide with the huge paw of the brute force black bear, forming a great contrast. However, the thin fist directly pierced the huge bear's paw, and opened a fist-sized hole in the center of the bear's paw, and blood sputtered out immediately. Jiyu's eyes flashed slightly, and he quickly used Ling Yunbu to avoid the splash of blood. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's medium-level mysterious skill Ling Yunbu successfully broke through to slightly Xiaocheng. Almost between the lightning and flint, Jiyu appeared a few meters away, without the slightest trace of blood on his body. And Jiang Yuexin was standing behind Jiyu. After Jiyu drew away, the blood of the brute force black bear splashed directly on her body, making the pink dress bright. But she was stunned by the scene that had just happened, and didn't realize that she was full of blood. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. This young man who looked frail and weak, actually pierced the paw of a brutal black bear with his bare hands. What terrifying force is needed to do this? If she were to change to herself, let alone bare hands, even if she used the sword in her hand to slash the brute force black bear, it would be difficult to cause effective damage to the brute force black bear. Ho ho ho. At this moment, a roar of anger suddenly awakened her. I saw the brute force black bear in front of him became violent, the intense pain made it into a state of madness, and his eyes became scarlet. Jiang Yuexin didn't care about the smell of blood all over her body for the time being, and her first reaction was to step back quickly. She couldn't bear the attack of the brutal black bear that had become violent. Standing a few meters away, Jiyu couldn't help frowning. This brute force black bear unexpectedly changed. It's not easy now. The beast in a violent state is the most terrifying. Not only does it not know the pain, but its combat power is also greatly improved. Jiyu carefully considered for a moment, and decided to retreat, because he was not sure that he could solve the situation before him. He flashed to Jiang Yuexin's side, grabbed Jiang Yuexin's wrist and ran away. What? Jiang Yuexin suddenly felt that her wrist was being grasped forcefully, and could not help but exclaimed. Chapter 12. This is so lackluster. The violent brute black bear snarled and chased forward. Now it has only one thought in its mind, which is to tear the human being in front of it to pieces. Seeing the brute force black bear chasing after him, Jiyu intends to continue to use Ling Yun step until he completely shakes off the brute force black bear. After Jiyu played Ling Yun Bu several times in a row, he finally got rid of the brute force black bear, and at the same time, Ling Yun Bu was also promoted to the realm of integration. He breathed a sigh of relief and gradually slowed down. Fortunately, Ling Yun Bu had already broken through to the slightly small state, otherwise he would not be able to throw away the brute force black bear so easily. Hurry up and let me go. At this time, a furious voice came, and Jiyu only felt that something in his hand broke free. It hurts me so much. I saw Jiang Yuexin rubbing her red wrist, mist was brewing in her eyes, she almost cried, and said, really, you doesn't know Liangxiang Ziyu. If I were pity, you would have died just now. Jiyu said blankly. I know, you guy is so rigid. Jiang Yuexin grumbled. Just as Jiyu was about to leave like this, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately stretched out a hand to Jiang Yuexin. What are you doing? Jiang Yuexin couldn't react for a while. Does this still need to be asked? Of course it is compensation. Jiyu said lightly. Report, reward. At this time, Jiang Yuexin realized what Jiyu said, and asked in a deep voice, you saved me purely for reward? Yes. Jiyu only spit out 2 words. Jiang Yuexin's mood was a bit complicated at this time. As the second lady of the city lord's mansion, she was held by the stars since she was a child, and no one dared to show her disrespect. If it were an ordinary person, in the situation just now, he would almost desperately save her in the first place. But the black-robed boy in front of him was purely for the 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yuexin estimated that if she hadn't offered a reward at that time, this young man would have left without even looking. My life is not as valuable as 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yuexin was silent for a while before she said, I don't like to take too many things when I go out, so I only have 3,000 gold coins on my body now, so I can only give you 3,000 gold coins first. With that, she took out a few bags of gold coins from Na Ring. Can Jiyu put these bags of gold coins into his own ring, and continued, but you have to write an IOU for the remaining 2,000 gold coins. You guy. Jiang Yu's shoulders trembled slightly with anger. How could she owe 2,000 gold coins to her dignified second lady in the city lord's mansion? But she could only temporarily obey the other party's intention and wrote an IOU to the other party. Who said this guy is stronger than her, and here is the monster beast mountain range, she felt that with this guy's character, there was nothing she would dare to do. Jiyu took a look at the IOU, and when he saw the name, Jiang Yuexin, he remembered that this little girl seemed to have said before that she was the second lady of the city lord's mansion. By the way, you are the second lady in the city lord's mansion, and your sister is the first genius? Jiyu asked. Yes, my sister is Jiang Yuechu, the first genius of martial arts in the ancient city of Chaoyang. Suddenly, Jiang Yuexin smiled slyly, what? You suddenly ask my sister, is it interesting to her? Do you think it is possible? Jiyu's complexion didn't make any waves, and she said quietly. After speaking, he turned and left. When the pay is coming, he should go. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuexin was taken aback for a moment, and then shouted, wait, don't leave so soon. What else do you have? Jiyu turned his head and looked at Jiang Yu's heart. I didn't see Ben. Jiang Yuexin almost said, Miss Ben, instinctively, but after reacting to this guy's character, she quickly changed her words, don't you see that I have no strength now? So what? Jiyu asked. This bastard. Jiang Yuexin was angry and anxious, but she felt embarrassed to say it directly, so she hesitated, so, you want you to take me out of here. This was the first time that she took the initiative to ask others. She had never been treated like this before. It was really annoying. Sorry, I don't want to bring a drag oil bottle, and I don't plan to leave the monster beast mountain range so early. After speaking, Ji-yu ignored Jiang Yuexin and walked forward on his own. Jiang Yuexin immediately stomped her feet with anger. This is too lackluster. She had already gotten that kind of favor. Not only was this not helping, but she also said she was a drag oil bottle. But with anger and anger, Jiang Yuexin still didn't want to die in this kind of place, so she could only walk quickly behind Ji-yu in silence. There is almost no profound energy left in her body now, and she may lose her life if she encounters a monster beast, so she has no choice but to follow this bastard. She was not idle either, cursing the continuously behind Ji-yu. Chapter 13 My lady will find you. Ji-yu had already noticed that Jiang Yu was sternly following behind, but he still ignored it at all and focused on hunting monsters. Soon he encountered a six-tiered monster snake, but it was directly killed by Ji-yu with a punch. Ding! The master casts the 7 Jin Quan, and the 7 Jin Quan gains experience points, 50 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's medium-level mysterious skill, 7 Jin Quan, successfully broke through to slightly Xiaocheng. Once again witnessing a monster beast killed by Ji-yu with bare hands, Jiang Yuexin still felt shocked. She felt that this guy either had a strong physical power or had some kind of powerful punching skills, and she was also very curious about this guy's cultivation. How high is your cultivation base? Jiang Yuexin couldn't help asking. It's just a little taller than you. Ji-yu glanced at Jiang Yuexin and said calmly. After hearing Ji-yu's reply, Jiang Yuexin guessed that this guy must be a genius of a certain family, but she had never heard of a family whose genius personality was so rigid. Ji-yu continued to look for the monsters and hunt them, while Jiang Yuexin silently followed behind him. After that, another 7-strength fist killed a monster, and Ji-yu felt that the profound energy in his body was exhausted. He immediately sat on a rock, took out a Huixian pill from the ring and put it into his mouth. Ding! The master took a first-grade inferior pill, returning profound pill, and the profound energy recovery effect increased by 999 times. The recovery of profound energy can also obtain 999 times the effect, which is quite beyond Ji-yu's surprise. He just felt that the profound energy in his body instantly recovered to a perfect state. Did you eat Huixian pill just now? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin came over and asked. Looking at the hopeful light in Jiang Yu's eyes, Ji-yu vaguely had an ominous premonition. It has nothing to do with you. You must return to the Xian Dan, can you give me one? Ji-yu didn't answer whether it was right. Jiang Yuexin directly insisted that it was Huixian Dan. No, I still have one Shuxuan pill left on me now, how can I give it to you? Ji-yu shook his head helplessly. Cut, meanie. Jiang Yuexin snorted and stopped entanglement with Xiandan, because she knew that it would be useless to entangle with this guy no matter how much. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's middle-level mysterious skill 7 Jin Quan successfully broke through to integration. Along the way, Ji-yu relied on the 7 Jin Quan to hunt down many monsters, and the 7 Jin Quan gradually broke through the realm. Jiang Yuexin saw that Ji-yu had to cut off the material from the monster's body every time Ji-yu hunted a monster, and couldn't help asking, are you hunting monsters to earn gold coins? Okay. Ji-yu nodded. By the way, which family are you from and what's your name? Jiang Yuexin asked. The Lin family, no name. Ji-yu said casually. Now he basically has no scruples and has nothing to hide. The Lin family, what does it mean to have an unknown pawn? Jiang Yuexin naturally knew the Lin family, one of the 3 major families, but the other party actually claimed to be an unknown person, which made her difficult to understand. Her martial arts talent is still one of the best in the ancient city of Chaoyang, and this guy is obviously much stronger than her, but he says that he is an unknown person, so what is she? It means literally. Ji-yu said lightly. Forget it, I guess you just don't want to say it. Jiang Yuexin no longer asked. Before Ji-yu took a few steps, he said to Jiang Yuexin again, when do I say you will follow me? I'm going to spend the night here. Huh? You want to stay here overnight? Jiang Yuexin was taken aback. She has endured it long enough, the smell of blood made her feel very uncomfortable. This guy is planning to spend the night here. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's mind moved and said, wait, don't you still have a Xian pill? Give me the Xian pill, and I will give you this thing. I saw that she took out an incense burner from the ring and placed it gently on the ground. What is this? Looking at this incense burner, Jiu asked curiously. This is a special incense burner, relying on profound energy to urge. This incense burner can attract nearby monsters, but it can only be used once. What do you think? Jiang Yuexin explained. This incense burner was naturally brought out by her from the house, and its value is not particularly expensive. Although Huixian pill is far less valuable than this incense burner, Huixian pill can give her the power to protect herself, which the incense burner cannot. She had to abandon the incense burner with the pain. Deal. Ji Yu immediately took out the Xian pill left in Na ring and exchanged it with Jiang Yuexin. Without saying a word, Jiang Yuexin swallowed Huixian Dan and sat with his eyes closed. She just wanted to recover her profound energy and leave the monster beast mountain range as soon as possible. After half an hour, Jiang Yuexin slowly opened her eyes, and most of the profound energy in her body had recovered. However, only then did she find that the black-robed boy had left at some point. Recalling the previous attitude of the black-robed boy towards herself, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help biting her teeth. This bastard, this lady will definitely find you, and then let my sister clean up you, Chapter 14. What if I don't? Early the next morning, the Monster Mountain Range. Ji Yu has been hunting monsters in the outer area of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, and he hunted many monsters overnight. This afternoon is the alchemy class. Go back now. Thinking about it, Ji Yu left the Monster Beast Mountain Range on foot and returned to Chaoyang Branch. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Huang Tier's medium-level mysterious skill Ling Yunbu successfully broke through to the realm of Fuhua Qingqing. When he reached the Chaoyang branch, Ji Yu's Ling Yunbu also happened to break through to the furnace and pure green. As long as he breaks through again, the middle level Ling Yunbu of the yellow rank can be upgraded to the first-class mysterious skill of the yellow rank. As soon as she walked into the hall, the female receptionist greeted her. Under the leadership of the female receptionist, Ji Yu came to a large classroom. At this time, there were quite a few people sitting in the arena, and these seemed to be young men and women in luxurious clothes. It was estimated that they were young men and young ladies among certain forces. Ji Yu walked here wearing a black robe. Even if he didn't deliberately hide his face, it attracted the attention of many people. After all, his outfit was still a little weird after all. He glanced at the people around him casually, thinking to himself that there must be someone from the Chen family among them. But he didn't care, because with his current strength, almost no one in the Imperial Profound Realm could compare him. Even Chen Yan could not do anything about him. Then, Ji Yu casually found an unmanned place under the podium and sat down, waiting for the start of the alchemy class. Not long afterwards, the venue gradually became noisy, and it seemed that some big man appeared. Isn't that Lin Qitian, the young master of the Lin family? He is also interested in Dan Dao. How is that possible? Don't you know that young Master Lin is interesting to Yu Shuyun? He must be here this time for Yu Shuyun. Yes, Lin Qitian is the first genius of the Lin family's martial arts, and he doesn't waste energy to learn alchemy. This time it happens that Miss Yu Shuyun is teaching himself, so he will appear here. Ji Yu also recognizes this Lin Qitian. How can he say that he has been a handyman in the Lin family for a year, and it is impossible not to have heard of the young master of the Lin family. This person has outstanding talents, and is one of the best in the entire Chaoyang ancient city. Today, the martial arts cultivation base is said to be almost the same as Chen Yan's Gai. They are all in the ninefold consummation of the body-tempering realm, and can enter the Imperial Profound Realm just one step away. I saw that Lin Qitian looked superior, and he didn't have to look at anyone present, as if these people were not qualified to let him take a look. Seeing Lin Qitian's appearance, Ji Yu couldn't help shook his head. I thought it was a character, but that was the end. But don't know why, Lin Qitian walked straight towards him. Boy, this position is missing. Ji Yu frowned upon hearing Lin Qitian's command. What's wrong with this guy? Ji Yu suddenly felt a little inexplicable. He sat here well, why did Lin Qian come to trouble him? Ben Shao, say it again, this position is missing. This time, Lin Qitian's tone was not only an order, but also a threat. It seemed that if Ji Yu did not give way, he would be rude to Ji Yu. Seeing this scene happen, everyone around started talking quietly. This guy is really miserable. By coincidence, he sat in the position under the podium. Yes, that's the first row, and it's still under the podium. Lin Qitian will definitely not let go of that position for Yu Shuyun. This guy hasn't gotten up yet, Lin Qitian's methods are not joking. Many people began to mourn for Ji Humor. However, Ji Yu didn't have the slightest fear. He looked at Lin Qitian coldly and smiled, what if I don't? When Ji Yu said this, there was an uproar in the court. This guy actually dared to provoke Lin Qitian. I originally sympathized with him, but I didn't expect to be a fool. This kid is done, dare to offend the Lin family, I'm afraid he will be destroyed. In the ancient city of Chaoyang, few people dare to speak to Lin Qitian like this kid is really not afraid of death. Lin Qitian's eyes were cold, boy, you are looking for death. You can try, am I looking for death after all? Ji Yu did not show weakness. He is alone now, without any concerns. Although he has a heavy identity in the Lin family, it doesn't affect him much. He had already offended Qin Yan, a young master of the Qin family, and he didn't mind offending another Lin Qitian. One more is not too much, one less is not too little. Lin Qitian's complexion became more and more gloomy, but just as he was about to let this kid suffer, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Quiet. With the sound of this sound, the hall suddenly became quiet, and almost even the sound of breathing could be heard. The visitor was a beautiful woman in a white skirt, the same Yu Shuyun that Ji Yu had seen last time. Chapter 15. Take a get out of class and get promoted to alchemist in an instant. As the first genius of the alchemy, Yu Shuyun is now a second-rank alchemist, with a very high status in the ancient city of Chaoyang. There was no one who didn't have eyesight dared to make trouble in front of Yu Shuyun, so everyone was very peaceful. Even Lin Qitian, seeing Yu Shuyun coming, had no choice but to find another place to sit down. Yu Shuyun wandered to the podium, her beautiful eyes quickly swept over everyone in the hall, and immediately opened her lips, since everyone is here, then the alchemy class will begin immediately. Today's alchemy class will first talk about basic alchemy knowledge, and finally try alchemy practice. Everyone present listened to Yu Shuyun's speech quietly, and there was almost no noise. Hearing that there was no more noise in the venue, Yu Shuyun nodded slightly, and continued, presumably most of you in this room rarely touch Dan Dao. I will start with the most basic things. I want to become a man. A true alchemist, in addition to a strong soul power, also needs a high enough talent for the alchemy. These are all innate and it is difficult to improve through the day after tomorrow. I hope you know this. Next, let me talk about alchemy. Alchemy is to refine pill. You need to have profound energy, fire, material, container, and soul power. These 5 things can be said to be indispensable. At this time Ji Yu was also listening to the class seriously. No matter whether he could become an alchemist, it was always better to give it a try. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The master listened to the alchemy lesson for 1 minute, and the experience value of the alchemy achievements won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the first-grade inferior alchemist. Ji Yu suddenly looked unbelievable. Just after listening to the alchemy class casually, he became a first-grade alchemist. At the same time, he felt a lot of alchemy knowledge poured into his mind. Besides that, he also felt that his soul power had been improved. He was shocked again. You know that soul power is innate, and it is difficult to improve it through the day after tomorrow. Right now, he has only listened to a 1-minute lesson to improve soul power. Undoubtedly, I should really have the alchemy attainments of a first-grade inferior alchemist. Ji Yu finally suppressed the excitement in his heart, and devoted himself more to the alchemy class, and continued to listen to it to gain reinforcement. At the same time, Yu Shuyun was also teaching. First of all, let's talk about profound energy. Every martial artist has profound energy in his body. Refining a pill is a very delicate activity. Generally, it takes a lot of time to slowly refine it. Promoted by profound energy, the entire alchemy process will consume a lot of profound energy, so martial arts cultivation is still very important for an alchemist. Fire is the flame that must be present when refining pill. Normal flames are generally used. Although there are some special fires, you have not yet understood the need for them. The materials are all kinds of heavenly spirits. Dibao, if you want to refine a pill, you must naturally prepare the materials needed to refine a pill. The container is a pill furnace or a pill pot. You can use whichever you want to use, depending on your own habits. There is also soul power. Everyone is born with soul power. The degree of strength varies from person to person. It is very difficult to improve soul power, so I won't explain more here. The specific function of the soul power is to have a great impact on the identification of materials, control of the fire, and the timing of condensing pills. The fire must be controlled appropriately. If the fire is too heavy, all materials will be scrapped, and if the fire is too light, it will also be difficult to condense. Dan. The same is true for the timing of controlling the pill. It must be precise enough to control the timing, otherwise it will cause a series of problems. Whether it is the control of the heat or the timing of the pill condensate, it will affect the success or failure and quality of the pill, and these require soul power to control. This kind of most basic knowledge has been explained. Next, I will explain to you the varieties of various pills and materials. Yu Shuyun's speaking speed is not fast, so that everyone present can hear clearly. Most people are very serious about listening to classes. After all, listening to beautiful women's lectures is a different kind of enjoyment. Ji Yu is also very attentive, and system prompts sound in his mind every minute. Ding! The master listened to the alchemy lesson for 1 minute, and the experience value of the alchemy achievements won by 999 times. Ding! The master listened to the alchemy lesson for 1 minute, and the experience value of the alchemy achievements won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the first-grade middle-class alchemist. As time passed slowly, Ji Yu gradually improved from the first-rank inferior alchemist to the first-rank intermediate alchemist. This efficiency is simply amazing. I saw that his eyes were full of joy. In the past, he had never dared to imagine that after only a few minutes of alchemy lessons, he could directly become a first-grade intermediate alchemist. Feeling the influx of knowledge into his mind and the improvement of soul power, Ji Yu can be sure that everything that is happening now is true. Alchemists also have a clear level division, from low to high. They are divided into 1 to 9 grades, which are also subdivided into low, medium, and high. It is estimated that it will not be long before he can be promoted to the second-rank inferior alchemist. On the stage, Yu Shuyun, who is known as the #1 genius of the ancient city of Chaoyang, is said to be only a second-tier middle-class alchemist. In comparison, this so-called first genius of alchemy was not enough in front of Ji Yu. Chapter 16 Cynicism. The course of basic alchemy knowledge is over, and the last is alchemy practice. I will personally demonstrate the process of refining pills for you. With that, Yu Shuyun waved his hand, and a pill furnace appeared on the stage out of thin air, followed by many alchemy materials. Ji Yu knew that Yu Shuyun had taken these things out of Neji. Now, I'm starting to demonstrate for you the process of refining the gradeless pill Liyuan pill. While refining the pill, Yu Shuyun explained to everyone in detail, the first step is to start the furnace, raise the temperature of the furnace to a certain level, and then you can start the second step. The second step is to the materials needed to refine the strength element pill are put into the pill furnace. The third step is to control the heat. I just said the importance of controlling the heat. It must be controlled in place. The materials in the pill furnace will gradually be transformed into pill liquid. When all the materials are completely transformed into pill liquid, they can condense. It's become a pill. The fourth and final step is to condense the pill liquid in the pill furnace into pill by controlling the timing of condensing pill. The timing must be precisely controlled, and there must be no carelessness. When Yu Shuyun explained all the alchemy processes, she also happened to have successfully refined a furnace of Liyuan pill. At this moment, the audience let out a series of slight exclamations. Miss Yu Shuyun really deserves to be the #1 genius of the alchemy. The alchemy technique is so skillful that she can compete with those old alchemists. Pharmaceuticals like this kind of gradeless pill are a piece of cake for her. It takes only 2 or 3 minutes to refine a pot of Liyuan pill. It's really wonderful. If I could also have the level of alchemy like Miss Yu Shuyun's, how good would it be? Bah, you just went into your daydream. You will never reach the height of Miss Yu in your life. Even Ji Yu was surprised, but it was not Yu Shuyun's alchemy level that surprised him, but the voice from the system. Ding! Master watched the alchemist refine the pill for 1 minute, and the alchemy attainments gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master watched the alchemist refine the pill for 1 minute, and the alchemy attainments gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Unexpectedly, in addition to attending classes, watching other people refining pills can also get 999 times stronger experience. This ability is too bad. Ji Yu felt that he would soon be able to break through to become a first-rank first-class alchemist, but it was a pity that Yu Shuyun refined the Liyuan Dan so quickly. At the same time, Yu Shuyun's Zhu Lip lightly said, I have just demonstrated the alchemy process completely. In summary, the first step is the easiest to start the fire and the second step is to insert the materials, and the next third it is very difficult to control the heat step by step and condense the pill in the fourth step. So who is willing to come up and try alchemy? I. Ji Yu raised his hand. In fact, he didn't fight or grab it at all, because everyone else was hesitating, and he became the first volunteer to volunteer. As soon as his words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on him almost instantly. Isn't this the kid who just clashed with Lin Qitian? It's really him. He didn't even hesitate and wanted to be the first one to try. It seems really flabbergasted. I feel that his brain is a little awkward. Isn't it because Miss Yu successfully refined the Liyuan pill so easily, he thought this pill was easy to refine? It's not bad. After he got up, he probably got down in less than a minute. Basically, he won't delay much time. Surrounded by voices of cynicism towards Ji Yu, Lin Qitian felt relieved. He looked at Ji Yu with a sneer on his face, and mocked, I think you shouldn't go up and waste your time. Liyuan Dan can't be refined by you, a layman. Although he had never been in contact with a pill, he still knew how difficult it was to refine a pill. Even if it's just a strength element pill with no grade, it is not something that ordinary people can refine, let alone this poor boy who looks rustic. Are you so sure I don't know how to do alchemy? Ji Yu stood up, glanced back at Lin Qitian sitting on the right behind him, and said calmly. Lin Qitian was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha, are you trying to say that you know how to make pills, right? Not only Lin Qitian, but many people around also laughed. A hairy boy dared to say that he knows how to make alchemy. I'm afraid it's not funny. This kid is probably a fool specially sent by the Chaoyang branch to ease the atmosphere, but he really laughs at me. I don't think this kid is stupid, but has a brain dead, ha ha ha. Listening to the laughter from all around, Ji Yu suddenly felt quite speechless. He didn't bother to continue wasting his tongue with these guys. Be quiet. At this moment, Yu Shuyun's cold and sweet voice came, and everyone suddenly closed their mouths consciously. Even if they couldn't speak, they all stared at Ji Yu with sarcasm. These gazes were like sharp blades piercing Ji Yu's body. However, Ji Yu completely ignored all eyes and walked onto the stage with a calm expression. Chapter 17 999 times success rate of alchemy. Climbing step by step through the steps to the stage, then Ji Yu stood beside Yu Shuyun. The materials are on the table, you take a copy and you can start trying to refine the strength element pill. Yu Shuyun said in a friendly tone. She is more optimistic about this self-proclaimed boy than the guys who can only play tricks in the audience. Although this young man has little chance of success, at least he has the courage to try to refine the pill. She intends to pay close attention to this young man's alchemy process later, so that she can make the best suggestions so as to help this young man. Ji Yu didn't know what Yu Shuyun was thinking. At this moment, he had already brought a piece of material to the pill furnace and was ready to start refining the Li Yuan pill. Following the steps demonstrated by Yu Shuyun earlier, combined with the knowledge of alchemy in his mind, he naturally started to light the furnace. Ding! It is detected that the owner has begun to refine the gradeless pill Li Yuan pill, and the success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. Ji Yu was taken aback for a moment. 999 times the success rate of alchemy. It took a long time for him to react. This also means that the success rate of refining the power element pills has increased 999 times. Ji Yu couldn't believe what he heard. If the 999 times success rate of alchemy was true, then he had no possibility of failure at all. From the beginning to the present, the system has not deceived him. This time the 999 times success rate of alchemy should also be true. He already possesses the alchemy level of a first-grade mid-level alchemist, plus the alchemy success rate has increased by 999 times, no matter how he can fail. Ji Yu became more excited the more he thought about it, and he didn't have the slightest psychological pressure to refine the pill. Now he was very casual, feeling that the temperature of the pill furnace was almost the same, so he threw the materials into the pill furnace at will. Seeing this scene, Yu Shuyun frowned slightly. Throwing away materials like this is not afraid of causing some bad effects. Subsequently, Ji Yu began to control the heat of the pill furnace. Possessing the soul power of the first-rank mid-level alchemist level, this kind of unranked force element pill has no pressure on him, and he can easily control the fire to the most moderate state. Seeing that there was a slight change in Yu Shuyun's beautiful eyes, she, as a second-rank middle-level alchemist, could naturally see that this young man had controlled the fire to a nearly perfect state all at once. Is this luck? Or strength? Compared with the latter, Yu Shuyun thinks the former is more likely. If it is really luck, it still makes sense. It is somewhat impossible to rely solely on strength. Relying purely on strength, at least an alchemist with a middle or even a first-class grade can achieve this level. She didn't quite believe that this young man had an alchemy level above the first-rank intermediate alchemist. Ji Yu couldn't find that he had attracted Yu Shuyun's attention, and still focused on refining the pill. After only a while, he smoothly refined all the materials into the pill liquid, and at the moment when the materials completely turned into the pill liquid, he suddenly made a condensed pill handprint. This pill condensing mudra was included in the system when he broke through and became a first-rank alchemist. It seems that there is no grade, just a very ordinary pill condensing mudra. Immediately, a Li Yuan Dan was successfully refined by Ji Yu, and the system prompt sounded. Ding! The master successfully refined a Li Yuan Dan, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the first-rank first-class alchemist. Ding! It is detected that the master's alchemy, the gradeless pill, the Li Yuan pill, is completed, and the alchemy success rate is restored. A familiar feeling hit. Ji Yu felt that his alchemy level, soul power and other aspects had been greatly improved. With such efficiency, he estimated that by refining a few pills, he could break through and become a second-rank alchemist. At the same time, a fresh fragrance filled the classroom. The young men and women in the classroom reacted to this fragrance, and they were all startled. This scent is the same as that from Yu Shuyun just now. This means that. Is it impossible? That kid actually succeeded in refining the Li Yuan Dan. How long has it been? Could it be said that the gradeless pill is really so easy to refine? I will try it later. I think so too. It is estimated that this gradeless pill, Li Yuan pill, is easier to refine, so that kid can refine it so easily. These people didn't want to believe that this was Ji Yu's true power, but instead believed that it was simply because Li Yuan Dan was easier to refine. Not only that, but Lin Qitian thought so too. He originally thought he was going to lose face, and his heart was flustered. After hearing other people's doubts about Li Yuan-dan, he immediately relieved a lot. Only Yu Shuyun's expression became a bit solemn in the audience, and the boy's performance in front of him far exceeded her expectations. Previously, when he was in control of the fire, he could use good luck to explain it. Now the other party directly refines the Li Yuan pill, it can't be luck. Because even the best of luck, an ordinary person can't successfully refine the pill. This young man's alchemy level is absolutely extraordinary. Yu Shuyun gradually paid attention to Jiyu, and she planned to find an opportunity later to test the true alchemy level of this black-robed boy. At the same time, she also felt that this alchemy class had become interesting. A young man who was looked down upon by everyone, but his real alchemy level was very unusual. A faint curve floated on her lips, looking forward to how things would develop next. Chapter 18 shocked the audience, everyone was dumbfounded. I want to go up and try it. I want, too. How can such a simple Li Yuan-dan lose me? A bunch of people are vying to go up and try alchemy, and want to perform well in front of Yu Shuyun. Even that Luntachin can easily refine the strength element pill, they can definitely do better. Seeing these people reverse right and wrong, Ji Yu shook his head and smiled. A young man came to the stage to try. He seemed confident, as if he had accumulated good basic knowledge. The first two steps of firing the furnace and putting in the materials were fine. Once the third step was to control the fire, the furnace was directly fired after a while. This young man was dumbfounded. Isn't this power pill easy to refine? Not only that, but the group of people in the audience were also stunned. However, there are still many people who don't believe in evil, and try one after another, but they all ended up in various ways. Now they finally woke up, and they all looked at Ji Yu with an incredible look. Only Lin Qitian is still unwilling to believe all this. He lowered his head with a gloomy expression, feeling his brain trembling. These people must be too rubbish, that's why they all failed. Li Yuan-dan is still very easy. That's right, it must be so. At this moment, Yu Shuyun asked, is there anything else you want to try? After waiting for a long time, no one made the slightest sound. They knew in their hearts that it would be totally embarrassing to go up now. Since no one wants to, then forget it, but there is still some time left. Are you willing to challenge a higher level pill? During the words, Yu Shuyun's gaze shifted to Ji Yu who was standing aside. Then I will try to challenge the first-class pill. Ji Yu thought for a moment, nodded in response. The words made a sensation in the audience. Damn, I heard that right, he actually wants to refine a first-class pill. A first-grade high-grade pill, that is a pill that can only be refined by a first-grade alchemist. Isn't this guy crazy? Nima, isn't he just making a strength element pill that doesn't even have a grade, and trying to challenge the first-class pill? This kid is too self-righteous. Even if Ji Yu easily refined the Li Yuan pill earlier, no one thought he had the level of alchemy that challenged the first-class pill, because the gap between the non-pill and the first-class pill was not even a star. Some people are able to refine the gradeless pill, but they just can't get the first-grade inferior pill, and they cannot become a real alchemist with status. It can be seen that there is a huge gap between the Wuping pill and the first-class pill, let alone the first-class pill that is 2 grades higher than the first-class pill. Lin Qitian was in ecstasy. Fortunately, this kid didn't know the heights of the sky, and actually tried to challenge the first-class pill. In the end, this kid would definitely fail. Then not only will he not get slapped in the face, but he can also mock this kid well. Only Yu Shuyun's complexion remained unchanged. She had long foreseen that this young man had the alchemy level of a first-grade first-class alchemist and would challenge her first-class pill. Yu Shuyun not only didn't mean to look at Bian Jiu in the slightest, but also looked forward to whether Ji Yu could really refine a first-class pill, but she did not express her emotions. Okay, then I will let you try the Qingxian pill. Yu Shuyun waved his hand, and a pile of materials appeared out of thin air. This is a total of 3 materials. If you succeed in refining a Azure Profound pill, I can directly apply to Chaoyang branch for you to have the status of a first-class alchemist. Ji Yu completely ignored the group of people in the audience, nodded slightly to Yu Shuyun and said, I see. The expression and tone of this woman surprised him a bit, but he didn't think too much, but directly began to refine the pill. After he put the materials in the furnace, the system prompt sounded abruptly. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the first-grade high-grade pill, Qingxian pill. The success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. This surprised Ji. He originally just wanted to test his alchemy level, but he didn't expect that in this case he could get a 999 times alchemy success rate. He couldn't help thinking whether he could get 999 times the success rate of alchemy if he refined the second or even third-grade pill. With a 999 times success rate of alchemy, Ji suddenly became more confident. Then he began to control the fire through his soul power. The first-grade Qingxian pill was indeed countless times more difficult than the power element pill without the grade. The fire must be controlled carefully, otherwise the 999 times success rate of alchemy would not help him. Because once there is a problem with the heat, the success rate of this Qingxian pill will be 0. Isn't 999 times 0 still 0? For the next half an hour, Jiu had been controlling the heat, and the speed of turning the material into pill was very slow. What's the matter? Why doesn't this kid have a fryer? I guess he suppressed the heat very low, and is slowly burning the materials, so he won't be able to finish it until tomorrow. It's purely a waste of our time. There is no hope of success at all. I'm still dragging time here, it's really speechless. Many people in the audience were already impatient early and complained in low voices. Ji Yusi didn't care about anyone's complaints, and concentrated on the pill furnace. After a few minutes later, he finally felt that all the materials of the pill furnace had melted into the pill liquid, and immediately made a pill condensing handprint to condense the pill liquid into a pill. Subsequently, a Qingxian pill was successfully condensed. Ding! The master succeeded in refining a first-grade high-quality pill, Qingxian pill, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 100 by 999 times. At the same time, many people in the audience instantly smelled a strong pill fragrance, and at this moment they were all completely dumbfounded. Chapter 19 Yu Shuyun, All I Can Rely On Is You. Everyone in the audience was so shocked that they couldn't close their chins together, staring at Ji Yu on the stage dumbfounded. They only felt that their hearts were greatly shocked, their minds were blank, and they couldn't say a word. Especially Lin Qitian, his eyes were full of incredulity, and he shook his head dully. He whispered, "It's impossible, it's impossible." Even Yu Shuyun was slightly surprised. Although she had predicted that this young man might be able to challenge successfully, the speed just exceeded her expectations. It takes more than an hour for a general first-grade high-grade alchemist to refine a first-grade high-grade pill, and this young man only took half an hour to successfully refine it. This speed surpassed most of the first-rank alchemists. If she was once a first-rank alchemist, she would be ashamed to compete with this young man at the same level. Ji Yu took out the successfully refined Qingxian pill from the pill furnace. Just as he was about to take this azure profound pill to Yu Shuyun for inspection, Yu Shuyun first said, "You don't have to give it to me, you have completed the challenge, and this azure profound pill belongs to you. The remaining 2 materials are also given to you." "Thanks a lot." Ji Yu thanked him. This Qingxian pill and the remaining 2 materials can be described as generous gifts, and they are truly worth $1,000. It should have been said that these things were to be returned to Yu Shuyun. After all, these things originally belonged to Yu Shuyun, but now Yu Shuyun has given him back for nothing. Can he not thank him for such a generous gift? You don't need to be polite. I will help you apply for the status of a first-class alchemist soon. You will come with me later. Yu Shuyun said. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. This is the end of today's alchemy class, and you all disperse by yourself. Yu Shuyun said lightly, got up and left the classroom. Ji Yu followed immediately. The rest of the people are still sitting there stupidly, obviously they have not been relieved from the shock just now. Ji humorously followed Yu Shuyun behind him. Before long, he followed Yu Shuyun into a room. This room looks like a room for receiving guests. Yu Shuyun flicked his sleeves and put on his skirt, sat down elegantly and dignifiedly, stretched out his hand and said, "Sit down." Okay. Ji Yu was not too restrained, and sat in a chair casually. "Your name and age, please tell me, I will need it when I help you apply for the status of alchemist." Yu Shuyun didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the topic. "Gu, 16 years old." Gu answered truthfully. "Season, Yu." In a short moment, Yu Shuyun thought quickly. But she found that she had no impression of the name Gu at all, which meant she had never heard of the name. Not only that, she has never heard of the family with the surname Ji. In just the next moment, she made a decision on the name Gu, which was a pseudonym. Yu Shuyun thinks that the young man in front of him should have deliberately reported a pseudonym and did not want to reveal his real name. In her thoughts, at the age of 16, this young man already possesses the alchemy level of a first-class alchemist, so she definitely cannot be a lone martial artist. Natural talent is important, but the power is also very important. A genius who only has talent and has not tapped the power of this genius, then this genius can only be reduced to a large number of beings. Yu Shuyun has a deep understanding of this, so she will conclude that this young man has reported a false name. Yu Shuyun could never imagine that not only did Ji Yu's real name be like this, there was no power behind him. At this time, Ji Yu didn't know what Yu Shuyun was thinking. He only heard him ask, "Then Miss Yu has anything else?" Yu Shuyun said without changing his face, "I want to know when you first started contacting Dan Dao. Is it convenient to tell me?" "About a year ago." Ji Yu hardly thought or hesitated, and lied casually. If he said that he only started contacting Dan Dao today, it would be too nonsense, and no one would believe it. Can't you ask him to reveal the system? So he can only fool around casually. Only a year. Yu Shuyun's expression was slightly surprised, and then he applauded, "Your alchemy talent is very good. Only 1 year after contacting the alchemy, you have reached the level of a first-class alchemist. Miss Yu is utterly praised." Ji Yu said modestly. In fact, he really wants to vomit. Can he be considered talented at this level? "Then I hope you can reach the level of a second-rank alchemist as soon as possible, and I have very important things to ask you at that time." Yu Shuyun's tone suddenly became a little solemn. Then she added, "Of course there will be no shortage of remuneration, and wait until you become a second-rank alchemist." Although it was a little inexplicable, Ji Yu nodded. The other party has already given him a lot of benefits. As long as he can do it, he doesn't mind helping, and the other party also said that he will be paid a lot in time. That's it. From tomorrow on, you will be a first-class alchemist with a true identity. At that time, you must remember to come to the Chaoyang branch to get the alchemist badge. That is a status symbol. Yu Shuyun said. "I'm in trouble, Miss Yu, let's retire first." Nothing else, Ji Yu left this room. Looking at Ji Yu's leaving back, Yu Shuyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a little light. "There is only 1 month left. I hope you can become a second-rank alchemist before that event. Now I can only rely on you." Chapter 20 Jiang Yueshin is here. In the ancient city of Chaoyang, in front of the gate of the Lin family mansion, a luxurious carriage approached slowly. "Second Miss, we are at the gate of Lin mansion." The coachman driving the carriage seemed to be talking to the people in the carriage. A small head emerged from the carriage curtain, and he looked around strangely. This person was Jiang Yueshin, the second lady of the city lord's mansion. At the same time, the Lin mansion conference hall. "What are you talking about? The second lady from the city lord's mansion came to our Lin family?" A middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament said in surprise. "It's true, patriarch. The man on the other side is an old servant. That middle-aged man is obviously the head of the Lin family today, Lin Zhanshan." Hearing what the old servant said, Lin Zhanshan couldn't help but fell into a thought. Why did the second lady of the city lord's mansion, who had never visited his Lin family before, suddenly come here today? Did something happen? Without paying attention to so much for the time being, Lin Zhanshan immediately told the old servant, "You quickly send someone to prepare, and I will go out to meet Miss Jiang in person." "Yes." The old servant was ordered to leave. Lin Zhanshan quickly walked out of the discussion hall. The second young lady of the city lord's mansion actually came to his Lin's house, which was a very serious matter. Although their Lin family is one of the three major families in Chaoyang Ancient City, there is another power with a transcendent status, that is, the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion controls the entire Chaoyang Ancient City, and their Lin family dare not offend. Otherwise, how could his dignified Lin family patriarch personally come forward to meet a little girl? Soon, Lin Zhanshan came to the gate. He looked at Jiang Yuexin who just got off the carriage, and smiled flatteringly. "Why did Miss Jiang suddenly come to my Lin's house today? Are you Lin Zhantian, the head of the Lin family?" Jiang Yuexin was not at all polite. "It's under." Lin Zhanshan still kept smiling. Although the other party didn't give him face, he did not dare to complain. "This lady came to your Lin's house today to meet someone," Jiang Yuexin said calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Lin Zhanshan was taken aback for a moment. He had no idea that Jiang Yuexin would come here this time to find someone. Then he asked, "Who would Miss Jiang want to see?" Jiang Yu thought for a while, and replied, "Who was the first day of martial arts in your Lin family?" "The person I was looking for was him. Our Lin family's first martial artist." "Miss Jiang is referring to my son Lin Qitian?" Lin Zhanshan asked in surprise. "Well, it should be him." Jiang Yuexin nodded without hesitation. She thought for a moment, with the strength of that bastard, she must be the first martial artist in the Lin family. But the name Lin Qitian didn't sound very nice to her. Lin Zhanshan was immediately overjoyed. "Please come to our Lin mansion for a seat, my son, Lin Qitian. He hasn't come back temporarily after he went out, and he will probably be back soon." The second lady of the City Lord's mansion wants to see his son Lin Qitian, which is a good thing for their Lin family. In his opinion, this Miss Jiang probably fell in love with Lin Qitian's talents, and was interesting to Lin Qitian, so she came here specially. If Lin Qitian and this Miss Jiang can be paired together, their Lin family can climb the giant mountain of the City Lord's mansion, and then their Lin family will be soaring. Okay. Jiang Yuexin followed Lin Zhanshan into the Lin family mansion, and several black guards followed her. Chapter 21 He is much handsomer than you. Just shortly after Jiang Yuexin walked into the Lin mansion, Ji returned to the Lin mansion, but he happened to not see Jiang Yuexin and walked straight towards his residence. Although he offended Lin Qitian, the young master of the Lin family, he didn't take that Lin Qitian to heart. He still came and left when he loved him. After a long time, Jiu arrived at the residence. As soon as he entered the room, he sat on the bed and took out a Li Yuan Dan and a Qing Xian Dan from the ring. He couldn't wait to eat the Qing Xian pill, very much looking forward to how much this first-grade pill would increase his cultivation. However, Jiu still intends to take the unranked Li Yuan pill as an appetizer first, and then the main event of Qing Xian pill. After taking this Li Yuan pill, Jiu did not feel the significant increase in his cultivation. This is because he is now at a higher cultivation base, and the strength element pill that even does not have a rank naturally cannot have much effect on him. But he didn't care much. After all, this Li Yuan Dan was just an appetizer, and the next Qing Xian Dan was the point. Ding! Master took a Qing Xian pill, and gained experience points for Martial Dao Cultivation Base, 3000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the 8th peak of Body Tempering Realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the 8th level consummation of Body Tempering Realm. Feeling the surge in his own cultivation base, Jiu was immediately satisfied, and the effect of this Qing Xian pill did not disappoint him at all. Now that the cultivation base has reached the 8th level of Body Tempering Realm, it is only one step away to break through to the 9th level of Body Tempering Realm, and Chen Yan's dog thing is the cultivation level of the 9th level consummation of Body Tempering Realm. I will refine 2 Qing Xian pill go down, you can almost crush him. Jiu thought to himself, and then took out a pill furnace and some alchemy materials from Neji. This pill furnace was the one in the alchemy class, and it was also given to him by Yu Shuyun, and the alchemy materials were the 2 materials needed to refine the Qing Xian pill. Without wasting much time, Jiu immediately began to refine the pill. At the same time, in the meeting hall of Lin Mansion, Jiang Yuexin seemed to be a little impatient and waiting, and asked Lin Zhanshan unceremoniously, "What did that guy do? Why hasn't he returned after so long?" "Miss Jiang, I only know that Qitian went to the Chaoyang branch to attend the alchemy class. I don't know why he hasn't come back." The smile on Lin Zhanshan's face already seemed a little reluctant. In any case, he was also the head of the family, but he was treated with this attitude by a younger generation, and it was really shameless. Had it not been for the second lady of the city lord's mansion, he would have been angry. He forcibly endured it and continued, "But he has been away for more than an hour, and he should be back soon." Lin Qitian walked back to the Lin mansion without a thought, when he suddenly saw an old servant running towards him. "Master! Master! Go to the meeting hall, the second lady of the city lord's mansion is looking for you." Just listen to the old servant hurriedly shouted. "What?" Lin Qitian was stunned. The second lady of the city lord's mansion, that Jiang Yuexin. Why did she come to me suddenly? Could it be that, is this young master? Apart from this, Lin Qitian couldn't think of any other reasons. Because he had never met Jiang Yuexin before, nor had any intersection. Thinking that Jiang Yuexin might have fallen in love with herself, Lin Qitian's low mood quickly disappeared. Although he has never met Jiang Yuexin, he has met Jiang Yuexin's sister Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu's peerless appearance, as a sister Jiang Yuexin, shouldn't be much worse. Anyway, as long as he is a beautiful woman, he is happy. Lin Qitian speeded up his pace and headed to the conference hall. He couldn't wait to see how beautiful Jiang Yuexin was. Before long, Lin Qitian came to the meeting hall. Apart from his father, there was a girl in pink skirt and some people in black in the hall. "Father, I'm back." Lin Qitian first said to Lin Zhanshan. "Qitian, you are finally back." Lin Zhanshan said with a smile. Then he introduced to Jiang Yuexin, "Miss Jiang, this is my son, Lin Qitian, the first martial artist of our Lin family." As soon as Lin Zhanshan's words came out, Lin Qitian's eyes immediately fell on the girl in the pink skirt. This is Jiang Yuexin. The beauty is not bad. An imperceptible color of greed flashed in Lin Qitian's eyes, and it would be great if he could get this Jiang Yuexin in his hands. However, Jiang Yuexin seemed to catch Lin Qitian's eyes, with a trace of disgust on her delicate face, and she said, "The person this lady is looking for is not this erotic." "Not him?" Lin Zhanshan looked surprised and puzzled, "But he is indeed the first genius of our Lin family's martial arts, there is no one else." After speaking, he gave Lin Qitian a look. Ms. Jiang will say that she is a man when she meets, and it must be that Lin Qitian is ill again. Lin Qitian's neck shrank slightly, but Jiang Yuexin's eyes were so sharp. But this is not the point is what is going on right now. It sounds like this Jiang Yuexin is the first genius who came to the Lin family to find martial arts, but isn't he the first genius of the Lin family? This lady remembers clearly, it must not be him, and even though that guy is a bit asshole, he is at least much handsomer than him. Jiang Yu didn't stop her words, she said whatever she wanted. She couldn't help wondering whether that had deceived her at first, and was not the Lin family at all. Chapter 22 My lady wants to see him. Lin Zhanshan was speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. Lin Qitian's face was also a bit ugly, the other party was clearly saying that he was ugly. Lin Zhantian barely squeezed a smile on his face and asked, "Then Ms. Jiang can elaborate on her appearance. If it is from the Lin family, I can help Ms. Jiang find out." In terms of appearance, his face is handsome, he looks 16 or 17 years old, the most special thing is that the guy has always been wearing a strange black robe. Jiang Yuexin thought about it carefully and said. Lin Zhantian pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "We shouldn't have such a person in the Lin family." Lin Qitian on the side also thought about it. 16 or 17. Always wearing a black robe. And many more. At this moment, he almost blurted out, "Could it be that kid?" Hearing Lin Qitian's sudden exclamation, Jiang Yuexin immediately asked, "Do you know that guy?" "I know one, but it shouldn't be the person Miss Jiang wants to find. He is just a talented alchemy, and he can't be the first genius of our Lin family." When talking about that person, Lin Qitian's expression was very wrong, and his heart was full of resentment. The Dan Gao talent is great. Jiang Yuexin frowned slightly. That bastard's martial arts strength is very strong. Normally speaking, the alchemy aspect can't be equally strong, maybe it's really not the same person. But no matter what, she still wanted to meet first before talking. Just listen to her saying, "Go and help this lady find him, this lady wants to see him." We guess it will take a lot of time to find him. During this time, Miss Jiang Yu. Lin Qitian said embarrassedly. This young lady will stay at your Lin's house until you find that guy. Why, do you have any comments? Jiang Yuexin said in a cold tone. No objection, of course no objection. Lin Qitian felt very uncomfortable, but he could only laugh with him. Afterwards, Lin Zhanshan went to arrange a place for Jiang Yuexin and others, and only Lin Qitian was left in the discussion hall. I saw that his face was almost ugly to the extreme, his forefoot had just been slapped in the face in the alchemy class, and now he had to obey Jiang Yuexin. He only felt extremely humiliated. As the young master of the Lin family, when did he suffer such grievances? Since Jiang Yuexin couldn't move, then he planned to vent all his grievances on that kid. Even without Jiang Yuexin's words, he would find out who the kid was. After Jiang Yuexin confirmed that the kid was not the one he was looking for, he would make the kid pay a painful price. At this time, Jiyu was still refining the Qingxian pill, and had no idea what was happening in the conference hall. Ding! The master successfully refined a blue profound pill, and he gained experience points for his alchemy attainments, 100 by 999 times. It took less than half an hour, and Jiyu successfully refined a Qingxian pill. This time his alchemy technique was obviously much more adept than when he made the Qingxian pills for the first time, and the entire alchemy process was much smoother, and even the time spent was much shorter. He can guarantee that the next refining of the Qingxian pill will go further. One is because the successful refining of the pill will greatly improve the attainments of the alchemy, and the other is that the more the Qingxian pill will be refined and he will naturally become proficient. Jiyu was not in a hurry to consume this Qingxian pill, but then began to refine the second material. By then, it would be better to take the two Qingxian pills together. This time it took a little less time than the previous time, and Jiyu only took about 40 minutes to successfully refine the Qingxian pill. In this way, two Qingxian pills of good quality appeared in Jiyu's hands. He didn't hesitate at all, and directly swallowed these two Qingxian pills together. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the late stage of the 9th stage of body tempering realm. As the martial arts cultivation level crossed from the 8th stage of the body tempering realm to the late stage of the 9th stage of the body tempering state, Jiyu instantly felt the explosion of profound energy in his body, and all aspects of his physical body were improved again. It can be clearly seen that the higher the cultivation base, the more difficult it is to break through. Taking two first-grade Qingxian pills together, only allowed him to break through 3 small realms. In this way, I still have a long way to go before I break through to the royal profound realm. Jiyu thought to himself, but with my current cultivation base, it is enough, as long as it is combined with profound skills, it is enough to crush Chen Yan. Chapter 23 Promoted by Body Style, Punch the Stakes. The body tempering realm martial artist has limited understanding and acceptance. Although Chen Yan is the young master of the Chen family, but his cultivation is still in the body tempering realm, he definitely cannot practice the mysterious skills above the yellow level, even the middle level. Mysterious skills of the yellow rank. All are reluctant. But Jiyu is completely different, there is no need to learn mysterious skills at all, the system itself comes with mysterious skills that can be upgraded. He now possesses 2 yellow-tier medium-level mysterious skills, and he will soon be able to upgrade to a yellow-tier high-level, plus the cultivation base of the 9-fold late stage of the body tempering stage. Even if Chen Yan's cultivation was as high as the 9th level consummation of body tempering realm, it was not his opponent at all. Since you want to strengthen mystery skills, let's take a trip to the martial arts field. Jiyu whispered in his mouth, and then walked out of the room to the martial arts field. Before long, Jiyu came to the training ground of Lin Mansion. This is a martial arts training ground specially established by the Lin family, where all the children of the Lin family can practice. At this time, there were many Lin family children on the martial arts field. Some were practicing basic exercises, some were practicing boxing, and some were gathering together to brag. Ji Yu didn't say hello to anyone, but prepared to start practicing mysterious skills. Ding! Master casts Ling Yun Step, and Ling Yun Step gains experience points, 50 by 999 times. The moment he used Ling Yun Step, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and he appeared not far away almost the next moment. This amazing speed attracted the attention of many Lin family children on the martial arts field. Fuck, did you just see that guy's speed is so fast? I saw it too, that guy moved so far in a blink of an eye. It should be a kind of yellow step body technique. When did our Lin family have such a powerful character? How come I have never seen him before? The children of the Lin family around were all exclaimed. After they saw Ji Yu's true face clearly, some people suddenly remembered something. Wait! I have seen this boy before. He seems to be a servant of our Lin family. Are you kidding me? How could he be a mere servant with such strength? It seems to be true. I also remember that he was a servant. I used to call him to do something. Many people immediately argued over this matter. However, Ji Yu didn't care about these people at all, and continued to use Ling Yun Step to strengthen her body. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Huang Tier's medium-level mysterious skill, Ling Yunbu, successfully broke through to peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the yellow tier intermediate mysterious skill Ling Yunbu is full, and it is automatically upgraded to the yellow tier superior mysterious skill, Ling Tianbu. I don't know how long it took before Ji Yu finally upgraded Huang Ji's middle, Ling Yunbu, to Huang Ji's upper-class body technique mysterious technique. During this period of time, almost all of the Lin family's children on the martial arts ground had forgotten their own practice, and kept watching the black-robed boy flashing like that. This was the first time they saw someone so fast, and they didn't stop. Why does he keep flashing back and forth? Is it practicing some kind of body technique? He must have performed some kind of physical skill. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to be as fast as him. Even if he is practicing Shenfa, it is too terrible, not to mention how advanced the Shenfa he has displayed, and he hasn't exhausted his skills after performing so many times. The martial arts cultivation base is definitely not ordinary. The point is that he is still a servant of our Lin family. I really don't understand why he wants to be a servant of our Lin family. Many of the Lin family's children talked about Ji Yu, and they didn't know that Ji Yu had left the status of a servant. At the same time, Ji Yu's physical and mysterious skills have been upgraded to the first-class yellow rank, and he finally stopped. He planned to take a break to recover the profound energy in his body, and then start practicing the profound skills of boxing. About half an hour later, Ji Yu felt that he was almost recovered, and he was about to start practicing boxing. In this half an hour, no Lin family dared to disturb him. At most he just glanced at him secretly, or whispered a few words in private. Afterwards, Ji Yu got up and walked towards a wooden stake. The people standing next to this wooden pile consciously dispersed. They instinctively have a sense of awe for the strong. The next scene stunned them directly. I saw the black-robed boy smashed a punch, a bang sounded, and the entire wooden stake instantly fell apart. At this moment, all the Lin family children present were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. They just broke the stakes with just one punch. The wooden stakes in their Linfu martial arts training ground were all made of very hard materials. In the past, no one from the Lin family could damage the wooden stakes. It is said that only the genius of body tempering realm 9 layers can cause damage to this kind of wooden stake. And this black-robed young man actually smashed the stakes with a single punch. Doesn't it mean that the young man's martial arts cultivation base is at least 9 levels of body tempering realm? Chapter 24 Reward Order. I want to kill everything. Ji Yu used his full strength with this 7-strength boxing, but he didn't expect to accidentally smash the wooden stake, and he didn't know if he would be asked for compensation. Forget it, since one has already been broken, let's continue. Ji Yu didn't bother to care so much, and went on to the next stake. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Huang Tier's middle-level mysterious skill 7 Jin Quan successfully broke through to Fu Hua Qingqing. It was another punch that smashed the stakes, and at the same time Ji Yu's 7 Jin Quan had reached the realm of professional fist. As long as it broke through once more, it would automatically be upgraded to the Huangjie's superior boxing technique. Now he has smashed 2 stakes, then the 3rd, 4th, 5th. It wasn't until Ji Yu smashed most of the wooden stakes in the martial arts field with his fist that many of the Lin family's children suddenly reacted. Wait, why is this guy still destroying the stakes? I'm afraid this guy is crazy, he doesn't mean to stop at all. Is it possible that he wants to destroy all the stakes here? Hurry up and stop him, if we are found out, we will all be miserable. Damn, you said so lightly, are you going to stop him from trying? Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, but no one dared to step forward to stop the black-robed boy. Even the stiff stakes couldn't hold the boy's punch, and they rushed up for fear that they would fall apart. At this moment, a rebuke came from behind them. Why are you all standing there stupidly? Why don't you hurry up to practice martial arts? I saw a burly middle-aged man approaching. These children of the Lin family discovered that Guan Lin was here, and immediately began to speak. Guardian Lin, look at it, that guy has destroyed most of the wooden stakes on the martial arts field. Yeah, we can't practice martial arts well if that guy does this. We also want to stop him, but we can't beat him at all. Hearing these complaints, the burly middle-aged man known as Guan Shi immediately frowned and looked up at the black-robed boy. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He originally thought that these guys were too exaggerated. How could someone destroy the wooden stakes in the martial arts field? But the fact at this moment is that most of the wooden stakes in the martial arts field have become residues. You kid, stop me. The burly middle-aged man came back to his senses and immediately rebuked the black-robed boy. Ji Yu selectively ignored the burly middle-aged voice, because he felt that 7 Jin Quan would immediately break through to the realm of peak and peak, which meant that he could be upgraded to a Huang-level superior boxing technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Huang Tier's medium-level mysterious skill, 7 Jin Quan, successfully broke through to peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the 7-strength boxing of the middle-level mysterious skill of the yellow rank is full, and it will automatically be upgraded to the upper-level yellow-ranked mysterious skill Smash Fist. Seeing that this kid dared to ignore him, the burly middle-aged walked towards Ji Yu with an angry expression. You kid didn't hear me, did you? Roll. Ji Yu faintly spit out 2 words. You. Being provoked by a little Mao Tu again and again, the burly middle-aged can't bear it completely. Oh, you little Mao Tu, let me see if I can take care of you. He slapped Ji Yu with a slap, and saw that Ji Yu displayed his stone fist at a faster speed. Because Ji Yu's speed is so fast, the burly middle-aged man has no time to react at all. The next moment, the burly middle-aged flew directly a few meters away and fell to the ground unconscious. At this moment, the children of the Lin family around were shocked. They knew very well that Guan Shi had the 8-fold perfect cultivation base of the body tempering realm, but was knocked down by the black-robed boy with a punch, and there was no room to fight back. At this moment, Ji Yu looked at the burly middle-aged who fell on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Those wooden stakes are not valuable things in themselves, and he can compensate at any time if he wants him to pay. But this guy is going to find something, isn't this asking for trouble? Now that both the boxing technique and the body technique have been upgraded to the first-class technique of the yellow rank, Ji Yu didn't plan to stay here, and then slowly left. Ji Yu walked out of the Lin family mansion, ready to go shopping on the street. Not long after he left the Lin mansion, he suddenly found a man posting something on the wall. He walked over curiously and found that it was a portrait of himself. I saw the portrait on the wall, which looked exactly like him, and underneath it was marked a bounty of 1,000 gold coins, which was obviously a reward order. Ji Yu frowned, and immediately displayed Ling Yunbu, and came to the man who had just posted the portrait. He directly pinched the man's neck with one hand, and asked coldly, "Who instructed you to stick these things?" The man looked at Ji Yu with a look of horror, and stuttered, It's Master Chen Yan." After getting the answer, Jiyu suddenly exerted some force. He only heard a click, and the man's neck was directly cut off by him. This person is Chen Yan's lackey at first glance, and he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. At this moment, Jiyu's eyes became gloomy and sharp. Damn Chen Yan, you really want to kill everything. Chapter 25 Jiang Yuexin's Invitation. Fortunately, Jiyu has a 999 times cultivation system, and with his current strength, he is fearless. The reward order is only marked with a bounty of 1,000 gold coins. This bounty can only attract some small and powerful solitary warriors at most, but any warrior with a little power or good strength will not give this reward order. Interested. Moreover, with his current strength, unless he is a master with a cultivation base that has reached the imperial profound realm, he cannot pose a threat at all. Jiyu wished to kill Chen Yan now, but the master of the Chen mansion was like a cloud, and he couldn't directly break into the Chen mansion and attack Chen Yan. What he can do now is to improve his strength while looking for suitable opportunities. If it doesn't work, he can wait until he is strong enough to fight the entire Chen mansion before going to Chen Yan to settle accounts. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and strength is the real kingly way. At this time, Jiyu was not in the mood to go shopping, and planned to go back to his residence to practice behind closed doors. At the same time, Lin Qitian had sent someone to investigate the identity of the black-robed boy, and now he was waiting for news. Report to young master, I have found out the identity of that black-robed boy. At this moment, a middle-aged man broke in. Lin Qitian's eyes brightened. Say it. The black-robed boy's real name is Jiyu. He was adopted by an ordinary family when he was very young. He came to our Lin family a year ago and became a servant. A few days ago, he broke away from the servant status. Recently, he has been active in our forest house. The middle-aged man said. Lin Qitian was startled slightly, and couldn't think that the kid really had something to do with their Lin family. Then how is his martial arts cultivation level? Lin Qitian then asked. When I came to our Lin family a year ago, I only had the second level of body tempering realm. It seems that I just broke through to the third level of body tempering realm a while ago. The middle-aged man thought for a while and replied. Well, you can go down. Lin Qitian nodded and said lightly. Yes. The middle-aged man left here immediately. Soon after the middle-aged man left, Lin Qitian suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha, it turned out to be a waste. At the same time, he was able to confirm that the kid was definitely not the person Jiang Yuexin was looking for. After all, the person in Jiang Yu's heart seemed to be very powerful in martial arts, and it could not be a triple trash in the body tempering realm. At this moment, a sinister color flashed in his eyes, as if he was making some calculations. At this moment, Jiyu is cultivating profound energy in his room. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Is that Jiyu? Patriarch Lin called you to the meeting hall, saying that the second lady of the city lord's mansion was looking for you. The man outside seemed to leave as soon as he finished speaking. Jiyu immediately broke away from the state of cultivation, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment, why did that little girl Jiang Yuexin come to him suddenly? He walked out of the room and walked in the direction of the conference hall. Not long after, Jiyu arrived at the meeting hall of Lin Mansion. There were only two people in the discussion hall, Lin Qitian and Jiang Yuexin. Jiyu first looked at Lin Qitian, and saw Lin Qitian looking at him with a playful look. Jiang Yuexin also saw Jiyu who walked in, and then she was delighted and said, You has finally come. At this moment, Lin Qitian was dumbfounded. Is this wrong? This kid is obviously a waste. Shouldn't the person Jiang Yuexin is looking for this kid? What can you do for me? Jiyu asked blankly. You are really boring. Seeing Jiyu's expression, Jiang Yuexin shook her head and sighed. Then, she took out a white card from her arms. Hey, here are the 2,000 gold coins that I owed you last time. This time I will pay you off. Jiyu took the white card and was immediately surprised. I didn't expect you to come to me to pay the bill. If Jiang Yuexin hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that the other party still owed him 2,000 gold coins. Really, who do you think of this lady? Jiang Yuexin's nose wrinkled slightly, and she said displeasedly, no matter what the matter is, this lady won't owe people money. Yes, yes, yes. Ji Yu casually said. Listening to Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin's conversation, Lin Qitian's expression became even more strange. He didn't expect that this kid not only met Jiang Yuexin, but seemed to have a good relationship. Now he can't do anything against this kid. If you have nothing else, I'll go back first. Ji Yu put the white card into his pocket and said to Jiang Yuexin. Don't rush back, this lady does have other things looking for you this time. Jiang Yuexin said, I'm going to the Monster Beast Mountain Range to collect some medicinal materials recently. I want you to come with me. Sorry, I can't help with this favor. Ji Yu shook his head almost without hesitation. Chapter 26 Jiang Yuexin, you said he was a waste. Why, don't you like hunting monsters everywhere in the Monster Beast Mountain Range? Jiang Yuexin couldn't understand, and asked. Is it necessary to ask why? I don't want to bring a tow bottle. Ji Yu said without evasiveness. Boy, Miss Jiang is willing to take you to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, but it's your blessing, don't be shameless. At this moment, Lin Qitian couldn't help but interject. He really couldn't stand it anymore, even he had to obey Jiang Yuexin, but this kid dared to talk to Jiang Yuexin so presumptuously. Not to mention that he felt unbalanced in his heart, and if this kid angered Jiang Yuexin by saying something wrong, he would suffer even the entire Lin family. There is no place for you to speak, just go away. Ji Yu said coldly. Lin Qitian suddenly became angry, just about to have an attack. But I heard Jiang Yuexin actually echoed, that's it, we didn't have your share of words to interrupt. This time, Lin Qitian was completely stunned. He was clearly helping Jiang Yuexin to speak, but Jiang Yuexin not only didn't appreciate him, but also scolded him with the kid. He felt more and more strange, this kid was so presumptuous, but Jiang Yuexin didn't seem to be angry at all. What is the relationship between this kid and Jiang Yuexin? Lin Qitian still doesn't believe in evil, and continued, Miss Jiang, I don't think you should invite this kid. This kid is purely a martial arts waste and will not help you at all. Why don't I accompany you to the Monster Beast Mountain Range? As soon as Lin Qitian said this, before Ji Yu said anything, Jiang Yuexin first said with a displeased expression, What? You said he was trash. She had seen the strength of that guy Ji Yu personally, and she believed that she was much weaker than that guy. But this Lin Qitian actually said that the guy is trash, doesn't that mean she is not as good as trash? Otherwise, this kid is just a three-tiered body tempering realm, and it is embarrassing to say it. Lin Qitian looked disgusted and contemptuous. Hearing what Lin Qitian said, Jiang Yuexin's complexion gradually became a little weird, he is the triple trash of the body tempering realm. Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji Yu weirdly, only to see Ji Yu smile, and did not speak. Isn't this at least the strength of the body tempering realm 9th layer? When did it become a waste of the body tempering realm triplet? Looking at Ji Yu's expression, Jiang Yuexin seemed to understand something, it is probably the who fooled Lin Qitian. She suddenly thought of some interesting things, and then said to Lin Qitian, You said he is trash, right, but this young lady is not as strong as him, then you mean this young lady is not as good as trash? Lin Qitian just wanted to say yes, but when he heard the words behind Jiang Yuexin, he suddenly felt something wrong and shut up quickly. He froze now, and he didn't react to what was going on for a while. Saying yes will offend Miss Jiang. Say no, and feel something is wrong. He didn't know whether to say yes or no. After a while, Lynch Genius reacted suddenly. That kid Ji Yu is obviously a triple waste of body tempering realm. So why did Miss Jiang say that she was scolding her for not being as good as trash? Lin Qitian clearly remembered that Miss City Lord's mansion was the #1 martial artist in Chaoyang Ancient City, and the martial arts talent of the second young lady was second only to the young lady. It should be said that Jiang Yuexin's strength could not be as good as that of Ji Yu. The more Lin Qitian thought about it, the more he couldn't understand, what on earth was going on. Seeing Lin Qitian's silly look, Jiang Yuexin almost couldn't help laughing. But she didn't intend to continue joking, and said to Lin Qiqian with her usual face, "Just forget what you say to this lady, and nothing will happen to you next." Then she turned to Ji Yu and said, "Let's go, Ji Yu." Ji Yu didn't speak, and followed Jiang Yuexin out of the discussion hall. He really didn't want to stay with Lin Qiqian anymore. Until Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu left, Lin Qiqian was still wondering how he had offended Miss Jiang. Chapter 27. Don't treat Miss Ben as a child. How about it, this lady teased that guy for you, don't you have anything to say? Walking on the road, Jiang Yuexin asked Ji Yu. In Ji Yu's eyes, this guy was like a child asking his parents for praise. He thought for a while, then put his hand on Jiang Yuexin's head and touched it, complimenting, "Yeah, you are amazing." Jiang Yuexin was stunned and didn't react for a while. The next moment, she quickly patted Ji Yu's hand off, and pointed at Ji Yu with a face of shame, You, don't treat this lady as a child." Although that feeling, she actually didn't hate it. "Didn't I express what you said?" Ji Yu suddenly felt a little inexplicable, which was clearly requested by the other party. "This young lady wants you to show that you are not asking you to touch my head, but that you are going to the Monster Beast mountain range with me," Jiang Yuexin said. "It turns out that you are talking about that. It would be fine if you didn't say it earlier." Ji Yu felt helpless. Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but tremble with anger. They touched her head inexplicably, as if she was wrong. "Okay, let me go to the head office of the Monster Beast mountain range with you." Ji Yu smiled. After the things that just happened in the discussion hall, his senses of Jiang Yuexin have changed a bit, and he feels that this guy is not as annoying at the beginning, but he feels that this guy is rather cute more and more. It just so happens that he can go to the Monster Beast mountain range to hunt the monster beast to earn some more gold coins. In the future, when the gold coins are sufficient, he buys materials to refine the pill himself, and then sells the pill. This kind of profit is very high, and soon can earn a lot of gold coins. That's good. The anger on Jiang Yuexin's face disappeared instantly, and she was replaced by joy. "Then I will come to you tomorrow. Where do you live?" Seeing that Jiang Yuexin's expression changed so quickly, Ji Yu couldn't help but sigh that a woman's face is really faster than turning a book. He pointed to a certain direction, "Go straight from this road until you stop in front of a small forest, then turn right, and after walking for a while, you can see a small thatched house, where I live." Up. Little thatched house, that kind of place do you live in? Jiang Yuexin looked disbelief. "This lady seriously suspects that you are lying to me." With this guy's ability, she didn't believe that this guy would be willing to live in that kind of place. "What can I lie to you about?" After thinking about it, Ji Yu still didn't bother to explain. "Forget it, do you believe it or not?" "All right, then I will believe you once." Jiang Yuexin still chose to believe in Ji Yu. Even if this guy really lied to her, she could find this guy at any time, but it was relatively troublesome. "Then I will go back first." After speaking, Ji Yu walked towards his residence. Soon, Ji Yu returned to his residence. He sat on the bed, thinking about what had happened before. From his observation, Lin Qiqian should have sent someone to check his details. But no matter how you investigate the details, it is almost impossible to know his performance in the Monster Beast mountain range, so he will be said to be a triple waste of the body tempering realm. And he could guess from the fact that Lin Qiqian didn't mention Chen Yan, that guy probably didn't know what Chen Yan did. Thinking of this, Ji Yu couldn't help but smile coldly. Chen Yan also concealed that dog thing really well. It is estimated that in the entire ancient city of Chaoyang, there is no third party who knows about the dog thing killing people. After thinking for a while, Ji Yu didn't find any key clues, so he stopped thinking about those things and was about to continue to cultivate profound energy. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of martial arts cultivation, won by 999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of martial arts cultivation, won by 999 times. The whole night passed. Although the cultivation base hadn't broken through to the peak of the 9th level of body tempering realm, Ji Yu could feel that his current realm had become more stable. He has been taking pill to improve his cultivation level recently. Although the system minimizes the disadvantages of taking pill, the disadvantages accumulate more, making him feel a little unstable. Therefore, it is necessary to stabilize the state from time to time. It's already early morning. Go to the Chaoyang branch first to get the alchemist badge. Jiyu opened his eyes and looked out the window, muttering in his mouth. Chapter 28 Jiyu, this lady is here. Chaoyang Ancient City, Chaoyang Branch. A man dressed in a black robe covering his face walked out of the Chaoyang branch. This person was Jiyu. At this time, he had received the alchemist badge, and saw a badge engraved with a purple star in his hand. The number of stars represents the rank of the alchemist, and the colors of the stars represent the lower, middle and upper levels. For example, white represents inferior, blue represents medium, and purple represents superior. Therefore, the badge with a purple star in Jiyu's hand symbolizes the first-class alchemist. After becoming a first-class superior alchemist, he can still enjoy the corresponding benefits. He just obtained a lot of alchemy materials for free from the Chaoyang branch. In addition, he can enjoy discounts when trading pills in places like the Chaoyang branch. Returning to the thatched hut in the Lin mansion, Jiyu immediately took out the pill furnace and a pile of alchemy materials from Neji. These alchemy materials are all donated by Chaoyang branch free of charge, and can refine various first-grade inferior or medium-level pills. Jiyu immediately began to light the furnace and put a piece of material into the furnace. Ding! It is detected that the master has begun to refine the first-grade inferior pill, returning profound pill. The success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. About 10 minutes later, a Hui Xian Dan was successfully refined by him. Jiyu immediately continued to refine other pills. Since these pill medicines were the first-grade inferior and first-grade middle-grade pill, refining was quick and easy, and he finished refining all the pill in just over half an hour. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the second-grade inferior alchemist. After Jiyu finished refining all the pills, his alchemy attainments were also upgraded to the level of a second-rank inferior alchemist, and his alchemy level, soul power and other aspects of abilities increased sharply again. He took a look at the pills he had refined, 5 of which were used to cultivate profound energy, and the other 3 were used to restore profound energy. He grabbed it casually and stuffed the 5 pills used to cultivate profound energy directly into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the 9 peaks of the body tempering realm. Jiyu originally thought that these 5 pills would make his martial arts breakthrough to the 9th level consummation of the body tempering realm, but he stagnated at the peak of the 9th level of body tempering realm. However, he could feel that he was just a little short of being able to break through from the 9th level of the body tempering realm. It was nothing more than a matter of time. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Then came a voice. Jiyu, this lady is here. When Jiyu heard it, he knew that the person was Jiang Yueshin, and walked over to open the door of the house slowly. As soon as the door opened, a cute little head came in first. Wow, you actually live in such a place. Jiang Yueshin exclaimed. I didn't say everything, but you don't believe it. Jiyu said calmly, you wait outside first, I'll prepare something. After that, Jiyu walked back to the house to prepare something, but Jiang Yueshin directly followed. He glanced at Jiang Yueshin who walked into the room behind him, and said nothing. Jiang Yueshin looked around the entire thatched house, and said in surprise, unexpectedly, the house you live in is quite clean and simple, so why don't you live in a better place? I am used to living here. Jiyu said lightly. At this time he was taking the pill furnace and the other 3 Xian pills back into the ring. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yueshin suddenly remembered that Lin Qijian had said that this guy has a high alchemy talent, and then curiously asked, so you are an alchemist, you should have a high alchemy talent, right? It's just a so-so. Jiyu said casually. Cut, I knew you would say that. Jiang Yueshin looked at Jiyu with contempt. I'm ready to go. Jiyu said at this time. Then let's go. With that said, Jiang Yuexin followed Ji Yu out of the thatched cottage. After walking a few steps, Jiang Yuexin said again, "Don't you cover your face with a black robe first?" Ji Yu glanced at Jiang Yuexin with a slight change. "It seems you already know." "That's for sure, this lady is not blind, now the street is full of your reward orders," Jiang Yuexin said. "Since you know everything, dare to stay with me." As Ji Yu said, she covered her face in the black robe. "Why not dare this?" Jiang Yuexin said proudly, "Although I don't know what happened to you, it is different from my inviting you to the Monster Beast mountain range. What's more, as the second lady of the city lord's mansion, she didn't need to put the Chen family in her eyes." Ji Yu couldn't help but smile. "Yes." Jiang Yuexin suddenly seemed to be keenly aware of something. "Did you just laugh?" "No. You must be smiling. Take off the black robe and show it to me." I said no, don't make trouble. Chapter 29 Princess Hug, I won't leave you behind. At this moment, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin have already arrived at the Monster Beast mountain range. "By the way, I don't even know what medicinal materials you want to collect." At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly remembered something and asked. "It's a kind of hydrangea, which usually grows next to a swamp." Jiang Yuexin said. "Hydrangea." Ji Yu pondered for a moment. This is a relatively precious herbal medicine and the main medicine needed to refine some second-grade pill. But when it comes to marshes, he remembered that there didn't seem to be many marshes in the outer area of the Monster Beast mountain range. "I remember there seems to be no swamp in the outer area of the Monster Beast mountain range, don't you go deep into the inner area?" Ji Yu asked. "Yes, but the marshland is at the junction of the outer area and the inner area. The danger is relatively high, so I will look for you specially," Jiang Yuexin said. "Speaking of which, I wanted to ask for a long time, aren't you the second young lady in the city lord's mansion? Just ask the strong people in your city lord's mansion to accompany you," Ji Yu said. "No," Jiang Yuexin said, suddenly excited. She saw her face turn pale, and she shook her head strugglingly. "None of them." Realizing that Jiang Yuexin's state was not right, Ji Yu suddenly knew that he had said something wrong, but couldn't understand why Jiang Yuexin was so excited. After a while, Jiang Yuexin realized that she was wrong, and her expression was still a little low and said, "Sorry, I just lost my mind." Okay, let's not talk about this, we hurry to the swamp." Ji Yu immediately changed the subject. Although he didn't know what happened to Jiang Yuexin, he felt it best not to ask. "Okay." Jiang Yuexin tried to ease her emotions. Along the way, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin encountered various first-grade monsters. They were all solved by Ji Yu. Not only did Ling Tianbu and Stone Fist grow to a relatively small level, they also harvested a lot of monster materials. Then after another 10 minutes, they finally reached their destination. I saw a huge swamp in front of them, and the trees on all sides had withered, giving people a sense of lifelessness. "We'd better be careful. Not far in front is the junction of the outer area and the inner area. If you are not lucky, you may encounter a second-grade monster." Jiang Yuexin looked at the front warily and said. "Okay." Ji Yu nodded. The second-rank monster is equivalent to a human martial artist with a cultivation base in the Yushuan realm. As long as a second-rank monster appears randomly, they all have to flee. Unless it is the kind of monster that has just broken through to the second rank in the first level, Ji Yu may still contend with it. After all, the first-grade monsters and the second-grade monsters are just like the body-tempering realm and the royal mysterious realm. "I saw hydrangea." At this moment, Jiang Yuexin exclaimed in a low voice. Ji Yu followed Jiang Yuexin's gaze and saw a purple-red spirit grass standing firmly on the edge of the swamp. Before he could speak, Jiang Yuexin walked over quickly. "And many more." Ji Yu wanted to hold Jiang Yuexin, but it was too late. "Shit!" Ji Yu secretly shouted badly. Because he noticed that there was a very powerful demon in the swamp, there was definitely something that could not be lurked in the swamp. At this time, Jiang Yuexin had reached the edge of the swamp and reached out and picked up the hydrangea. At the next moment, a gray python with red stripes all over the body rushed out of the swamp, opened its blood basin and slammed towards Jiang Yuexin. Seeing a blood basin coming with a big mouth covering the sky and covering the sun, Jiang Yuexin was completely stunned and her smile instantly stiffened. Fortunately, Ji Yu's reaction was fast enough and instantly displayed Ling Tianbu. Almost between the electric light and flint, Ji Yu's figure flickered to Jiang Yuexin's side. He quickly picked up Jiang Yuexin with his eyesight and hands, and used Ling Tianbu again to escape. Only then did Jiang Yuexin come back to her senses. Due to the huge shock, she not only did not realize that she was being held by Ji Yu in the position of a princess, she also held Ji Yu's neck tightly with her hands. Ji Yu thought he had escaped safely, but found that the red-striped python was so fast that he was chasing after him. He gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. This red-striped giant python was obviously a second-rank monster, and it was not an ordinary second-rank monster. It was an existence he couldn't compete with. In addition, he is still holding Jiang Yuexin, his speed will be affected more or less, and it is extremely difficult to get rid of this red-striped python completely. But no matter what, Ji Yu couldn't stand waiting for death, and continued to use Ling Tianbu to escape frantically. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have realized that she was being held by Ji Yu a long time ago, but she did not struggle, but tried to relax her body as much as possible, so that Ji Yu would be less stressed. I don't know how long he has fled, even Ji Yu has forgotten how many times he has performed Ling Tianbu, and still can't get rid of the chase of the red-striped python behind him. Ji Yu, put me down. At this time, Jiang Yuexin said sadly. However, Ji Yu completely ignored her, and focused on fleeing. Seriously, if this goes on, we will all die. It is better to let my cumbersome drag on it, or you can escape. Jiang Yuexin still didn't give up her thoughts. She took the hydrangeas from her arms and continued, I only have one last request. I hope you can give this hydrangeas to my sister. I won't leave you behind. Ji Yu stared straight ahead with a stern face, and said such a word in a heavy tone. Jiang Yuexin was stunned, and then struggling with her expression, don't be kidding, you will die if this goes on. Don't worry, we won't die. Ji Yu said solemnly. Because he already felt that Ling Tianbu was about to break through to the realm of integration. Once he broke through to that realm, his speed would definitely be faster than the red-striped python behind him. After hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuexin understood that this fellow would not listen to what she said, and sighed sadly in her heart. She immediately regretted bringing Ji Yu to the monster beast mountain range. It would be her fault for the current situation. Chapter 30 Indirect Kissing. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's superior mysterious skill, Ling Tianbu, successfully broke through to integration and integrity. I don't know how many times Ling Tianbu was used, and the system finally strengthened Ling Tianbu to the realm of integration. Ji Yu suddenly felt happy, now he can get rid of the giant python behind him. Ding! Master casts Ling Tianbu, and Ling Tianbu gains experience points, 100 by 999 times. After displaying Ling Tianbu again, Ji Yu could feel that his speed was obviously much faster than himself. Jiang Yuexin, whose cultivation base was not weak, was also vaguely aware of this. She turned to look at the python behind her, and suddenly found that the python behind her was thrown further and further by Ji Yu. There was a hint of incredible color on her delicate face, and the beautiful eyes were full of colors. The strength that Ji Yu demonstrated once again shocked her. She suddenly felt that the boy in front of her was as mysterious as a bottomless pit, and she would never see through this boy. Hope rekindled, but the profound energy in Ji Yu's body was almost overdrawn. With a difficult expression on his face, he said to Jiang Yuexin, my body is not enough of profound energy. I will take out the Huixian pill from the ring, but I will trouble you to feed it to me. With that said, he took out one of the Shuxuan pills in the ring of meditation into Jiang Yuexin's hands. Jiang Yuexin looked at the Shuxuan pill in her hand, and a strange thought suddenly occurred in her heart. She held the Huixian pill in her hand to her lips, and a faint red color appeared on her delicate face, slowly leaning against Ji Yu's lips. Ji Yu, who was preoccupied with escaping, didn't notice Jiang Yuexin's appearance. It wasn't until a refreshing touch came to his lips that he suddenly realized that Jiang Yuexin had actually used his mouth to feed the Xian Dan to him. In fact, Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu's lips did not directly touch each other, but even so, Ji Yu was still struck by thunder. Ding! The master took a first-grade inferior pill, returning profound pill, and the profound energy recovery effect increased by 999 times. The moment Ji Yu ate Huixian pill, the profound energy in his body instantly recovered. It was also at this time that he came back to his senses after hearing the system prompt. Now that he has no time to take care of Jiang Yuexin's affairs at the moment of death, he forces his attention to focus on the front. Seeing the appearance of Ji Yu, who was just hit by thunder, Jiang Yuexin secretly smiled, but the blush on her face showed that she was actually more shy. Even if there is no direct contact, it is an indirect kiss. She didn't know why she was so bold all of a sudden. Originally she just wanted to tease this guy. Ji Yu kept performing Ling Tianbu, and looked back from time to time, and found that he could hardly see the giant python. Just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that there was no way ahead. He quickly stopped, and there was a cliff in front of him, and he looked down. Ji Yu's face suddenly became a little ugly. He just thought that he could survive, when God played him such a little joke. It is impossible for him to turn his head back now, because behind him is the second-grade giant python. The front is an invisible abyss, and the back is an irresistible powerful monster. There is no way to escape this time. Ji Yu, how are we going to run now? Jiang Yuexin said anxiously. She also had no idea that there would be a cliff here. Ji Yu was silent for a moment, then released Jiang Yuexin. Under Jiang Yuexin's suspicious gaze, he rushed down the red-patterned python without fear. Since there is no way to escape, Ji Yu intends to fight this red-patterned python. He flickered to the side of the red-patterned python, and hit the red-patterned python's head with a 7-strength punch. With a sound of poof, Ji Yu suddenly realized that his full punch had failed to cause obvious damage to the red-stranded giant python's head, and only saw a small dent. The red-stranded python reacted extremely quickly, and the thick tail the size of a bucket swept towards Ji Yu's waist at an extremely fast speed. Ji Yu's pupils contracted suddenly, but because of the great disparity in strength, he couldn't dodge at all, and abruptly took the sweep of the red-stranded python. Puff! Ji Yu suddenly felt as if his waist had been severed in two, and couldn't help spouting blood. His figure flew upside down, flying directly out of the cliff. His consciousness gradually blurred. He only heard the system prompts coming from his mind, but couldn't hear Jiang Yuexin's heart-piercing shouts. Ding! The master's body has been severely injured, and the experience value of the basic defense mystery skill, 9 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic defense mystery successfully broke through to the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic defense mystery is full, and it will be automatically upgraded to the lower-level Huang Tier Thick Earth Armor. Chapter 31 Sorrowful Emotion, Knee Pillow. Ji Yu. Jiang Yuexin screamed heartbreakingly, but did not hear any response from Ji Yu. She hugged Ji Yu almost without hesitation, but the impact was so great that she couldn't stabilize her figure at all, and fell down the cliff together. At the moment when he fell off the cliff, Ji Yu suddenly woke up. He felt that he had recovered a lot from his serious injuries, and his consciousness gradually recovered, as if it was because of the sound of the system just now. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly realized that he was holding Jiang Yuexin in his arms, and he fell freely down the cliff at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to change the direction of his body's fall, and lean toward the cliff as hard as he could, reducing the speed of his fall as much as possible. Ding! The protagonist casts the Thick Earth Armor, and the Thick Earth Armor gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ji Yu instantly displayed the defensive mystery that had just obtained the inferior Huang Tier, which could reduce the damage he received. Ding! The master's body has been hurt, and the Thick Soil Armor gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The master's body has been hurt, and the Thick Soil Armor gains experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Huang Tier's inferior mysterious technique, thick soil armor, successfully broke through to slightly small success. With the help of Huang Tier's inferior defensive mysterious skill thick soil armor, Ji Yu's back has been rubbing against the cliffs and has not suffered multiple injuries. It is estimated that at most some skin injuries. At this moment, he suddenly saw a huge rock protruding not far below, on which he could fall. Ji Yu immediately pressed Jiang Yuexin's head with his hands, and curled up slightly. Jiang Yuexin was stunned for a while. Although Ji Yu's movements were a bit rude, her warm chest made her feel at ease, and she could almost hear Ji Yu's heartbeat, making her heart beat. When he was about to fall onto the huge rock, Ji Yu immediately used his thick soil armor, in an attempt to relieve his injuries. Hearing a muffled sound of bang, Ji Yu fell on the stone with his back. Except for a slight pain in his back, he did not suffer much damage. However, the waist injury that was severely injured by the red-patterned python was severe and the pain was unbearable, making it difficult for him to get up. The waist is the core torso of the human body, and every move will involve the waist, so Ji Yu just lay motionless on the stone to avoid some unnecessary pain. Jiang Yuexin got up from Ji Yu's arms and looked at Ji Yu, whose face was slightly pale, and couldn't help laughing and crying, "You are really a hopeless bastard. Let me rest first." Ji Yu only felt exhausted, a burst of sleepiness struck him, and gradually closed his eyes. Wait! Jiang Yuexin was shocked and she shook Ji Yu's shoulder vigorously, "Don't die." Ji Yu was awakened by Jiang Yuexin's shaking and the continuous system prompts in his mind. Now his body is still very fragile, Jiang Yuexin's strong shaking can cause slight damage to him. He immediately opened his eyes and smiled bitterly, "Don't shake it, I'm not dead yet. If I shake it any longer, I really will be shaken to death by you." Jiang Yuexin realized that she was wrong, and then said with a very embarrassed expression, "Sorry. I just want to take a break, I'm too tired now." Ji Yu guessed that Jiang Yuexin should have misunderstood what she meant, and then explained. Too much had happened before, and his waist was seriously injured. Now he is simply exhausted. Okay. Jiang Yuexin nodded while wiping tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's mood stabilized, Ji Yu closed his eyes and continued to rest. Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji Yu's sleeping face and suddenly her heart jumped. Her face suddenly reddened, slowly moving towards Ji Yu's face. He gently lifted Ji Yu's head with his hands, put his legs under Ji Yoho's head, and then slowly put Ji Yoho's head on his thighs. Chapter 32 Just a drop of water, what are you afraid of? I don't know how long it took, Ji Yu gradually woke up from his sleep. The moment he regained consciousness, he suddenly felt a warm and soft radiating from the back of his head, as if lying on a comfortable pillow, but for some reason there was a warm touch. He slowly opened his eyes, and what led to his eyes was a long jade leg. At this moment, Ji Yu couldn't help being stunned, and he couldn't realize what happened. Then he turned his head and saw that he was lying on Jiang Yuexin's lap. He frowned slightly and thought about it carefully. He remembers that he didn't do this at all before he fell asleep. Could it be that after falling asleep, he climbed onto someone's lap? Damn it! Thinking of this, Ji Yu couldn't calm down. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin, who was napping, felt a little itchy thigh, and then found that Ji Yu woke up. Ji Yu, you finally woke up. Jiang Yuexin said with joy. Ji Yu's first reaction to Jiang Yuexin's expression was very unexpected. Logically speaking, when Jiang Yuexin saw him lying on his lap, shouldn't his normal reaction be ashamed and angry? But Ji Yu said nothing, and sat up calmly. Now he can still feel the pain from his waist. It is estimated that he has suffered an internal injury that is difficult to heal, but at least it is much better than at the beginning. Speaking of which, Ji Yugang asked something, and suddenly saw a dark cave behind him. He glanced at the gray sky again, and said helplessly, "It looks like we can only spend the night in this cave tonight." Overnight? Realizing that he and Ji Yu, a lone man and a widow, are going to spend the night in a dark cave, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but think about it. She saw her face getting redder and red, and she soon became like a red apple. However, Jiyu might not have noticed, or she might not care at all, and walked into the cave on her own. Let's go in and explore the entire cave, so as not to be attacked by monsters while sleeping at night. Okay. Although Jiang Yuexin was very shy, she could only go in with Jiyu. There is no shining object in the cave. The later Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin walk inside, the darker the surroundings will be. In the end, they will lose sight of anything. Is there anything on you that can shine? It's too dark in there. Jiang Yuexin grabbed Jiyu's clothes corner with one hand, and said timidly. Why, are you afraid of the dark when you are so old? Jiyu couldn't help but vomit. How is it possible? I'm just not used to it. Jiang Yu said stiffly, but her slightly trembling legs betrayed her. Jiyu shrugged a little helplessly, and said, I don't have anything shiny on my body. Just follow me and don't spread out. Okay. Jiang Yuexin whispered. She didn't look anywhere, just like this, holding Jiyu's clothes with her hands and closely following Jiyu. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above. Jiyu's consciousness was very keen, and he immediately noticed this drop of water. Although he knew it was a drop of completely harmless water drop, but still subconsciously tilted his head, completely avoiding this drop of water drop. Tick. The next moment, I just listened to the sound of water drops falling to the ground. The sound was supposed to be small, but it seemed very loud in this silent cave. Babble. It happened that this drop of water dripped on Jiang Yuexin's feet. She thought that something was going to attack her, and suddenly screamed. Not only that, she subconsciously hugged Jiyu tightly. It's just a drop of water, what are you afraid of? Jiyu was a little speechless. Chapter 33 Wangjie Exercises, Split the Sky. At this time, Jiang Yuexin realized that it was indeed just the sound of water droplets. At the same time, she realized her posture, and flung away from behind Jiyu in a panic. I don't feel any evil spirits around here, let's continue walking. As Jiyu said, he continued to take steps. Okay. Jiang Yuexin grabbed her skirt with one hand and the corner of Jiyu with the other. I don't know how long it has been, Jiyu suddenly felt a gust of air blowing towards him. His expression suddenly moved, and he quickened his steps and walked in the direction of the airflow. Not only that, there was a surge of profound energy in Jiyu's palm. If something bad happens, so he can react immediately. Huh. Wait for me. Suddenly discovering that Jiyu has quickened his pace, Jiang Yuexin quickly quickened his pace, afraid of being lost. After walking for a while, Jiyu saw a glimmer of light not far in front. The scene in front of me gradually became brighter, and I saw an uncontained stone gate in front, and the light was shining from the gap in the stone gate. Jiyu pushed open the stone gate hard, and his eyes suddenly opened up. What appeared in front of him was a huge space, which looked like an underground world with individual caves. It was about 6 or 7 feet tall, and its length and width could not be estimated with the naked eye. In this underground world, there are flowers, grasses, trees, rivers, some pavilions, many stone roads, and a simple small stone house. Wow! The sound of splashing in the river can be heard, there are still many fishes playing in the river, and the surrounding trees are scattered all around, a lively scene. There is also a pavilion outside the small stone house. In that pavilion are stone tables and chairs, and old teapots and several teacups are also placed on the stone tables. Looking at this peculiar scene in front of him, Jiyu gradually became vigilant, not daring to act rashly. It's so beautiful. Jiang Yuexin who was following him couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiyu made a hush gesture to Jiang Yuexin, be quiet, there may be people living here. The reason why he didn't walk in easily was because he was afraid that there would be some hidden old monsters living in seclusion here, and others would be disgusted if he rushed into other people's residences. He observed the surroundings for a while, no one was seen, and then he whispered, is anyone here? After a long time, there was no response. Is anyone here? Jiyu asked several times, but no one responded, he could only hear his own voice echoing in the cave. His eyes flickered slightly. He walked into this underground world cautiously, and at the same time he was mentally prepared. Seeing Ji Yu walk in, Jiang Yuexin cautiously followed behind him. Ji Yu walked straight to the small stone house. If anyone was there, they would definitely be there. He walked over and knocked on the sherman lightly. After a long time, there was no response, so he pushed open the sherman in a hurry. After observing it, there was no one in this little stone house. This little stone house was about the same size as the thatched house he lived in, and there seemed to be nothing in it except for some very simple living utensils. Is there anything in it? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's little head suddenly poked in and asked quietly. Nothing special, there should have been no one in this underground world long ago. Ji Yu shook his head. Afterwards, he looked up and found a portrait hanging on the wall. There is a peerless beauty in the painting, with white hair fluttering, her eyes twinkling, her body is filled with monstrous evil spirits, like a witch of the world. Just a portrait made Ji Yu feel a little sluggish. Although the woman in the painting is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen since he came to this world, even Yu Shuyun and Jiang Yuexin are a bit worse than them. But in fact, he was not sluggish because of obsessed with the woman in the painting, but because of the prompt sound from the system. Ding! Master watched the portrait of the seventh witch, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master, for successfully comprehending the first volume of the fragmented sky breaking of Wang Jie's technique, breaking the heavens. You can see the secret. At this moment, a lot of knowledge about sky splitting appeared in Ji Yu's mind. He was taken aback for a moment, then he was ecstatic. In his cognition, there are only 4 levels of exercises: Huang, Xian, Earth, and Heaven, and there is a Wang level exercise that sounds very awesome. This Wang rank cultivation method must be above the Heaven rank. Taking a casual glance at the portrait, you can comprehend the Wang level exercises that are more advanced than the Tian level. This is no one. At this time, Jiang Yuexin pouted from the side and said, "It's a shame that a guy can see a picture and is almost drooling." Chapter 34 Shicheng, Split the Sky, Double the Speed of Practice. Ji Yu couldn't help being a little speechless. He didn't know how to explain it, so he simply didn't explain it. After all, it is impossible for him to say that he was a little gaff because he had obtained a Wang-level cultivation technique. Anyway, there is no one in this underground world. Let's live here temporarily before thinking of a way out. Ji Yu returns to the topic. In fact, he has a way to get out, and that is to climb directly from the cliff at the entrance of the cave, but now he has a serious waist injury and is unable to exercise much, let alone climb the cliff with Jiang Yuexin on his back. Then I will clean it first. Jiang Yuexin was no longer obsessed with Ji Yu's obsession with portraits, and walked out of the small stone house to look for the river. After tossing for a long time today, she is now covered with dust, which makes her very uncomfortable. Ji Yu continued to look at the portrait on the wall, trying to see if he could get something else. After a while, the system didn't send any more prompts, which seemed to be useless. Yes, you can't be too greedy. A Wang-level exercise is enough to be abnormal. Ji Yu shook his head and smiled. Next, he is going to flip through the relevant knowledge in his mind to see how awesome this Wang-level exercise, sky splitting, is. I found knowledge about splitting sky in my mind, and read it immediately. After about a few minutes, Ji Yu figured it out. This sky splitting is indeed a Wang-level technique higher than the heavenly rank, but he only has the first volume, which is simply a fragment, and he doesn't know how many volumes there will be in the future. But fortunately this is the first volume, at least it can be used for cultivation. If it were the second or third volume, it would be trash, and a secret book with neither head nor tail can't be practiced at all. The so-called cracking the sky is precisely the breaking of the sky. Once you have learned the first level of the sky-splitting technique, you will be able to break free from part of the restraint from the heavens, the speed of absorbing the profound energy will be directly doubled, and the quality of the profound energy in the body will also be improved. While Ji Yu was reading the knowledge in his mind, the system's prompt sound continued to sound. Ding! The master took a look at the first volume of the fragments of Wang Tian cultivation, sky splitting, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master, for successfully comprehending the first stage of Wang Jie's cultivation technique, sky splitting. This is also okay. Ji Yu was surprised by the awesomeness of the system again. Even if it is Wang Tier's cultivation technique, you can instantly understand it at a glance. Who in this world can be more powerful than him? At this time, Ji Yu was going to give it a try, whether the speed of cultivating profound energy really doubled. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of Budo cultivation, 2 by 999 times. Sure enough, by listening to the prompt sound from the system, the practice speed has indeed increased, which is intuitively the practice effect. Now it's just a state of learning. Even if it's only the first stage, there should be a higher level behind it. Let's see if the knowledge will improve. Thinking in his heart, Ji Yu immediately continued to read the knowledge about sky splitting in his mind. Ding! Master watched sky split for 1 minute, and sky split gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master watched sky split for 1 minute, and sky split gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Sure enough, the first level of sky splitting can still improve the realm, so when it breaks to the realm of slightly small achievement, the training effect should increase. Ji Yu keeps reading knowledge, striving to break the first level of sky splitting to a little achievement. But after a long time, the realm of sky splitting remained motionless. But this is considered normal. After all, it is Wang Tier technique. It is indeed impossible to break through the realm so easily. Since the viewing efficiency is too slow, Ji Yu plans to try to run the exercises to see if the efficiency will be faster. Chapter 35 Try Grilled Fish. Ding! The master ran the sky split, and the sky split gained experience points, 10,000 * 999 times. It can be seen that the efficiency of operating the exercises is 10,000 times higher than that of watching. Ji Yu now understands that if he wants to improve the realm of this king-level exercise, he still has the highest efficiency through operating the exercises. It's just that running the Wang Tier technique consumes too much profound energy, and it empties all the profound energy in his body after just running it twice. He could only take out a Xian pill from the ring to take it. Ding! The master took a first-grade inferior pill, returning profound pill, and the profound energy recovery effect increased by 999 times. After taking a Xian Qi pill, the profound energy in Ji Yu's body instantly recovered. He immediately continued to run the sky-splitting exercise. After running the sky-splitting technique twice, Ji Yu's profound energy was hollowed out again. Now he still has 1 profound returning pill left in the ring, which means he can perform the sky-splitting exercise at most twice. Feeling that he couldn't make the first breakthrough of sky-splitting to the realm of slightly small success so quickly, he gave up temporarily. After taking the last Xian Qi pill, the profound energy in the body returned to perfection again. But this time Ji Yu didn't continue to run the sky-splitting technique. He planned to refine some more profound qi recovering pills after he went out, and then slowly cultivate this king-level technique. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin happened to have cleaned the stains on her body and returned. Ji Yu, I'm hungry, is there anything you can eat on your body? When Jiang Yuexin walked into the little stone house, she asked. How could I bring food with me? Ji Yu shook his head and said. What should I do? I didn't bring food in the ring, and now we can't get out. Are we going to starve to death here? Jiang Yuexin said with a melancholy expression. I won't starve to death. Are there fish in the river outside? Those fish can be used as food. Ji Yu pointed to the river not far from the small stone house and said. Fish? That means you can grill fish? Jiang Yuexin asked in surprise. She didn't expect Ji Yu to have this kind of ability. I'm sorry, I don't know how to grill fish, I can only say try my best. Ji Yu went to Tan Shou Dao. You can't grill fish. Jiang Yuexin was speechless. She was surprised that this guy had some ability, but she thought too much. At this time, Jiu also felt a little hungry, and then said, "Let's go, I'll go catch the fish and try it out. I must try it first." Fine. Jiang Yuexin followed Jiu. In fact, she didn't have much hope for the grilled fish. Jiu walked to the river, watched the fish swimming in the river, and quickly reached out and caught it. Ding! The master caught a fish, and the experience value of the basic claw skill, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the basic claw skill successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic claw skill is full, and it will be automatically upgraded to the inferior Huang Tian mysterious skill Shadow Claw. Ah, this. Jiu didn't expect that even catching a fish could give him a claw skill. But now that he has obtained a low-level claw skill, he naturally has to make good use of it. Ding! The master casts the Shadow Claw, and the Shadow Claw gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. Jiu tried to use Huang Jie's inferior Shadow Claw and quickly caught another fish. The use of mysterious skills to catch fish is probably only as extravagant as Jiu Hui. Facts have proved that this claw technique is really good for catching fish, it is fast and accurate, and he is not short of profound energy. Jiu continued to use Shadow Claw and cooperated with her body to catch fish. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's inferior mysterious skill, Shadow Claw, successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. With the help of claw skills and body skills, in less than a few seconds, Jiu had already caught a dozen fish and threw them on the river bank. Even if Jiang Yuexin knew that Jiu's true strength was very mysterious, she was still surprised by this scene. Jiu said, "Okay, these are almost the same, I will try to see how to grill the fish." Chapter 36 Being a maid for a day, something shameful. Jiu returned to the bank by his ear, and then went to chop some branches with his hands. He just chopped off part of the branches of some trees without hurting the trunks of the trees, so that these trees can continue to grow. Relying on the physical strength of the 9th level peak cultivation of the tempering body realm, he chopped off a branch with one hand. Ding! The master slapped a palm, and the basic palm technique gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the basic palm technique successfully broke through to the realm of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic palm technique is full, and it will automatically be upgraded to the inferior Huang Tier mysterious skill-breaking wind palm. It's the same again, but Jiu is used to it. Splitting a branch can get a yellow-level inferior palm technique, which is no longer a magical thing for this system. Afterwards, Jiu simply used this yellow step inferior palm technique to cleave the branches, still matching the upper body technique, which was quick and easy. In a while, many branches were cut down, and Jiu's broken wind palm also broke through to the realm of slightly small success. Jiu immediately placed these branches next to the dozen fishes by the river, and then lit a fire. While the fire was burning, he used a knife to thin the remaining branches, and then cleaned the scales of the fish, and directly broke the fish. The fish in this kind of river must be cleaned, otherwise there will be an unpleasant smell when grilled and smoked. At this moment, Jiu suddenly remembered something, and his expression was a little pity, speaking of which, we don't have any seasonings. When the grilled fish is tasteless, it will be more unpalatable. Well, whatever, I think it's pretty good if you don't grill the fish later. Obviously Jiang Yuexin didn't believe in Jiu's craftsmanship. Jiu suddenly became dissatisfied. Although it is my first attempt, it is not as unbearable as you said. You can look forward to it later. Let's take a good look at that young lady. If you can't cook the fish well, you will be my servant for a day, and you must obey me no matter what, how about it? Jiang Yuexin smiled proudly. Okay, if I didn't roast the fish on the other hand, then you will be my maid for one day and obey me no matter what, dare you? Jiu said with a joking expression. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin was taken aback, and then thought of something inappropriate for children. I didn't feel anything when I said it out of my own mouth, but it felt a bit wrong to say it from someone else, especially a man. But her dignity as the second lady of the city lord's mansion did not allow her to bow her head in front of Ji-yu. She saw Jiang Yuexin blushing, as if she was giving up. There is something that this lady dares not dare to, that's it. This is what you said. Ji-yu skewered fish from beginning to end with wooden sticks. Put 2 branches on each side of the burning wood pile to cross, and then the grilled fish can be fixed on the intersection. Although Ji-yu has never grilled fish, he still knows how to grill it. During the roasting process, the fish was tumbling constantly to prevent it from being burnt. Under the fire of the fish, the skin quickly turned brown. Slowly, she could smell a burst of scent, and Jiang Yuexin felt that something was wrong at this time, and it seemed that Ji-yu was about to be baked. In other words, she has to. During the roasting process, Ji-yu did not add new firewood, and charcoal fire slowly appeared. The next step is the smoked fish. The almost grilled fish meat gradually penetrates into the smoke of charcoal fire. Finally, when the fish oil drips down, the grilled fish is complete. It's already baked, you can try it first. Ji-yu handed the grilled fish to Jiang Yuexin, and then went to grill the next fish by himself. Jiang Yuexin silently took over the grilled fish in Ji-yu's hand. While looking at the grilled fish with bright yellow color and tender outside and tender inside, she couldn't help thinking about it. This grilled fish is undoubtedly a success. After that, I have to obey this guy's request, no matter what it is. If it's something shameful then, I can't resist it myself. Jiang Yuexin's face blushed immediately, and she took a peek at Ji-yu, and realized that Ji-yu was almost ready to cook the second fish. Chapter 37 Undress Broadband, Be Passionate. Before long, the second fish was also cooked. This one belonged to Ji-yu, and he immediately tasted it. Ding! The master ate a piece of fish with profound energy, and the martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. As soon as I took the first bite, the system heard a beep. Ji-yu couldn't help but froze slightly. This fish still contained profound energy. Although I don't know why, it was a big surprise to him. The cultivation experience gained by eating a piece of fish meat can be worth the effect of 10 minutes of cultivation. After eating a whole fish, it is equivalent to taking dozens of gradeless pills, and there are many fish next to it. Not baked. Jiang Yuexin. At this moment, Ji-yu shouted. Jiang Yuexin was still thinking about those shy things, and suddenly was panicked when Ji-yu called her name. By the way, do you feel any difference in this fish? Ji-yu asked. What's the difference? Hearing Ji-yu's voice, Jiang Yuexin realized that the fish seems to be a bit peculiar. After taking a closer look, his eyes opened slightly. There seems to be profound energy in this fish. Yes, that's the case, so you can absorb these profound energy while eating, but don't waste it. The reason Ji-yu said this was to remind Jiang Yuexin. After all, Jiang Yuexin couldn't directly gain 999 times cultivation experience through the system like he did. Even if he eats fish, he still has to absorb it to use the profound energy. Then Ji-yu continued to eat fish. Although there is no seasoning to put, Ji-yu feels that he is roasting well. The fish itself was not big, and soon he ate a whole fish. I can feel that my cultivation base has improved a lot compared to before, but he hasn't broken through to the 9th level consummation of body tempering realm so quickly. Ji-yu was not in a hurry, and continued to grill the fish unhurriedly. In the end, Ji-yu ate 3 grilled fish, and Jiang Yuexin ate 2. Okay, I'm full, now it's time to do business. Ji-yu stood up, looked at Jiang Yuexin, the corner of her mouth raised slightly. Business? Jiang Yuexin panicked suddenly, lowered her head, twisting her hands around Nini for a while. Just now you said yes, if I didn't grill the fish, you will be a maid for me for a day. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's silence, Ji-yu thought Jiang Yuexin would breach the contract. I will do it, just let me go. Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and gave it up. With a shy expression, she slowly eased her clothes button with her hands. Is it very hot here? Or else you blow the air here first, and then clean the small stone house later. Seeing this scene, Ji-yu wondered. Jiang Yuexin was stunned, and the hand that was unbuttoning his clothes also stopped in midair. What's wrong? Ji-yu asked. Just like this? Jiang Yu said blankly. Yeah, as long as this is the case, if you think it is not enough, you can also clean up the area near the small stone house. Ji-yu said, then I will go back to practice first. Then Ji-yu walked back to the little stone house, and only Jiang Yuexin was sitting here in a mess. Her face became more and more blushing, and she wished to dig a pit and bury herself in it. In the end, it turned out to be her own passion. Back in the small stone house, Ji-yu immediately sat on the bed and began to cultivate profound energy. Since he has understood the first level of the sky splitting of the Wang Tier technique, he can now obtain double the effect of practicing profound energy, so he naturally needs to practice more. Chapter 38 Is there anything dirty on my face? At night, Jiang Yuexin cleaned the small stone house inside and out according to what Ji-yu said. After the incident, Jiang Yuexin sat on a stone chair in the house, looking at Ji-yu, who was sitting on the bed with her eyes closed, and she couldn't help falling into a moment of thought. This teenager is the strangest man she has ever seen. At this time, she recalled the matter of the broadband herself just now, and couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this guy. She had already done that step. She also didn't know if this guy really didn't understand or wanted to do it on purpose. Didn't she have enough charm for this guy? This is the first time Jiang Yuexin has become unconfident about her appearance. She has never been like this before, and she doesn't know what happened to her today. At the same time, Ji was still practicing profound energy. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of martial arts cultivation, 2 by 999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of martial arts cultivation, 2 by 999 times. At this time, Ji could feel that the huge pit of the 9th level peak of the body tempering realm had been filled in half, and by filling in half, he could break through to the 9th level consummation of the body tempering realm. But the next moment he left the state of cultivation, because it was late, it was time to fall asleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yuexin staring at herself with a look that could not be described in words. He was puzzled for a while, and couldn't help but point to his face and asked curiously, then, is there anything dirty on my face? Ji Yu's sudden voice shocked Jiang Yuexin, but she quickly stabilized, nothing. Ji Yu still looked puzzled, but did not continue to question. I'm almost ready to go to bed, you see if you want to sleep inside or outside. Ji Yu immediately started talking about business. While I sleep, you can sleep outside. Jiang Yuexin said calmly. This time, she felt as though her heart was at rest, because she could see clearly that this guy was an elm-headed man, and she would definitely not attack herself. Thinking of this, she felt a little sad inexplicably. Then I'll go to bed first, you can do it yourself. After speaking, Ji Yu lay down directly on the outside of the bed and went to sleep. Then Jiang Yuexin climbed to the inside of the stone bed and lay down. The moment she lay down, she had an unspeakable feeling. This was the first time she was lying on the same bed with a man. Even if the other person is an elm head, she still feels a little shy. The mood was so difficult that she did not sleep well all night. Early the next morning, Ji Yu was awakened by his own biological clock. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin hadn't woken up yet, Ji Yu didn't intend to wake her up, and gently walked out of the small stone house. At this moment, Ji Yu stretched out subconsciously. The moment he stretched out his hand, he suddenly thought that his waist was still injured, and it would definitely hurt to stretch his waist. What? When Ji Yu was about to stop, he found that the pain in his waist was not as strong as yesterday. He tried to stretch out a lazy waist, and it only felt a little painful. How is this going? Does this hurt so soon? Ji Yu suddenly felt a little miraculous. He obviously did nothing, and a serious waist injury had already recovered a lot. Wait. If you insist, I ate those grilled fish yesterday. Ji Yu suddenly remembered the grilled fish yesterday. Although it was unbelievable, he hadn't touched anything other than those grilled fish. If those grilled fish really had the effect of healing his injuries, he would be able to get out of this underground world soon. It's better to grill a few more fish and try it out. Ji-yu thought to himself, and then started to do it. To avoid waste, Ji-yu only caught 4 fish this time. Afterwards, he remained the same, going to chop a lot of branches with his bare hands. On the way to cut the branches, Ji-yu strangely discovered that all the branches he had cut off yesterday had all grown. The self-recovery ability of these trees is so strong. Ji-yu couldn't help exclaiming. At this moment, his inspiration flashed suddenly. Could it be that he was able to recover from his waist injury so quickly because he had eaten the grilled fish roasted with these branches? He feels that he should be inseparable from each other. The self-recovery ability of these branches is so strong, it can't be unrelated. Chapter 39 Like a confused little cat. Next, just like yesterday, put most of the branches on the fire, and then use 2 branches to cross the 2 sides of the fire, and then use a knife to cut the remaining branches into wooden sticks. I washed the fish 2 or 3 times, then skewered them into wooden skewers, and started roasting one by one. Eat one after one is grilled. I don't want to eat too much when I wake up early in the morning, so I only eat 2 grilled fish. After eating 2 whole grilled fish, Ji-yu began to grill the 3rd fish for Jiang Yueshin. Just when he was thinking about waiting for the fish to wake up Jiang Yueshin's voice had already been heard. Ji-yu, are you grilling fish? I saw Jiang Yueshin rubbing her eyes with one hand, and walking out of the small stone house with sleepy eyes, like a confused little cat attracted by the smell of grilled fish. You wake up, this fish will be ready soon. Ji-yu said while rolling the fish. Jiang Yueshin went to the river to wash, and then sat down by the fire. She watched Ji-yu cooking fish for herself, and she felt a warm feeling in her heart. At this time, Ji-yu opened his mouth again and said, by the way, I found that the branches here have a strong self-recovery ability. I ate these fish roasted from the branches, and the waist injury healed a lot overnight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueshin opened her mouth slightly, and stopped talking. Just listen to Ji-yu continue to say, if there is no accident, you can get out from here tomorrow at the latest. At this moment, Jiang Yueshin couldn't hold it anymore, her face was a little struggling and said, should we get out of here? She lowered her head slightly, her expression a little sad. Seeing this scene, Ji-yu suddenly became a little concerned, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Jiang Yueshin was silent for a moment, sighed in her heart, smiled and said to Ji-yu, then we will go out when you get better. This smile seemed far-fetched in Ji-yu's eyes. This made him even more concerned. Jiang Yueshin obviously had some difficulties, but he couldn't guess it. Obviously Jiang Yueshin didn't want to reveal it, so he didn't plan to ask. The fish is ready, eat it quickly. Ji-yu changed the topic, and the heavy atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Okay. Jiang Yueshin took the grilled fish and began to eat, and her mood gradually improved. After processing the grilled fish, Ji-yu continued to practice profound energy. After half a day passed, Ji-yu still felt that he was too far away from breaking through to the 9th level of body tempering realm. The speed of cultivating profound energy is really too slow, so let's take the pill to break through the cultivation base after going out. Ji-yu whispered in his mouth. It was almost noon now, and he broke away from the state of cultivation, and continued to go outside to grill fish and eat, and he recovered as soon as possible. After filling his stomach, he continued to return to his house to practice, but he temporarily gave up on the cultivation of profound energy, and instead began to read the knowledge of the 1-level exercise, sky splitting, in his mind, and occasionally run the sky splitting exercise. Since running the exercise once will consume most of the profound energy, he will switch to reading the knowledge after running the exercise once, and wait until the profound energy in the body has almost recovered before continuing to operate the exercise, so that the interspersed and repeated. The efficiency is the highest. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the first stage of the Wang-tier cultivation technique, sky splitting, successfully broke through to the state of slightly xiaocheng. After another half-day passed, Ji-yu finally made the first breakthrough of sky splitting to the realm of slightly small achievement. It should be said that with the breakthrough of the realm, the training effect will also be improved. Ji immediately prepared to start cultivating profound energy to see how much the effect of the cultivation had improved. Chapter 40 Jiang Yuexin's Kindness. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of martial arts cultivation, 4 by 999 times. It can be heard that the effect of cultivation has doubled again, quadrupling compared to the beginning. This kind of training effect made Ji quite satisfied. At night, I ate grilled fish with Jiang Yuexin, then continued to practice profound energy, and finally fell asleep at night. It's another new day. Ji Yogong's first move when he woke up was to check his waist injury, and he realized that he had recovered a lot more than yesterday. Basically, this injury is a minor injury to him, which means he can get out of here. After Jiang Yuexin woke up, Ji cooked fish for the last time. After eating the grilled fish, Ji hesitated for a moment, and then said to Jiang Yuexin, I have almost recovered from my injury now, and we can go out. It is good. This time Jiang Yuexin didn't show the same expression as yesterday, and nodded calmly. Ji took a deep look at Jiang Yuexin, then got up and walked towards the exit of the underground world, which was also the entrance. Jiang Yuexin followed Ji silently, with no emotions on her face, and at the same time she didn't know what she was thinking. Ji was walking in the dark cave at this time, and Jiang Yuexin followed him by the corner of his clothes just like last time. After a long time, they reached the entrance of the cave. Looking at this familiar place, Ji couldn't help feeling a little. Fortunately, I fell here, otherwise if I fell to the bottom of the cliff, I would go to Tai Ding and cool off. Ji looked up at the top, and found that it was still relatively difficult to climb from here, the distance was very far. He flexed his muscles and bones, and then said to Jiang Yuexin, Go, you come to my back, I will climb up later. Jiang Yuexin was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted after a while, surprised, Are you going to climb directly from here? Otherwise, I have nothing else to do, let's go. Ji said helplessly. Okay. Jiang Yuexin walked over and lay on Ji back, her arms wrapped around Ji neck. Grab firmly, don't fall down later. Ji reminded him, and then climbed up the cliff like a gecko. But this speed is too slow, he wants to try to use his body skills to see if he can speed up. After using Ling Tianbu, Ji's climbing speed on the cliff suddenly became fast. At the same time, the speed suddenly became so fast, Jiang Yuexin's hands tightly wrapped around Ji's neck. Seeing that this was effective, Ji continued to use her body skills to climb up. After displaying his body technique, Ji climbed to the top in a short time, and then released Jiang Yuexin on his back. Finally come up. Ji sighed and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Then what are you going to do next? Jiang Yuexin asked suddenly. Of course you are going home, you have already picked that hydrangea. Ji said as expected. That was not what I meant. Jiang Yuexin struggled for a while, and then said, You might as well stay at my city lord's mansion for a while, so that you are safer. This is unnecessary. Ji shook his head slightly. He could hear that Jiang Yuexin was for his good, and wanted him to live in the city lord's mansion temporarily, so that he would not be threatened by the Chen family and the Lin family. But he had his ideas, and it wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Yuexin, but he still didn't know the specific situation of the city lord's mansion. Forget it, whatever you want, I won't care about you anymore. Jiang Yuexin looked a little angry. She was kind enough for this guy, but in the end this guy didn't want to. Although she didn't know why this guy had offended the Chen family before, but now it is not only the Chen family, but even the Lin family seems to have a bad relationship with this guy. At the same time, they offended the two big families in Chaoyang Ancient City, and most people couldn't continue to mix in Chaoyang Ancient City. Moreover, this guy was still a helpless lone warrior. If this guy is willing to stay in her city lord mansion temporarily, then there is no need to worry about the Chen family and the Lin family at all. Don't talk about it, let's go first. Ji said, otherwise, I will leave first. You go back alone. After speaking, he strode forward. You don't go so fast. Jiang Yuexin immediately followed up. This neighborhood is relatively close to the inner surrounding area, and she may also encounter the second-grade monster beast like before. If she goes back alone, it will be very dangerous. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's words like this, Jiyu also felt relieved. Jiang Yuexin always gave him a gloomy feeling before, but now it is finally back to normal. Chapter 41 Stop talking nonsense, just do it. Along the way, the two encountered a lot of monsters, but fortunately, they didn't meet the second-tier monsters again, and they were all easily resolved by Jiyu. Not only that, but his physical form, Ling Tianbu, broke through to the realm of furnace fire, and his fist, gravel fist, broke through to the realm of fusion. All the monsters killed were cut off by him with more precious materials, and now his Na Jia was almost filled with monster materials. After a long time, Jiyu and the two returned to the gate of Chaoyang Ancient City. Are you sure you won't go to the city lord's mansion with me? Jiang Yuexin was a little worried about Jiyu, and asked again. I am sure. Jiyu had already put on a black robe to cover her face. Jiang Yuexin sighed a little, let's do it, but if there is any crisis at that time, you must come to me. I know. Jiyu nodded slightly. Then he separated from Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin returned to the city lord's mansion, and he set off for the Chaoyang branch. It didn't take long for Jiyu to reach the Chaoyang branch. He did not show his face, only showed the alchemist badge, and immediately someone came to receive him. What does Sir need to do? The one who came to receive was a woman she had never seen before. I want to sell some monster materials. Jiyu said lightly. Sir, please come with me. The reception woman immediately led Jiyu to the trading area. Soon, Jiyu arrived at the trading area. Throwing out all the monster beast materials in Na Jia shocked everyone present. How many monsters did this person kill? This is definitely a master. I have also seen the materials of the first-grade ninefold monster beast. Maybe it is a master of the royal profound realm. This is too cruel. The total number of monsters I have hunted this year is not as large as his. The attention of the people who were trading around was attracted and exclaimed. How many gold coins are these worth in total? Even those in charge of the transaction were taken aback for a while, and it was not until Jiyu spoke, Mr. Trouble, wait a minute, we have to settle down. Jiyu waited quietly on the side, and after a long time, the man said, Sir, your monster materials are worth 3,800 gold coins. Jiyu nodded slightly and said, then score me in this white card. With that said, he took out a white card from the ring. This is the white card Jiang Yuexin gave him last time. It is a kind of business card, which is equivalent to a virtual gold coin transaction method. Good sir. Seeing that the black-robed man had a white business card in front of him, his attitude suddenly became more respectful. After a while, Jiyu's white merchant card had 3,800 gold coins, plus Jiang Yuexin's previous repayment. Now there are a total of 5,800 gold coins in it. These gold coins are enough for him to buy a lot of materials to refine the pill. Then please help me choose some alchemy materials, especially the materials specifically used to refine the second-grade and inferior pill. The total value should not exceed 5,800 gold coins. Jiyu said. The man was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly selected alchemy materials. During this period, people around were constantly amazed, and one shot was 5,800 gold coins, really bold. However, Jiyu didn't care about these exclamations around him. After a while, I saw the man approaching with a lot of materials. Sir, these are all the materials needed to refine the second-grade inferior pill. It is worth 5,500 gold coins in total. Please check it out, please. Hearing what the person said, Jiyu glanced at it casually, then took out a token from his arms and showed it to the person. The first-grade alchemist badge, then it is the price of 5,225 gold coins for your husband. The man said immediately. As long as it is a first-grade alchemist, you can get a 95% discount on anything purchased in Chaoyang branch, so the talent immediately changed the price. After deducting 5,225 gold coins, there are now 575 gold coins left in Ji-Yu's white card. He collected the materials of the second grade and lower grade pill into Neji, and then he left the Chaoyang branch and returned directly to Lin Mansion. Just as Ji-Yu walked to the gate of the Lin family mansion, he suddenly discovered that the guards of the Lin mansion today are much tighter than before, and the guards at the gate are twice as many as usual. "Hey, the guy over there, take off the black robe." Just when he was about to enter the Lin mansion, a guard at the head suddenly stopped him. Immediately other guards also surrounded him, and he couldn't move in or retreat. The captain of the guard cast a stare at a certain companion, and that companion quickly walked into the Lin mansion. Then, the captain of the guard said coldly to Ji-Yu, "The young master has an order. Anyone who wants to enter the Lin mansion is not allowed to cover his face with a black robe, otherwise he will be caught." Oh. Ji-Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Qitian would attack him so soon. After all, he was the only one who would go in and out of Lin mansion in a black robe, and these people immediately surrounded him without asking about the situation. There was no other possibility other than against him. "What are you doing with so much nonsense? You just want to do it to me, so just do it." Ji-Yu simply took off the black robe and said with a light smile. Chapter 42 Easy to Kill. "Sure enough, it's you kid, grab this kid for me." Seeing Ji-Yu's true face, the captain of the guard immediately scolded. After he gave an order, the other guards moved towards Ji-Yu with unkind faces. "You can try it." Ji-Yu smiled faintly, without the slightest panic on his face. One of the guards seemed to want to grab power and rushed towards Ji-Yu first. Ding! The master casts the stone fist, and the stone fist gains experience points, 100 by 999 times. With one punch down, the guard flew out directly, bumping into several companions on the way. Ji-Yu's punch shocked all the guards present. Their faces were full of unbelievable colors, stiff and dumbfounded. The captain of the guard team was also dumbfounded. At any rate, his subordinates are all elite guards specially trained by the family, and each cultivation base is at least 7th level of the body tempering realm, so even this kid can't hold a punch. Why doesn't it move? Ji-Yu sneered, "If this is the case, then it's my turn. Even if these guards dare not attack him now, he will not let them go. If people do not offend me, I will not offend people. If anyone offends me, I will do so. If you offend him Ji-Yu, don't think about it." Ji-Yu's figure flashed quickly, and he appeared in front of the captain of the guard in an instant. The captain of the guard is also a martial artist of the body tempering realm 9 layers. Although the opponent's speed is so fast that he can hardly see it, he can draw his sword in time to respond. He flicked a vicious look, and slashed towards Ji-Yu with his sword. The captain of the guard believed that this sword was fast and ruthless, but in Bai Juechen's eyes, it was just as worthless as a kid playing with a sword. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and his right hand clenched a fist and slammed it directly against the blade of the sword. Crack! Hearing an extremely crisp sound, the sword in the hand of the captain of the guard was directly shattered by Ji-Yu's gravel fist. The captain of the guard looked at the broken sword that was only half in his hand, his whole person was stupid, his brain was blank, and he even forgot who he was for a while. When the guards around saw this scene, they all looked in disbelief, astonished that their jaws almost fell. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had to know that the sharp sword in the captain's hand was a first-grade treasure, but it was smashed by this young man with a punch. Without giving the opponent the slightest chance to breathe, Ji-Yu punched again on the face of the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard couldn't react at all, and sturdily resisted Ji-Yu's punch. His last consciousness before coma was as if he heard the sound of crushing his facial bones. I saw the captain of the guard rolled out on his side and hit the wall of the Lin family mansion, smashing a pit in the wall. You can see that his face is directly sunken in, bloody, almost disfigured. The guards around had witnessed all this, but each of them seemed as if their legs were filled with lead, stiff and unable to move, because they were completely dumbfounded. The few 2 or 3 were still a little conscious, and neither dared to go up to help nor escape. In their eyes, Ji-Yu was like a humanoid beast, and it was not too much to be called a pervert. Even the strongest captain was beaten to death with a punch, and they went up to die. Ji Yu looked at the unrecognizable captain of the guards indifferently. Suddenly his eyes turned, and his icy eyes fell on the guards. The guards were all agitated immediately, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. There were even individual guards who couldn't hold on any longer and fled around frantically. Seeing that there was already a companion who had fled first, all the other guards also fled. Even if the captain is killed, there is only one thought in their hearts, that is to escape. If you don't escape, you will die. You still want to escape now? Ji Yu snorted coldly, his figure blurred, and then disappeared in place. In almost an instant, he caught up with the guard who had escaped the farthest. With a punch down, there is nowhere to escape. After solving one, Ji Yu immediately chased the next one. The second one is solved, and the third one is next. The fourth. The fifth. Sixth. Ding. Congratulations, Master, the Huang Tier's superior mysterious skill, Stone Fist, successfully broke through to the realm of Furnace Pure Blue. He chased and killed more than a dozen guards in one breath, and was finally solved by Ji Yu, and only the last one was left. Even the Stone Fist, the profound technique of boxing, unknowingly broke through to the realm of Pure Fire. You, die for me too. Ji Yu pinched the neck of the last guard with one hand and said coldly. I saw that the guard's face was suffocated blue and purple, and his eyes were full of fear. He kept tearing at Ji Yu's hand, but he couldn't shake it. He could barely breathe, and weakly pleaded, No. Don't, kill me, I'm innocent. Ji Yu smiled, helplessly, before you arrested me, did you ever think I was innocent? From the beginning, he had never done anything to harm the world, but because he accidentally obtained a spiritual pill, he was forced to destroy his family and was driven to extinction. The next moment, his smile stopped abruptly, because he heard Lin Qitian's voice. Stop it. Lin Qitian appeared at the gate of Lin Mansion, and the guard who came with him was directly frightened to the ground. Ji Yu glanced at Lin Qitian indifferently, then squeezed hard with his right hand, breaking the guard's neck. Chapter 43 Damn Chen Yan, and Damn Lin Qitian. Ji Yu, you are so courageous, saw you dared to spread it on my Lin Mansion. Lin Qitian looked at the miserable situation before him and scolded angrily. At the same time, his eyes are full of incredible colors. Isn't this kid a triple trash body tempering realm? Why is his strength so terrible? Even the captain of the guard disappeared, which seemed to be more ill-fortuned. From this position where Lin Qitian stood, he could not see the captain of the guard lying in the pit in the wall. Ji Yu Jiang threw the body of the guard in his hand casually, tilted his head and looked at Lin Qitian coldly, you have to die too. Ji Yu came to Lin Qitian in an instant, clenched his right fist and smashed at Lin Qitian with a stone fist. What? Lin Qitian was shocked, he didn't see Ji Yu's movements clearly. Even before he had time to react to what happened, Ji Yu had already appeared in front of him. Lin Qitian, who has 9 levels of perfect cultivation in the body tempering realm, subconsciously crossed his hands to protect his head even if it didn't help. Boom! With a sound, Lin Qitian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arms. Only then did he realize that the bones of his 2 arms seemed to be about to break. At any rate, he was also the cultivation base of the 9th level consummation of the body tempering realm, only 1 step away was the Imperial Profound Realm, and there were few opponents in the entire Chaoyang Ancient City Imperial Profound Realm. The strength of this kid in front of him was obviously above the Imperial Profound Realm, and he was simply not an existence he could resist. He was scared, his eyes were full of fear, and at this moment he truly realized what kind of monster he had provoked. Oh. Just listen to Ji Yu's cold voice, it's not bad, you actually took a punch, so can you resist the second punch? Hearing this voice, Lin Qitian suddenly trembled, especially when he heard the other party giving him a second punch. He couldn't take 1 punch, so wouldn't the second punch directly kill him? No way. Lin Qitian felt that he had to stay away from this monster. He gritted his teeth fiercely, resisting the pain in his arms, and tried his best to use his body skills to flee towards the house. Upon seeing this, Ji Yu sneered, do you think you can escape? Before the words fell, he caught up with the opponent at a speed far surpassing Lin Qitian. Lin Qitian had just heard Ji Yu's voice, thinking about looking back to see if Ji Yu had chased him, and suddenly realized that Ji Yu had appeared behind him. He was so scared that he staggered and fell to the ground, sitting on the ground and retreating in embarrassment. "You, don't come over." Lin Qitian looked at Ji Yu in horror and exclaimed. Ji Yu didn't stop in his footsteps, walked over and grabbed Lin Qitian's Tianling Gai with his hand, and only twisted his head with one hand to make Lin Qitian's feet float. Ding! The master casts the Shadow Claw, and the Shadow Claw gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ji Yu's hands were so strong that Lin Qitian only felt that his head was about to burst, and the pain was unbearable. He frantically grabbed Ji Yu's hand that was twisting his head, trying to break away from Ji Yu's iron hand, but he could only leave a little scratch on the back of Ji Yu's hand. Ding! The master's body has been hurt, and the Yellow Tier's inferior mysterious skill thick earth armor gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The master's body has been hurt, and the Yellow Tier's inferior mysterious skill thick earth armor gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's inferior mysterious technique, thick soil armor, successfully broke through to the realm of integration and transcendence. Although Lin Qitian's scratches made Ji Youyan's defensive mystery, thick soil armor, break through the realm, but in fact these scratches felt like scratching in Ji Yu, with almost no pain. His hand strength gradually increased, making Lin Qitian feel unbearable pain. Ah! Lin Qitian kept screaming. There were many Lin family children and servants all around who saw this scene, but no one dared to get closer. They all only watched here from a distance, and only a few people secretly ran to report to the top. Invite truthfully, did you want to attack me or listen to others' instructions? At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly spoke. Yes. Chen Yan instructed me, please let me go. Lin Qitian was so painful that his 5 senses were twisted together, making him very ugly. Okay, then you can die next. Ji Yu let go and put Lin Qitian down, but at this moment, he immediately hit Lin Qitian's chest with a punch. The reason why he didn't kill Lin Qitian directly at the beginning, but tortured Lin Qitian, was because he wanted to torture Lin Qitian's spirit to collapse, so that Lin Qitian would be recruited truthfully. Unsurprisingly, Lin Qitian really followed Chen Yan's instructions. It must have been when he was trapped in the underground world with Jiang Yuexin. Lin Qitian and Chen Yan colluded with the 2 dogs. Damn Chen Yan, and damn Lin Qitian. Chapter 44 Lin Zhanshan appeared and escaped desperately. A gravel fist smashed into Lin Qitian's chest, and a sound of shattered breastbone sounded, and Lin Qitian rolled back. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, protecting Lynch from the sky. The master of this figure is the current Lin family patriarch, Lin Zhanshan. Seeing that even Lin Zhanshan had appeared, Ji Yu's expression could not help but change slightly. Lin Zhanshan's appearance so quickly was far beyond his expectation. Originally, he planned to solve Lin Qitian and leave immediately. Ji Yu didn't hesitate at all, and immediately turned around and ran. This Lin Zhanshan is a rare expert in the Tongxian realm in Chaoyang ancient city, and the Tongxian realm is a cultivation realm above the Yushuan realm. Ji Yu and Lin Zhanshan had no chance of winning at all, and they might even be killed directly. Hurt my son, still want to run? Lin Zhanshan's complexion was extremely gloomy, and he let out a cold snort, and profound energy surged throughout his body. I saw that the profound energy around him actually gradually turned into substance, forming a qi gang shooting towards Ji Yu at a speed that his body could not capture. The speed of this profound energy and qi gang was actually a lot faster than Ji Yu's full force of body technique, and he could catch up with Ji Yu in almost the next second. Ding! Congratulations, Master, Huang Tier's superior mysterious technique, Ling Tianbu, successfully broke through to the state of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of Ling Tianbu, the upper-level mysterious technique of the yellow rank is full, and he is automatically upgraded to the lower rank mysterious technique, Thousand Illusion Flash. At the same time, Jiyu used Ling Tianbu to escape from the Lin family mansion, and it happened that Huang Tier's upper class, Ling Tianbu, also upgraded to 1000 Illusion Flash. He was immediately surprised, and it was truly an unparalleled road. There is a big difference between the mysterious skills of the Mysterious Order and the mysterious skills of the Yellow Order, and the speed is definitely much faster than the mysterious skills of the Yellow Order. With this profound stage inferior body technique, he should be able to escape. However, Jiyu hadn't been happy for more than a second, and a substantive invisible gas blast hit his back. He suddenly felt that his back was torn apart by a sharp gas, and instantly fell forward uncontrollably as if he was hit hard. Ding! The master's body was severely injured, and the yellow-level inferior mysterious skill thick earth armor gained experience points, 10 by 999 times. I saw an extremely hideous and huge wound on Jiyu's back, and blood continuously flowed out of the wound that could not be contained. Jiyu looked pale and coughed up blood, and the piercing pain in his back made it difficult for him to get up. Seeing that Jiyu had lost the ability to escape, Lin Zhanshan's face was suddenly filled with a cruel and merciless smile, and slowly walked towards Jiyu. I absolutely can't. You must not die here. Jiyu supported his body with his hands extremely hard, the intense pain in his back made his face very ugly, and he almost passed out of pain. But the strong unwillingness and hatred in his heart supported him to maintain the last trace of consciousness. The grudge has not yet been reported, how can I die here like this? Jiyu suddenly bulged blue veins on his forehead, and roared in anger, desperately displaying the 1000 Illusion Flash. This was his last struggle. Ding! The master used the 1000 Illusion Flash, and the 1000 Illusion Flash gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Finding that Jiyu could still move, Lin Zhanshan's expression suddenly changed, and once again used the same move, another mysterious gas attacked Jiyu. But he suddenly saw that the Qi gang he showed this time could not catch up with the kid, and he could only watch the kid disappear into the distance. He didn't want to chase, but he was too careless, and it was too late to chase when he noticed something was wrong. Lin Zhanshan's expression became extremely gloomy again. Jiyu, dare to hurt my son, I must ask you to pay for it. At this time, Jiyu's consciousness was blurred. He didn't even know where he had fled now, but worried that Lin Zhanshan would catch up. He relied on the last trace of willpower to perform another 1000 Illusion Flash. After a while, his consciousness almost disappeared, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Suddenly he felt a softness on his face, but he couldn't even open his eyes when his powerless consciousness dissipated. The next moment he completely lost consciousness. Jiyu didn't know that Jiang Yuexin, who was walking on the road accidentally, found him, and when he was about to lose consciousness and fell forward, it was Jiang Yuexin who protected him with her body. Jiyu! Jiyu! Jiang Yuexin held Jiyu, who was lying on her face, and kept calling Jiyu's name. But Jiyu never gave any response, and Jiang Yuexin immediately understood that Jiyu had passed out. At this moment, she suddenly found that her hands were covered with blood, her pupils shrank and looked at Jiyu's back suddenly. Seeing blood flowing out of a terrifying scary wound, she immediately looked away and couldn't bear to look. Jiang Yuexin gently held Jiyu's head in her arms, tears could not help flowing from her eyes. How long has this passed, and what have you experienced during this time? It was less than half an hour before she and Jiyu separated at the gate of the city. In such a short period of time, the powerful Jiyu was wounded into such a miserable situation, it was really hard for her to imagine what happened to Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin understood that it was not the time to cry, and quickly wiped the tears from her cheeks. She carried Jiyu on her back very carefully. Although she is petite, she is also a martial artist with 8 levels of body tempering, and it is easy to walk with a man on her back. Ignoring the gaze of anyone around, Jiang Yuexin walked back to the city lord mansion step by step. Chapter 45 Waking Up in a Dream, Girl Boudoir. In a small room, a blood-stained old man guarded a young man, his eyes fixed on the luxuriously dressed young man opposite, his eyes full of determination. Go. The old man yelled angrily, and rushed to the luxurious young man as if he was dead. The young man wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, but couldn't wipe away the grief in his eyes. He fought hard to escape through the back door. Before escaping far, he couldn't help but look back. The old man in the house had a sharp sword pierced through his chest, but looked at him with a relieved smile. At this moment, the dream was broken. Ji-yu suddenly opened his eyes, but there was a whiteness in front of him. When he carefully saw that he was lying on a bed, he suddenly understood that it was a dream just now. Recalling the face of the luxurious young man in his dream, Ji-yu suddenly looked cold. Hiss. Ji-yu was thinking about getting up, and suddenly felt an unbearable tingling in his back. Only then did he realize that he was seriously injured. Your injury is still serious, it's best not to move. Suddenly there was a cold and pleasant voice. Ji-yu subconsciously exclaimed, Jiang Yu. He just wanted to say the name, Jiang Yueshin, but at the same time he saw a red figure. This is Jiang Yuechu. The girl in the red dress said. Ji-yu recognized the girl in the red dress as Jiang Yueshin's older sister, who had previously met in the grocery store outside the Monster Beast mountain range. Moreover, Jiang Yuechu was also the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion and the first genius of martial arts in the ancient city of Chaoyang. You saved me. The tingling in his back made Ji-yu's voice tremble slightly. It was not me who saved you, it was Jiang Yueshin. She didn't sleep last night, and now she is asleep next to you. Jiang Yuechu said coldly. Ji Youqiang endured the pain in his back and turned his head. Since he was lying on the bed instead of lying down, a slight turn of his head would involve his back, but it would only hurt more if he was lying down. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Jiang Yueshin curled up and sleeping beside her petite body, like a little cat. Seeing the remaining tears on Jiang Yueshin's cheeks, Ji-yu couldn't help but touch her heart, and slowly stretched out her hand to wipe the lingering tears in Jiang Yueshin's eyes. Had it not been for Jiang Yueshin to save herself, she would have died in unknown place long ago. And many more. At this moment, Ji-yu suddenly felt something was wrong. What Jiang Yuechu just said was, won't sleep all night. Didn't sleep all night. Ji-yu asked immediately, how long have I been in a coma? About half a day. Jiang Yuechu replied. That's it. Ji-yu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had been in a coma for several days. He continued, so, is this the city lord's mansion? In the field of vision he could see, he seemed to be in a girly boudoir. That's right, this is Jiang Yueshin's boudoir. She carried you here, and changed your clothes for you personally. Jiang Yueshin said expressionlessly, with no mood swings on her delicate face. Hearing what Jiang Yueshin said, Ji-yu couldn't help being silent. The other thing is that she didn't tell anyone when she carried you here. No one knew that you were in her room except me. While no one found you here yet, wait until the injury is almost recovered. Get away from here. Jiang Yuechu said with cold eyes. Ji-yu couldn't help but frown slightly, this woman's attitude made him very uncomfortable. But it is true that he is now in Chaoyang ancient city with enemies on all sides, and it is normal to not be seen by people from the city lord's mansion, so he did not say anything. Sister, don't talk to him like this. I don't know when Jiang Yueshin woke up suddenly, and she saw her Cheong nose wrinkled slightly. Say it all. Jiang Yuechu didn't pay attention to Jiang Yueshin, leaving these words to Ji-yu leisurely. Just when she was about to walk out of the room, she turned her head and said to Jiang Yueshin, and you don't call my sister again, I am not your sister. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's cold and merciless voice, Ji-yu's face became a little weird, feeling that the relationship between the two sisters was very strange. He glanced at Jiang Yueshin, and saw Jiang Yueshin look downcast and silent. After Jiang Yuechu left, Ji-yu solemnly thanked Jiang Yueshin, this time the kindness is inexhaustible. He originally planned to ask about the matter between the two sisters, but after thinking about it, it is better not to ask about this kind of thing, after all, he is just an outsider. Hearing Ji-yu's serious tone, Jiang Yueshin's originally low face couldn't help but puff a smile, who of us are so grateful. As soon as the voice fell, she felt that what she said was a little different, and quickly explained, I mean we are friends of life and death, don't misunderstand it for other meanings. Chapter 46 That is to become stronger. What? Ji Yu's face was a bit dazed, but he really didn't hear Jiang Yuexin's words have any other meaning. But Ji Yu didn't care about such trivial matters, as long as Jiang Yuexin's mood could recover a little. Stop talking about it, I really want to know what happened to you after you separated from me yesterday. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin asked suddenly. The matter is over, so I won't mention it. Ji Yu hesitated for a moment and whispered. The reason why he didn't want to mention what happened yesterday was to prevent Jiang Yuexin from getting involved in the matter between him and Lin Chen's family. The remarks made by Jiang Yuechu just now, plus Jiang Yuexin's gaffe in the underground world. Through these factors, he could guess that Jiang Yuexin's own situation seemed unfavorable. Although he did not know the specific aspects, he did not want Jiang Yuexin to be trapped in the whirlpool between himself and Lin Chen's family. Why, not willing to tell me? However, Jiang Yuexin didn't say this sentence. Okay. Jiang Yuexin finally groaned, her expression slightly sad. Although she knew that it was definitely the Lin or Chen family who had acted on Ji Yu didn't reveal the truth, and she couldn't help much, which made her feel very useless. He is not at all someone Ji Yu can rely on. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Ji Yu wanted to ease the atmosphere, and then joked, this room is really childish and cute. It must be your room. However, Jiang Yuexin did not react at all, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and embarrassing. You really don't know what to say next season. The two were speechless for a long time. Jiang Yuexin seemed to relax a little, she closed her eyes and took a breath, and said, your back injury is still serious, you should continue to rest, I will help you get some pills. The pill is unnecessary. There are many branches in the ring that I use to grill fish in the underground world. You will try to make the medicine later and it should be effective. With that said, Ji Yu took out a lot of branches from his ring. When he discovered that this kind of branches had a healing effect at the time, he deliberately collected some, but he didn't expect it would come in handy so quickly. Unexpectedly, you took these away. It's easier to handle now. Jiang Yuexin's expression was both joyful and unexpected, and then ran out of the room holding these branches. Seeing Jiang Yuexin leaving, Ji Yu began to think about what happened yesterday. He deeply remembered that Lin Zhanshan had almost lost his ability to resist with just one move, and that move was a unique move of the Tongxian realm. Once a martial artist enters the Tongxian realm, he can release the profound energy inside his body to form a profound energy channel, which can both attack and defend. It is an extremely powerful ability. Had it not been for his ultimate explosive potential to break through the limit, he would have died in the hands of Lin Zhanshan. At this moment, Ji Yu's eyes instantly became extremely gloomy, his fists clenched until his nails were embedded in his palms. The strong impulse in his heart made him ignore the blood spilling from his palm, and even the sharp pain caused by being involved in his back. That is to become stronger. I will fall to this point, after all, my strength is too weak. Should not be angry with the tragic and innocent fate, but should strive to become stronger, as long as the strength is strong enough that no one can rival, then all fate is bullshit. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Yu gritted his teeth and forcibly endured the pain in his lower back, and immediately sat up and began to cultivate profound energy. If he doesn't become stronger as soon as possible, and meets those of the Lin family and Chen family in the future, his fate will only be worse than it is now. Ji Yu was cultivating profound energy desperately, but he didn't realize that Jiang Yuechu was peeping at everything here secretly outside the window. Seeing this young man just endure the pain and get up to practice, a touch of movement flashed in Jiang Yuechu's cold eyes. It was a miraculous thing that this young man was able to survive to this day, and ordinary people would basically never wake up again, and it made her feel very incredible right now. Such a tenacious willpower shocked her. Jiang Yuechu stared at Ji Yu coldly, her eyes shining brightly, thoughtful in her heart. Soon, she left. Chapter 47 Otherwise I will ignore you again. Although Ji Yuna ring contains a large number of second-rank alchemy materials purchased from Chaoyang branch yesterday. However, in his current state, no matter how hard he is, he can't do things like refining pills. So he can only rely on the cultivation of profound energy to improve his cultivation. This is the only thing he can do right now. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, an exclamation came. Why are you sitting up? Hearing that Jiang Yuexin was back, Jiyu slowly opened his eyes. Before he could speak, Jiang Yuexin said anxiously, "You don't hurry to get down, why do you still cultivate at this time?" Jiyu was silent. Jiang Yuexin was angry and anxious. "I don't care what's going on with you, you have to let me lie down, or else, or." She thought hard for a while but couldn't think of any words to threaten Jiyu, and said anxiously, "Otherwise, I will ignore you again." Hearing this, Jiyu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "Just now I have to drink the medicine," Jiyu said. "I should continue to sit, otherwise how do I drink the medicine on my stomach?" "That's true." Jiang Yu's excitement gradually calmed down a bit. It was indeed because she hadn't considered it well. "Okay, you can give me that bowl of medicine, and see if this branch is effective," Jiyu said. With that said, he stretched out his hand to get the bowl of medicine in Jiang Yuexin's hand. "No, you can't move your body, I will feed you this bowl of medicine," Jiang Yuexin said softly. "Okay, everything will do." Jiyu smiled and put his hand down. "It's pretty much the same," Jiang Yu said with satisfaction. She immediately took a spoonful of medicine and blew it gently with her mouth for a while. The hot medicine was blown so that it was not so hot, so he fed it to Jiyu to drink it. Although Jiang Yuexin felt a little shy to feed a man with her hands, she did not dare to be distracted at all in this situation, and her shy and serious expression made her look cute. Ding! Master took a sip of the healing potion, the recovery ability increased 999 times. As soon as Jiyu took the first sip of the medicine, a warning sound came from the system. He instantly felt that the pain in his back was relieved a lot, and he could even vaguely feel the wound healed. But because the injury on his back was so serious, he didn't recover much even then. At the same time, he still felt a little puzzled. This was the first time he heard this tone. Why hasn't there been any system tone before? Could it be that when the fish was grilled, the effect of the branches was burned to the point that there was not much left, so there was number 999-fold increase in the trigger system? After thinking about it, he only wanted to come up with such an explanation. After all, boiling the branches into medicine almost retained all the effects. Ding! Master took a sip of the healing potion, the recovery ability increased 999 times. Ding! Master took a sip of the healing potion, the recovery ability increased 999 times. Jiang Yuexin carefully fed Jiyu a spoonful. Jiyu drank it one bite at a time, and his back injury quickly recovered. It didn't take long for the decoction to be drunk all night, and Jiyu could obviously feel the sharp reduction in back pain. He didn't know exactly how much the wound healed, but it must have healed a lot. "How is it? Is it effective? Do you need me to make another bowl?" Jiang Yuexin asked quickly. "Well, it works." Jiyu nodded. "Really?" Jiang Yuexin immediately asked with joy. "You can tell by looking at it for yourself." While speaking, Jiyu slowly turned his back. "And many more." Jiang Yuexin hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, and couldn't bear to look at the hideous wounds on Jiyu's back. Chapter 48 I just feel your hair feels comfortable. After that, Jiang Yuexin slightly removed her hand from her eyes, and suddenly realized that the wound on Jiyu's back was actually a lot smaller than before. Although it still looks a little scary, it has indeed recovered a lot. "Those branches are so effective, I'll go fill a bowl again." Seeing Jiyu recovering so quickly, Jiang Yuexin rushed out of the room with an empty bowl. Soon, Jiang Yuexin came back with a bowl full of medicine and fed Jiyu a spoonful of it. After drinking a whole bowl again, the wound on Jiyu's back healed again. It can be seen that his current wound is half smaller than it was at the beginning, and it no longer looks so hideous and scary. Before long, Jiang Yuexin brought the third bowl of medicine. In the end, even Jiyu himself couldn't remember how many bowls of soup he had drunk, and his back injury was almost recovered. He immediately got out of bed, moved his muscles and bones, and realized that as long as he didn't deliberately touch his back, he would hardly have much pain. Jiang Yuexin suddenly became extremely happy and sad, and she almost cried with excitement. Okay, I have almost recovered, this time I really thank you. While talking, Ji Yu couldn't help reaching out and stroking Jiang Yuexin's smooth long hair a few times. Okay. Jiang Yuexin rubbed her wet eyes and nodded. At the next moment, she suddenly realized that her head had been touched again, and then she rebelled. I didn't say not to treat me like a child, why are you touching my head again? I don't treat you as a child, I just feel that your hair feels comfortable. Ji Yu said truthfully. Yes, is it? A trace of joy rose in Jiang Yuexin's heart, and a blush appeared on her exquisite cheek, and she suddenly stopped resisting, and even bowed her head slightly in accordance with Ji Yu's technique. After a while, she felt that this was a bit too cheap for Ji Yu, and she stepped back to stop Ji Yu from continuing to touch her. Just let you touch it for a while, otherwise you guy will definitely get better. What are you going to do? Ji Yu asked suspiciously. It's nothing. Jiang Yuexin immediately wanted to change the subject. Next you will stay here with me, otherwise you will definitely get hurt again when you run out. Okay. Ji Yuqin gave an, without expressing any other meaning. He was also planning to endure it for a while and wait until he became strong enough before going to take revenge. Now for their own sake, the Lin family and Chen family must have already planned to join forces to deal with themselves. Both the Lin family and the Chen family were big families in the ancient city of Chaoyang. The masters in the mansion were like clouds, and there were no lack of experts in the profound realm like Lin Zhanshan. With his current strength, he could not shake these two giants. Not to mention finding revenge on Chen Yan, even Chen Mansion may not even be able to enter. Although Ji Yu is definitely not a problem to solve Chen Yan alone now, his background is also part of his strength. Chen Yan has a background like the Chen family, and overall his strength is still much higher than him. He wants revenge on Chen Yan, which means facing the entire Chen family. Not only that, Lin Zhanshan's old dog's life, he also wants to take it. In other words, the enemy Ji Yu is facing right now is the entire Lin family and the Chen family. Maybe there are some guys who want to take other people's heads for the bounty. The back injury should be able to fully recover in a few days. I have to improve my strength as soon as no one finds out that I am still alive. Ji Yu murmured to himself. He was so badly injured that everyone in the Lin family and Chen family should think he was dead. At this time when those people are most relaxed, this is the opportunity he should grasp most. At this moment, Ji Yu took out a pill furnace and a lot of second-rank alchemy materials from Neji. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuexin asked curiously, "Are you planning to refine a pill?" "Yes." Ji Yu nodded in response. While talking, he lit the furnace. "You are really an alchemist," Jiang Yuexin said in surprise. She didn't believe it very much when she first started, and now she has to believe it is true. After all, it is not so easy to become an alchemist. People with strong martial arts skills don't have the extra energy to practice alchemy. But Ji Yu was not only powerful in martial arts, but also a highly accomplished alchemist, which made her feel surprised. At the same time, Ji Yu had put the first material into the pill furnace, which was used to refine the Su Xian San. Jushuan San is a second-rank inferior pill, and it is the most suitable pill for cultivation in the imperial realm. Although Ji Yu's martial arts cultivation base hasn't reached the Yushuan realm, he takes the pill to give his cultivation experience systematically, so there is no such thing as an inappropriate argument. Ding! It is detected that the master has begun to refine the second-grade inferior pill, Jushuan San. The success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. Even if it was the first attempt to refine the second-grade inferior pill, Ji Yu's alchemy technique was not unfamiliar. Coupled with the fact that the system has activated a 999 times success rate of alchemy, he can refine the pill more calmly. "Ji Yu, what pill are you refining?" Jiang Yu, who was watching from the side, asked curiously. Jiang Yuexin didn't understand the alchemy, so he didn't know that he could not disturb the alchemist who was refining the pill. But Ji Yu didn't belong to this range. Not only did he refine the pill with ease, he could even chat with others. Chapter 49 Cut, I want to lie to Miss Ben. I'm refining Jushuan-san. Just listen to Ji Yu replied. Juxuan-san. Jiang Yueshin thought for a while, and then said in surprise, isn't that the second-rank inferior pill? You can actually refine the second-rank inferior pill? Nothing to fuss about, it's actually pretty simple. Ji Yu said calmly. Cut, I want to lie to Miss Ben, do you think Miss Ben will be fooled by you? Jiang Yueshin contemptuously said. Although she didn't understand the way of alchemy, it didn't mean that she didn't know how high the threshold to become an alchemist, let alone a second-rank alchemist. Jiang Yueshin was pierced at once, and Ji Yu just smiled without saying anything. About half an hour later, a Jushuan powder was successfully refined by Ji Yu. Ding! The master refined a profound judgment powder, and gained experience points for the pill path achievements, 200 by 999 times. This is the first time that he has refined the second-class inferior pill. Ji Yu can't wait to try this second-class inferior pill. He immediately took out this Xian powder from the pill furnace and threw it directly into his mouth. Ding! The master took a piece of Jushuan powder, and gained experience points for the martial cultivation base, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the Budo cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th level of body tempering realm. After taking this Jushuan powder, Ji Yu's martial arts cultivation level instantly broke through to the 9th level consummation of body tempering realm. Not only that, but he also felt that he would be able to break through to the royal profound realm soon, and the effects of this kind of medicine still made him very satisfied. Ji Yu only rested for a while, and then continued to refine the second material. About 40 minutes later, the second Jushuan powder was refined. Then comes the third material. After about half an hour. Then comes the fourth material. The fifth material. The sixth material. Until the last material. Ding! Congratulations, master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the second-tier middle-level alchemist. Ji Yu refined the Xian-San faster than once. In the end, it only took more than 2 hours to refine a total of 10 Xian-San. At the same time, he also obtained the entire second-rank middle alchemist. Aspect level. At this time, Jiang Yueshin, who was on the side, looked brilliantly at her beautiful eyes. The expensive Xian-San has always been expensive, but Ji Yu has so easily refined so many pieces in his hands. Afterwards, Ji Yu was about to start taking these 10 profound gathering powder, very much looking forward to which realm he would eventually reach. At the same time, in the ancient city of Chaoyang, the mansion of the Chen family, a certain hall. If Ji Yu were here, he would definitely not help being angry. Because almost all sitting here are his enemies. Lin Zhantian, the head of the Lin family, Chen Wuheng, Chen Yan, the Lin family, and the Chen family, etc. Many people gathered in the Chen family mansion, planning something. Patriarch Lin, are you sure that kid Ji Yu won't survive? Chen Wuheng asked Lin Zhantian. Of course, he hurt my son Qitian, I will certainly not be merciful, he will definitely die. Lin Zhantian said, it's a pity that he tried his last breath and didn't know where he had fled. It's not easy to find his corpse. It would be best if he really died. That kid is very variable. He suddenly increased his strength in just a few days. I don't know what happened. Chen Wuheng said with his eyes flickering slightly. Patriarch Lin, don't take it lightly. I chased and killed the kid to the Monster Beast Mountain range. At that time, that kid was also seriously injured and dying. In the end, my subordinate never came back. I guess. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly spoke. Oh. Nephew Chen Xian mean? Lin Zhantian asked curiously. I guess that kid got some chance by chance in the Monster Beast Mountain range, so his strength surged in these short days. Chen Yan said with a cold expression, don't easily conclude that the kid must be dead. If the kid is not dead, we'd better find a way to catch him and force him to confess his chance. Nephew Chen Xian is thoughtful. That kid is really weird. If it's what Chen Xian said, he should be tortured and tortured. Lin Zhantian immediately praised. Then it's settled. Starting today, the whole city will search for Ji. Chen Wuheng immediately ordered. At this moment, Chen Yan's mouth raised a sinister sneer. Ji, Ben Xiao can grab you once again, and you can grab another chance. All your darlings will always be the young ones. Speaking of which, I heard that nephew Chen Xian snatched a spirit pill from Ji's hand not long ago and killed his whole family. That spirit pill is so important that it is worthy of his nephew Chen Xian's fight. Lin Zhanshan's tone was quite curious. I have finished refining the medicine. As for whether it is worth my fight, Patriarch Lin will know tomorrow. Chen Yan said with a mysterious smile. Then I really have to look forward to it, ha ha ha. Lin Zhanshan laughed. Chapter 50 Breaking through Yushuan is not enough. Chaoyang Ancient City, City Lord's Mansion, Jiang Yuexin's boudoir. Ding! The master took a piece of Jushuan powder, and gained experience points for the martial cultivation base, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the first stage of the Yushuan realm. When Ji took the first of the next 10 Jushuan powder, his martial arts cultivation level directly broke through to the first level of the Yushuan realm. He had anticipated this a long time ago, and ran the sky-splitting exercise in time to forcibly suppress the movement caused by breaking through the Imperial Profound Realm. Ji didn't want Jiang Yuexin to realize that his martial arts cultivation had reached the first level of the Imperial Profound Realm, but didn't want to disturb the other people in the City Lord's mansion. There are many masters in the City Lord's mansion. If he does not suppress the momentum of his cultivation base breakthrough, he will surely shock many experts in the City Lord's mansion. At that time, not only will it cause a lot of trouble, there will also be many uncertain factors, which will do harm to him. In addition, in order to avoid Jiang Yuexin's suspicion, he temporarily put away the remaining 9 Jushuan San. After all, under normal circumstances, pill will take a long time to absorb. If ordinary people take too many pill at one time, they will explode and die. But Ji became an abnormal situation because of the system, and it would be strange if Jiang Yuexin saw it with his own eyes. No matter who it is, even if his biological parents are in front of him, he will not reveal any secrets about the system. Soon after, Jiang Yuexin said that he was going to order the chef to cook an extra meal. After Jiang Yuexin left, Ji took out the 9 Jushuan powder and continued taking it. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the first peak of the Yushuan realm. After taking the 9 Jushuan powder, Ji's martial arts cultivation base broke through 3 consecutive small realms, reaching the peak of the first stage of the Yushuan realm from the first stage of the Yushuan realm. He had not been able to fully appreciate the difference in the royal profound realm just now, and he immediately mobilized the profound energy in his body. It can be clearly felt that the profound energy in the body has undergone a qualitative change, and both the quality of the profound energy and the total amount of profound energy have increased several times. In addition, practicing the sky-splitting technique has brought about the same effect, and the quality and total amount of profound energy in his body now far surpass those of the same realm. However, the first-tier peak cultivation of the Yu profound realm was still far from enough for Ji. At this time, Jiang Yuexin came back with a basket of food. After eating lunch with Jiang Yuexin, Ji continued to practice profound energy in order to stabilize the cultivation realm he had just broken through. Jiang Yuexin seemed to understand Ji's difficulties, and would not bother when Ji was practicing. After about an hour or two, feeling that the realm of cultivation was almost stable, Ji left the state of cultivation. Ji didn't stop resting, and immediately took out all the remaining materials from Neji. The materials he used for refining before were all materials needed for the profound energy gathering powder, which specializes in cultivating profound energy. But now these materials are all alchemy materials to restore the profound energy pill. Ji prepared these multi-materials to refine the pill to restore profound energy in order to be able to raise the first level of the sky-splitting exercise. After all, running the sky-splitting exercise requires a huge amount of profound energy. Fire up the furnace and place the materials. After refining 5 great return profound pills in one breath, Gu immediately began to prepare to run the sky-splitting technique. Now his martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the first layer of the Imperial Profound Realm. It is estimated that he should be able to run the sky-splitting technique several times at a time. And not like before, all the profound energy in the body is only enough to run the sky-splitting exercise twice. Ding! The master ran the sky split, and the sky split gained experience points, 10,000*999 times. Ding! The master ran the sky split, and the sky split gained experience points, 10,000*999 times. All in all, this time Gu ran the first stage of the sky-splitting exercise 5 times in total, before consuming the profound energy in his body to a minimum. Previously, he could only run twice at a time, but now he can run 5 times. Obviously, the breakthrough in his cultivation level has more than doubled the profound energy in his body. After that, Gu immediately took a great return profound pill. The profound energy in his body immediately recovered to consummation, and then continued to run the sky-splitting technique. My profound energy was exhausted, and I took the Hui Xian pill again. After repeating this cycle, Gu finally consumed all the great return profound pill. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the first stage of the Wang-level exercise, sky-splitting, successfully broke through to the realm of integration and transcendence. Finally, when Gu was about to exhaust all his profound energy, the first stage of the sky-splitting exercise finally broke through the realm. Now that he has broken through the realm, he naturally needs to practice profound energy to see how effective it is after breaking through the realm. Chapter 51 Jiang Yuechu Lost. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience value of the martial cultivation master, 6/999 times. This time it went from 4 times to 6 times, next time it should be from 6 times to 8 times. Gu thought. He spent the whole day cultivating profound energy. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the first layer of the Yushuan realm. In the middle of the night, Gu's cultivation base broke through again. He immediately left the state of cultivation and was about to fall asleep. He suddenly found that Jiang Yuexin had fallen asleep next to him at some point. It seemed that Jiang Yuexin was already used to sleeping with him. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's lovely sleeping face, he couldn't help but gently scrape the pink little Chiong nose with his hands. The next day. Because Gu slept too late last night, it was almost noon before he slowly woke up. However, at this moment, several voices suddenly heard outside the house. Second lady, the big thing is not good, the eldest lady has been defeated. What are you talking about? Who defeated my sister? I was defeated by Chen Yan, the young master of the Chen family, within 3 strokes. When he heard the word Chen Yan, Gu was completely awake in an instant. Be defeated without more than 3 strokes? How is this possible? Jiang Yuexin's face was unbelievable. It's true, second lady, I have to go back quickly. The servant opposite seemed to have something urgent, and ran away in a hurry. How is it possible, how could she? Jiang Yuexin whispered, like a dream, incredible. Let's go and take a look. At this time, Gu appeared behind Jiang Yuexin, his eyes revealed a touch of coldness. Hearing Gu's voice, Jiang Yuexin suddenly recovered. You want to go too? She thought about it for a while. Gu and Na Chen Yan must have had a lot of grudges. The serious back injury of Gu before must also have something to do with Na Chen Yan. Wait a moment, I will find something for you first. As Jiang Yuexin said, she ran back into the house quickly, not knowing what she was going to get. About a minute later, Jiang Yuexin was seen walking out of it with a mask. What is this? In Gu's eyes, it was a flesh-colored mask, and he couldn't help asking curiously. This is the magic mask my mother gave me. It can completely change my appearance after wearing it, and it is difficult for anyone to find out. Jiang Yuexin explained. So you mean you want me to put on such a mask before going? Ji Yu could almost guess what Jiang Yuexin meant. Yes, although I don't know what happened next to you, I can see that you have an antagonism with the Chen family. This time Chen Yan will definitely be following a master. If you are seen, you will be in trouble. Jiang Yuexin said. Well, you really make sense. Ji Yu nodded. He took the mask from Jiang Yuexin and tried to slowly put it on his face. I only felt a refreshing sensation, and then the mask magically adhered completely to his skin. He walked to a mirror and looked at it, and found that his appearance at this time was greatly changed compared to before, and he could not see the mask on his face at all. How about it, amazing. Jiang Yuexin walked over and said, also, you'd better change your clothes. That way, the clothes will be seamless. Afterwards, Ji Yu put on a costume that was in charge of affairs. Jiang Yuexin meant that he would be disguised as the manager of the city lord's mansion so that he would not be discovered. After the preparations were completed, the two immediately set off for the competition arena in the city lord's mansion. Not long after, Ji Yu, who pretended to be a steward, accompanied Jiang Yuexin to the competition arena. At this moment, many people gathered in the competition arena. Ji Yu first caught Jiang Yuechu's figure, and saw that Jiang Yuechu was being helped by two maids to walk down the martial arts arena. Her pretty face was pale and there was a bloodshot on the corner of her mouth. It can be seen that Jiang Yuechu was defeated very badly, but he found that most of the people in the city lord mansion around him looked at Jiang Yuechu with all kinds of strange eyes, and only a few people showed sympathy. Looking at this scene, Ji Yu suddenly felt very strange. But soon he was relieved, and it was right to think about it. As the first genius of martial arts in the city lord's mansion and even the entire Chaoyang ancient city, Jiang Yuechu must be placed with great expectations by the city lord's mansion, but this time he lost to Chen Yan of the Chen family in less than 3 moves. The greater the hope, the greater the rebound at the moment of failure. The people in the city lord's mansion are obviously like this. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Jiang Yuechu really lost to Chen Yan without more than 3 moves. Although Chen Yan's strength is not weak, he is only at the same level as Lin Qitian's kind of guy, and he stays in the body-tempering realm with 9 levels of consummation. But Jiang Yuechu had already broken through to the first level of the royal profound realm, and the strength of both parties was not at the same level. But Jiang Yuechu lost, and lost facelessly, which is really strange. Thinking of this, Ji Yu looked up at the top of the ring, staring steadfastly at the crowd of bright Chen Yan. After many days, he finally saw Chen Yan again. Ha! Very nice look. Chen Yan reacted quickly and immediately noticed Ji Yu's gaze. But because Ji Yu changed his overall appearance, he did not recognize it as Ji Yu. But what he likes to see most is this kind of look, and in the end, he will let this person feel deep despair and powerlessness. That is really refreshing. Chapter 52 The Acquired Spirit Body That Should Belong to Ji Yu. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu was helped by the 2 maids to a middle-aged man. You go back to heal your injuries first. I saw disappointment in the eyes of the middle-aged man, saying indifferently. Seeing the other's eyes, Jiang Yuechu's face suddenly became paler. Sister, are you okay? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin ran over, anxiously concerned. Although Jiang Yuechu did not respond, there was a hint of relief in her beautiful eyes. Ji Yu caught this glance, suddenly thoughtful. From today, Ben Shao will be the first genius of martial arts in Chaoyang ancient city. Above the ring, Chen Yan suddenly spoke with a high profile. As soon as this remark came out, many unconvinced people were whispering in the audience. Oh, I don't know what happened to the eldest today. She actually lost to Chen Yan, and Chen Yan is now in the wild in our city lord's mansion. The eldest lady is really today. I always feel that she is a little absent-minded, and she is not really fighting at all. Although it did defeat the eldest lady, it shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Chen Yan glanced at the people in the audience whose faces had changed, and then smiled slightly. By the way, Ben Shao has one more thing to make known to the public. Not long ago, Ben Shao awakened the acquired spirit body. The acquired spirit body? Hearing what Chen Yan said, everyone present was shocked. How can they not know the acquired spirit body? This is a very rare physique. In the Kanglan Empire, almost everyone is the most ordinary mortal body, and only a few people can awaken the spirit body. Some are innate spirit bodies that are awakened at birth, and some are acquired spirit bodies that awaken later. Although the acquired spirit body is not as good as the innate spirit body, it is also countless times stronger than the ordinary mortal body. Those few martial artists who were able to awaken the spirit body were all peerless arrogances who suppressed an era, and in the end they all became a giant, the top existence of the Kanglan Empire. It was hard for them to believe that Chen Yan actually awakened the acquired spirit body. If it is true, then Chen Yan will probably stir the entire Kanglan Empire before long. Jiang Yuechu, who had not yet gone far, heard what Chen Yan said, and then smiled at herself. It's no wonder that I will be defeated so thoroughly, it turns out to be the acquired spirit. At this moment, Jiyu frowned. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan, the dog thing, actually awakened the acquired spirit body, and it happened to be in the last few days. He couldn't help guessing that the reason why Chen Yan was able to suddenly awaken the afterlife spirit body was probably because he had taken that spirit pill. The magical pill that Ji Yu had obtained by accident was forcibly taken away by Chen Yan, and his family was destroyed. Whenever he thinks of that scene, Ji Yu can't help but want to kill Chen Yan immediately. In other words, this Ho Tian spirit body should also belong to Ji Yu. Such a strong physique was snatched by Chen Yan, and Ji Yoxin suddenly resented him. But he couldn't do it yet. Chen Yan was accompanied by many masters, and once he did it, he would be finished. Forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart and watched Chen Yan leave freely. On that day, Chen Yan defeated Jiang Yuechu with only 3 moves, and Chen Yan's awakening of the Ho Tian spirit spread throughout the ancient city of Chaoyang. No one was shocked by this, especially Chen Yan's awakening of the acquired spirit body, which was a shocking event. Regardless of the innate spirit body or the acquired spirit body, as long as the spirit body is awakened, if it doesn't die halfway, it will definitely become the top powerhouse of the Kanglan Empire. The streets and alleys were talking about Chen Yan's heavenly spirit body after awakening, and it soon became a well-known thing in the entire ancient city of Chaoyang. Even before the next day, the news spread from the ancient city of Chaoyang, and countless forces in the Kanglan Empire were alarmed. Kanglan Imperial College directly stated that it would go to the Chen family in the ancient city of Chaoyang to enroll students in 7 days, which is equivalent to saying clearly. The intention was very obvious, and that was to recruit Chen Yan, who had awakened the acquired spirit body, into Kanglan Imperial College. As soon as the news of Kanglan Empire came out, it directly shook everyone up and down in the ancient city of Chaoyang, and it also shook countless forces in the Kanglan Empire. Kanglan Empire Academy is the #1 transcendent force in the entire Kanglan Empire, and it is the martial arts holy land that countless young men and women in the Kanglan Empire dream of. As long as they are young people who can enter the Kanglan Empire Academy for cultivation, they will be able to exist in the famous town after they come out. It can only be said that it is worthy of the acquired spirit body, and it can let Kanglan Empire College take the initiative to come forward and recruit in person. However, Kanglan Empire's martial arts sacred place is more than one Kanglan Empire Academy. There are 3 martial arts sacred sites in the Kanglan Empire, and the overall background is not much different. They are, Kanglan Imperial College, Qianyuan Wufu, and Qing Xuanzong. After the Kanglan Empire Academy released the words, Qianyuan Wufu and Qing Xuanzong also followed closely, planning to enroll students in the Chen family of Chaoyang ancient city. At that time, the wind and clouds will surely be surging, and martial arts geniuses from all directions of the Kanglan Empire will flood into the ancient city of Chaoyang. Knowing these things, Ji Yu seized the time to improve his strength. Although these treatments belong to him, but now he has obtained the 999 times cultivation system, it will not affect his mentality. After these 7 days, he was bound to increase his strength to the point where he could crush Chen Yan. Chapter 53 Chen Yan, you wait for me. Now I have completely changed my appearance. Basically no one can recognize me. I can go to the Chaoyang branch to buy some materials. Although Ji Yu used up all the gold coins to purchase materials in Chaoyang branch before, when he later killed the group of Lin family guards, he got a lot of gold coins from the group of Lin family guards. Therefore, he now has enough gold coins to go to Chaoyang branch to purchase materials so as to refine the pill to improve his cultivation strength. Apart from anything else, Jiyu left the city lord's mansion for Chaoyang branch immediately. After arriving at the Chaoyang branch, as last time, all the gold coins were used to purchase the materials of the second-grade inferior pill. Approximately 70% is the material of Jushuan San, and the other 30% is the material of Dahui Xiandan. After half an hour, the city lord's mansion. At this time, Jiyu had already returned to the city lord's mansion and was refining Jushuan San. After refining all the materials, he swallowed all the Jushuan powder he had made in one breath. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior pill, Jushuan San, and gained experience points for martial arts cultivation, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior pill, Jushuan San, and gained experience points for martial arts cultivation, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the second peak of the imperial profound realm. In this way, Jiyu relied on taking Jushuan San, and his martial arts cultivation made a breakthrough from the first layer of the Yushuan realm to the peak of the second layer of the Yushuan realm. In the next 7 days, in addition to cultivating profound energy to stabilize the level of cultivation, Jiyu also practiced his own boxing and body skills from time to time. The Huangjie superior technique, smashed stone fist, who was originally in the realm of furnace and pure green, was cultivated to the peak to the extreme in these 7 days, and was automatically upgraded to the Xuanjie inferior fist technique, Kanshan fist. It was the thousand illusion flash, the inferior body technique of the profound stage that had just been upgraded, and he had cultivated it to the realm of comprehension. Although Jiyu had been staying in Jiang Yuexin's room for the past 7 days and had hardly been out of the house, he had learned some things happening outside from Jiang Yuexin. I heard that many martial arts geniuses from all directions went to the Chen family to challenge Chen Yan, but they were evaded by the Chen family for various reasons. The Chen family not only entertained the quartet, but also avoided the challenge of the martial geniuses of all parties. The various forces are speculating about the significance of the Chen families doing this. Many powerful leaders believe that this is to make Chen Yan shine on the day when Chen Yan comes to recruit students in the major martial arts holy sites. At last. It's the 7th day. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the second level of the imperial profound realm. After cultivating profound energy, the martial arts cultivation reached the second level of perfection in the Yushuan realm. At this moment, Jiyu opened his eyes, and he slowly let out a suffocating breath. It's finally today. He got out of bed, changed into the clothes of the steward of the city lord's mansion, and walked out the door. At this time Jiang Yuexin was already waiting for him outside the door. Jiang Yuexin asked worriedly, Jiyu, are you really going to go with us? Yes, today the 3 major martial arts sacred sites and various forces gathered in the Chen family, how can I not take a look? The corner of Jiyu's mouth raised slightly. Well, you must not be exposed when you arrive at the Chen family, otherwise I will not be able to protect you. Jiang Yuexin exhorted. Okay. Jiyu nodded. But what he will do at that time is up to him to decide by himself. Subsequently, Jiyu used the pseudonym Mountain Season as Jiang Yuexin's steward to follow the city lord's mansion to Chen Mansion. On the way, he noticed certain details. The palace lord of the city lord's mansion, the middle-aged man who was most disappointed with Jiang Yuechu last time, seemed to be somewhat alienated from Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin suddenly accepted him as a new steward, and the palace lord didn't even ask a single word. Shouldn't a normal person at least care about things like his daughter? At the same time, he saw Jiang Yuechu also in the team. Jiang Yuechu was riding behind the palace lord silently, her expression a little unnatural. After a long time, they arrived at the Chen family mansion. Looking at the door of the Chen family mansion, Jiyu's eyes gradually turned cold. Chen Yan, you wait for me. Chapter 54 Purple Skirt Woman, Blood Pupil Surgery. Flames are in the sky, covering the ancient capital of Chaoyang ancient city. There is a vast mansion in the capital, the ancient city of Chaoyang, the mansion of the Qin family. In a square of the Qin family mansion, a grand banquet is being held here, gathering countless forces from all directions, and the whole mansion is very lively. There is also an arena in the center of the square where some juniors compete against each other. At this moment, Jiyu had arrived at this square with the city lord's mansion and others. He fixed his eyes and saw Qin Yen talking with various forces on the high platform. He just glanced at it, and he came back to his senses, because the city lord's mansion and his party were climbing towards the high platform. Everyone in the city lord's mansion boarded the high platform and sat down somewhere, and the palace lord and the leaders of other forces became polite. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin also occasionally gave a sign. But Ji Yu sits quietly and doesn't interact with anyone. When he was idle and bored, he simply started to cultivate profound energy here. But at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Palace Master Jiang, don't come to be unharmed in a long time." Ji Yu opened his eyes subconsciously and looked in the direction from which the sound came, and saw that Lin Zhanshan was coming here. Ji Yu closed his eyes slightly, suppressing the resentment rising in his heart. He is not yet Lin Zhanshan's opponent, not to mention that this is the site of the Qin family, so there must be no impulse. "Thanks for the concern of Patriarch Lin." Palace Master Jiang said politely. "I heard that Jiang Yuechu of your family was defeated by Qin Yen not long ago, so he should have almost recovered, right?" Lin Zhanshan said without a smile. "That's natural, but it's your son who seemed to be taught a miserable lesson by a teenager a while ago." Palace Master Jiang was not angry, and asked instead. Ji Yu could hear it casually, and there were thorns in the words of these two people. "It looks like your father has a very poor relationship with Na Lin Zhanshan." Ji Yu looked at the two and said to Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin nodded and said, "Yes, my father had a bad relationship with Lin Zhanshan a long time ago. He used to use his sister to laugh at Lin Zhanshan, but my sister this time. Sure enough, the relationship is not good." Ji Yu's eyes flickered slightly. An idea emerged in his mind: this palace master Jiang might be able to help himself. At this moment, not far from the square, a line of figures came in parallel. As soon as this group of people appeared, the court suddenly became restless. The white clothes are engraved with the unique mark of Qianyuan Wufu. These are the people of Qianyuan Wufu. Qianyuan Wufu is actually Qianyuan Wufu, one of the three martial arts sacred sites of the Kanglan Empire. Hearing these exclamations around him, Ji Yu couldn't help but be attracted to her. These people in Qianyuan Wufu were almost all in white clothes, but the leading woman wore a purple dress. The appearance of the woman in the purple dress was born perfectly, just like a beautiful scenery, especially the purple pupils, which gave people a mysterious feeling. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The master discovered the bloodline pupil technique purple-violet pupil, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master, for successfully comprehending the second half of the purple-colored eyes, practice secret. After that, Ji Yu's mind instantly added a lot of knowledge about purple Lu pupil. He suddenly looked dazed, and he couldn't react for a while, feeling a little confused in his mind. Z Lu pupil. Blood pupil surgery. What is this? Ji Yu pondered for a moment, and thought to himself, it is estimated that it is the same as the last time he comprehended the sky-splitting technique. This time he has comprehended a bloodline pupil technique training secret. However, this bloodline pupil technique training secret seems to be only the lower half. I don't know if it's useful. He curiously read the content in his mind about the purple-eyed eyes. Since this bloodline pupil technique training secret only had the lower part, he was stunned that he didn't understand these things. And no matter how he looked at it, the system did not trigger the 999 times comprehension ability to learn this cheat directly. In this way, if you want to learn this bloodline pupil technique purple-eyed eye, you have to get the upper part of the cultivation secrets. I don't know how to get the upper part, so let's just ignore it. Ji Yu thought to his heart, narrowing his eyes to look at the woman in the purple skirt. It's this woman. Her purple pupils should be the purple eyes, she must be a not simple character. Chapter 55 Three martial arts sacred sites gathered, the assessment began. Everyone from Qianyuan Wufu Mansion arrived, and Chen Wuheng, the head of the Chen family on the high platform, immediately stood up and said politely, "Everyone, please take your seat." The woman in the purple skirt nodded slightly and led the people of Qianyuan Wufu to sit on the high platform. Not long after the talents of Qianyuan Wufu were seated, there was another sensation on the court. "Look, it's Kanglan Empire Academy and Qing Xuanzong, and the remaining two martial arts sacred land-level forces are also present. The gathering of the three martial arts holy places in the Chen Mansion is an unprecedented grand occasion. The Chen family is really going to make it to the sky this time. After all, Chen Yan has awakened the acquired spirit body, and all those who can awaken the spirit body are the peerless Tianjiao who led the Kanglan Empire for an era, and all the martial arts must be rushing wildly." Two groups of people appeared on the square. On one side are people wearing tulip badges on their costumes. Tulips are the symbol of Kanglan Imperial College. These people are obviously from Kanglan Imperial College. On the other side, they all wore blue robes, each of which was extraordinary, and they belonged to Qing Xuanzong. When the people from Kanglan Imperial College and Qing Xuanzong took their seats, the banquet was officially held. Kanglan Empire students, Qing Xuanzong and Qianyuan Wufu, the three most prestigious martial arts sacred sites in the Kanglan Empire are here. Everyone present was excited. The Kanglan Empire has a vast geography, and there are many forces such as the Academy of Wufu Zongmen, and these three are the most. The three martial arts sacred places will come to Chen's house together, nothing more than Chen Yan who is awakened from the heavenly spirit body. The other forces all know themselves, knowing that they can't win Chen Yan, basically they just can't come. Although the banquet has already begun, the enrollment assessment has not yet begun. Ji Yu came this time to meet Chen Yan during the enrollment assessment. The enrollment assessment hadn't started so soon, so Ji Yu started to practice on his own. Ji Yu could feel the continuous improvement of martial arts cultivation, but it was still far from breaking through to the triple level of the royal profound realm. I don't know how long it has passed. The leaders of the three major forces finally came to the forefront of the high platform. One of them spoke to the audience indifferently, "The time has come, and the enrollment assessment now begins." With the sound of this voice, there was a lot of silence in the court, and almost everyone looked serious. There are many young talents from all sides of the Kanglan Empire, and they are all gathered here to participate in this admissions assessment. There is no genius in the entire Kanglan Empire that is not impressed by the enrollment assessment jointly held by the three martial arts holy sites. The bone age is less than 18, and the martial arts cultivation base is above the 8th level of the body tempering state. As long as these two conditions are met, you can participate in the enrollment assessment. Now, those who meet the requirements and are interested, please come on stage. The man on the high platform continued. As soon as these words came out, the court suddenly became restless. However, many people regretfully shook their heads. Talents under the age of 18 and above the 8th level of the body tempering stage are eligible to participate in the admissions assessment. This condition is not something that everyone can achieve. Almost all that can be achieved are geniuses. Most of the people present are not even qualified to participate in the assessment. At the same time, there are young men and women waiting to come to the stage one after another in the square, each with extraordinary temperament. At this moment Ji Yu was thinking of getting up, and suddenly heard Jiang Yuexin next to him asking in a low voice, "Ji Yu, are you going to participate in the enrollment assessment?" "I have this plan." Ji Yu nodded slightly. In fact, he was not very interested in the enrollment assessment itself, just to be able to meet Chen Yan during the enrollment assessment to facilitate the settlement. While talking, Ji Yu got up and walked towards the three major forces. "Then I will try it with you." Jiang Yuexin immediately got up and followed Ji Yu happily. Palace Master Jiang glanced at Jiang Yuexin, and then said coldly, "Jiang Yuechu, you will also go there." Jiang Yuechu sat behind Palace Master Jiang and nodded after hearing the words. "Yes, father." Chapter 56 The First Round, Physical Fitness Assessment. Soon, Ji Yu came to the high platform of the three major forces. At this moment, Chen Yen stood up on the high platform on the other side. In an instant, the eyes of almost everyone in the court fell on Chen Yen's body. Although this was the first time they saw Chen Yen with their own eyes, they already had a very deep impression of Chen Yen, and that was the acquired spirit body. The reason why the acquired spirit body is special is that it has a greater affinity for profound energy than ordinary physiques, can absorb profound energy very easily, and the cultivation speed is many times faster than ordinary people. Chen Yen looked down at everyone arrogantly and walked down step by step. Soon after, Chen Yen came to the high platform where the three major forces were located. Although there were already hundreds of people here, the people of the three major forces stared at Chen Yen like torches, and hardly cared about the others. After all, they originally came mainly for Chen Yen, and the enrollment assessment was just a formality along the way. At this moment, Chen Yen became the most eye-catching person in the audience, and all the brilliance gathered on him. Seeing Chen Yan's glorious and conspicuous appearance, everyone in the field was full of admiration and respect. Including Ji Yu is also looking at Chen Yen, but there is no trace of worship or respect in his eyes, only a hint of hatred hidden in the depths. Is there anyone who wants to come up for the assessment? At this time, the person who originally told the three major forces who participated in the assessment asked. After a while, no one climbed onto the platform again. The man continued, then the admissions assessment will now begin. Not long after the voice fell, a huge black stone stele appeared on the high platform. It looked like a very ordinary stone, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. What is this? What are they doing with such a stone suddenly? I have never seen it in the world. This is not an ordinary stone. This kind of black stone tablet is specially used to test the physique of a warrior. It turned out to be like this. It seems that the first round of assessment is to assess physical fitness. Chen Yen has no suspense in the first round. Yes, that is the acquired spirit body, absolutely no one in the audience can match him. There are not many people who can recognize this stone tablet on the field, because this stone tablet is extremely precious and rare, and only a few big forces can get it. First of all, the first round is a physical fitness assessment, which will test your physical fitness. The people of the three major forces said, "Now we can start." When the assessment begins, the first person will go to the test immediately. This is a young man who is eager to try. He walked to the black stone tablet and placed his hand on the black stone tablet under the guidance of the three major forces. In an instant, the black stele changed suddenly, and a faint white light flashed on the black stele. Not only that, there is also a white halo slowly rising, surrounding the black stone monument. Immediately afterwards, another white halo emerged one after another. In the end, a total of 4 white halos appeared. But since then, the black stele has not undergone any changes. The black stele shimmering slightly with white light, surrounded by 4 white halos. When the three major forces saw this scene, they all shook their heads slightly. 4th grade talent in the mortal body. The person in charge of the assessment said lightly, you can go on." The teenager, who was still full of expectations, was suddenly lost and walked down the stage in a decadent manner. This is only the first round of assessment and has already been eliminated. This is the first round of assessment. Are the requirements so strict? In fact, it's okay. I heard that the condition for passing this round of assessment is to have at least the talent of the 5th rank of the mortal body, and the 4th rank of the mortal body is indeed a bit short. 5th rank of the common body is not so simple. This is a talent that only those geniuses can have, but it is also, after all, it is an admissions assessment held by the three major forces, and the requirements are naturally not low. Seeing the first person was eliminated, everyone in the audience started talking. In the Xiantian continent, everyone has a certain physique. Almost most people are mortal bodies, which is the most ordinary physique, but there are high and low points in this. The mortal body is divided into 1 to 9 ranks. Basically, the person with the worst physique is the 1st rank of the mortal body. Even so, it is enough to absorb profound energy to practice martial arts. In other words, physique is talent, and only the martial artist with a talent of mortal body is the worst talent. The higher the grade, the higher the talent and the higher the affinity for profound energy. The physique of the first grade of the fan body determines that this person has almost no future at all, and it is difficult to break through to the royal profound realm after a lifetime, and can only stay in the body tempering realm. The second rank of the mortal body is slightly better than the first rank of the mortal body, but it is also difficult to achieve a major event. Generally, it is considered very good for people with the second rank mortal talent to break into the royal profound realm before death. The third rank of the mortal body and the fourth rank of the mortal body are already talents that a small number of people can possess, but most of them have a worrisome future, and at most they can only wander in the royal profound realm. Kanglan Empire Academy, Qing Xuanzong, and Qianyuan Wufu are also the three strongest schools in the Kanglan Empire, and they will certainly not accept such people with little prospects. All the talents of the fifth rank up have a certain chance to reach the height of the profound realm. The higher the fifth rank, the higher the talent, the greater the chance. What the three major forces need is this kind of genius. And like Chen Yan, a peerless Tianjiao who has awakened the acquired spirit body, he must become a master of the profound realm. There is no suspense at all, at best it is just a matter of time. This is why the three major forces are so eager to get Chen Yan. Chapter 57 Jiang Yuexin's physical talent. At the same time, Ji Yu's face changed slightly. It is very likely that I will not be able to pass this first round of assessment. Although he is now practicing martial arts as easy as eating and drinking tea, it is because of systematic help. Before he got the system, he was really an out-and-out mediocre person, and he barely reached the triple realm of body tempering realm after practicing martial arts for many years. Even if Ji Yu had never tested his talent, he could probably guess it. My talent is estimated to be the second rank of mortal physique, which is probably the worst rank of mortal physique. You can't even pass the first round of assessment, let alone find Chen Yan to settle the account. It's hard to do. Ji Yu thought, could not help but sigh softly in his heart. Regardless of that, let's take a step and take a look. Ji Yu adjusted his emotions and did not affect his mentality because of these things. The second one is me. Although the first person to be tested was eliminated, the second person immediately stepped forward. This boy seemed to be a genius from a certain family in Chaoyang ancient city, and many people at the scene recognized him. Isn't this Zhang Tong from the Zhang family? He should be able to pass this round of assessment, right? That's certainly possible. According to the Zhang family, it is also one of the three big families. Zhang Tong's cultivation base is ranked in the top 3 of the Zhang family, and his talent will not be bad. This Zhang Tong is said to have broken through to the 9th level of body tempering realm not long ago, and I am optimistic about him. Many people recognize this boy as Zhang Tong, a genius disciple of the Zhang family of the 3 major families in Chaoyang ancient city. Under the gaze of many people in the ancient city of Chaoyang, Zhang Tong walked to the black stone stele with a confident expression and put his hand on it. In an instant, the black stele flashed a faint white light, and then 5 white halos continued to rise, surrounding the black stele. 5-tier talent in the body, qualified. The person in charge of the assessment said slowly. It's just that the mortal body's 5-rank talent has not attracted much attention from those of the 3 major forces. Seeing this scene, although Zhang Tong successfully passed this round of assessment, he was not much happy. After Zhang Tong retired, the young talents who participated in the assessment stepped forward one by one to test their talents. The talent of the mortal body grade 3 is unqualified. 5-tier talent in the body, qualified. 4th rank talent in the body, unqualified. Before long, most of the people who participated in the assessment had already taken a talent test. There are not many people who can reach the talents of mortal body level 5 or above, and less than 50 of them are qualified, and the rest are directly eliminated. Such a terrible elimination rate made the rest of the examiners who have not tested yet felt a little flustered. They have never tested their talents before, and they have no fixed numbers on their talents. This is true even for those who have attained the 9th level of body tempering realm. Many of them come from wealthy families and have been instilled in various cultivation resources. They don't have much in mind about the level of their talents. Soon, It will be Jiang Yuexin's turn to test. What to do, Jiyu? I feel that I may not be able to pass this round. Jiang Yuexin said to Jiyu in a panic. Jiyu was speechless for a while, and he didn't even say anything about the wasteful physique. What was this little girl talking nonsense? No, so many people have already been eliminated in the first round. I think that in the end, no more than 100 people can pass this round of testing. How many people are left who can pass the entire admissions assessment? I've heard that the three major forces of Kanglan Empire Academy, Qin Xuanzong, and Shenyuan Wufu conduct enrollment assessments across the Kanglan Empire every month, but each force only accepts 10 people at most. The three major forces held enrollment assessments together, and it is estimated that in the end, only 30 people will be recruited. While everyone in the audience was discussing, Jiang Yuexin walked out of the crowd of examiners. Jiang Yuexin was the second young lady in the city lord's mansion, and many people in the audience started discussing her when they saw her. This seems to be the second young lady from the city lord's mansion, whose name is Jiang Yuexin. It seems it is her turn. It is said that Jiang Yuexin's cultivation hasn't reached the 9th level of body tempering realm. It is estimated that she will not be able to pass the examination. I also feel like this. The previous Zhang Tong of the 9th level of body tempering realm just barely reached the pass line. Few people present were optimistic about Jiang Yuexin, and they didn't know much about Jiang Yuexin, so they all guessed based on their own ideas. Jiang Yuexin naturally heard those voices in the audience, and she couldn't help feeling a little low. But she didn't get discouraged, and went over and put her hand on the black stone tablet. 6 white halos shining directly out. 6th rank talent in the body, qualified. Looking at the 6 white halos that emerged on the black stone tablet, the people of the three major forces finally nodded with satisfaction. Although not very high, the talents of the 6th rank of the fan body are not too high. At this moment, many people in the audience were very surprised. Chapter 58 Jiyu comes on, but the stele has no response. I really didn't expect Jiang Yuexin to have the talent of the 6th rank of the mortal body. This is the first talent of the 6th rank of the mortal body so far. In that case, why does she only have the 8-fold cultivation base of the body tempering realm? Could it be that she deliberately concealed her cultivation base? This round of assessment is quite interesting. A bunch of assessors of the body tempering realm 9-fold cultivation base were eliminated, but Jiang Yuexin only passed the body tempering realm 8-fold cultivation base. Many people feel very puzzled. Hearing these words, Jiyu shook his head helplessly. This group of guys didn't even know. Jiang Yuexin has always been more selfish and unwilling to use martial arts training, so the realm of cultivation is naturally not high. He didn't think Jiang Yuexin would be eliminated from the beginning, because even Jiang Yuexin's personality could be cultivated to the 8th level of body tempering realm, and his martial arts talent would definitely not be too low. Jiang Yuexin ran back with joy. She was a little too excited. She almost said Jiyu's real name by accident. Fortunately, she responded promptly and quickly stopped her mouth, and then changed her words. Shan Ji, did you see it? This lady passed the examination. Regarding Jiang Yuexin's public appearance, the other examiners nearby did not complain at all. After all, this little girl is more talented than them, and they have nothing to say. Jiyu was a false alarm, and he was almost cheated by this girl. If his real name is told by this girl, then it will be very troublesome next. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's cute look that he wanted someone to praise, he put his hand on Jiang Yuexin's head again. But this time he used a little bit of strength to rub Jiang Yuexin's hair into a mess. You guy, why messed up all my hair? Jiang Yuexin said angrily. But she couldn't vent her anger at Jiyu, and could only stomp her feet on the spot. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's appearance, Jiyu couldn't help but smile. After Jiang Yuexin passed the test, it was Jiang Yuechu's next turn. Jiang Yuechu's reputation in the ancient city of Chaoyang is very big, much bigger than Jiang Yuexin. She has attracted the attention of most people on the court when she took the stage. Miss City Lord's mansion is also here. She must be able to pass this round. In the past, Jiang Yuechu was the first genius of martial arts in Chaoyang ancient city anyway, and her cultivation level also broke through the imperial profound realm. Apart from Chen Yan, her martial arts talent must be the highest. It's a pity that Chen Yan's rise was too sudden. A few days ago, he defeated Jiang Yuechu with only 3 moves. That was really a ruthless crush. Jiang Yuechu's delicate face showed a firm look, and tried not to let himself be affected by external factors, so that he could play his highest level. She calmly put her hand on the black stone tablet. In an instant, the black steel flashed a pale white light as before, and then a white halo rose slowly. Together. Second way. 3 ways. At the same time, many people in the field have great expectations for the results of Jiang Yuechu's talent test. After all, Jiang Yuechu was the first genius of martial arts before Chen Yan's rise. Not only was his human beauty and strength extremely strong, he was also the goal of all the young talents in Chaoyang ancient city. Even if it has become a little bit down, it is not comparable to other geniuses. 4 ways. 5 ways. 6 ways. 6 white auras have already emerged, and the black steel seems to have not stopped, and there is a tendency for a 7th white aura to appear. In the end, the 7th white halo also emerged. 7th rank talent in the body, qualified. Following the sound of the person in charge of the assessment, the 3 major forces behind them nodded one after another. They all felt that it was necessary to fight for this girl named Jiang Yuechu a little bit. Jiang Yuechu's talent for the 7th rank of mortal body did not surprise everyone in the court. After Jiang Yuechu returned, Jiyu stepped forward immediately. "Come on, you must be fine." Jiang Yuexin shouted from behind. In her opinion, Jiyu's strength is very strong, even if she can pass the test, Jiyu must be fine. But a faint bitter smile appeared on Jiyu's face, and he almost expected that he would be eliminated next. When he walked up there was no discussion, after all, he had changed his appearance now, and no one besides Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin knew who he was. Walking to the black stone tablet, Jiyu took a breath and placed his hand on the black stone tablet. Regardless of whether it passes or not, he intends to treat it with peace of mind. Jiyu couldn't help holding his breath, waiting for the black steel to react. However, after a while, there was no change in the black steel. The people of the 3 major forces frowned, and there was a burst of doubt from off the court. What's the matter? Why hasn't he detected his talent after so long? It's weird. The black steels changed immediately before, so why is this guy's turn different? If I remember correctly, even a martial artist who is useless, his talent is at least mortal grade 1. What happened to this guy? Chapter 59 7 Rank Talent. Everyone in the audience was puzzled, even Jiyu himself didn't know what was going on. However, at the next moment, his body suddenly began to automatically activate the sky-splitting exercise. Ding! The master ran the first stage of the king's cultivation technique, sky-splitting, and the first stage of the king's cultivation technique, sky-splitting, gained experience points, 10,000*999 times. When Ji Yuzheng was surprised by the operation of the exercises, the black stone steel that had not changed for a long time suddenly flashed with a white light. Seeing the black steel finally had a reaction, Jiyu stopped thinking about the exercises and looked at the black steel intently. Together. Second way. 2 white halos rose up one after another, which did not surprise Jiyu. 3 ways. Seeing the 3rd white halo emerging, Jiyu's face was slightly surprised. But even this is of no avail, after all, this round needs to possess the 5th rank talent in order to qualify. But at this moment, the 4th white halo appeared immediately. This was a little bit beyond Jiyu's expectation. He was already a little surprised when the 3rd white halo appeared. After all, he previously thought that he was at best a talent of mortal body grade 1 or 2 at best. When he was still surprised, a 5th white halo appeared. Followed by the 6th way. The trend hasn't even stopped. Under Jiyu's incredible eyes, the black stone monument finally freezes in the 7 white halos. Looking at this scene before him, Jiyu was shocked. He was very surprised. When did he have the talent of mortal body 7th stage? At the same time, the people of the 3 major forces also felt a little surprised. Some of them didn't expect that in this small ancient city of Chaoyang there would be a genius with 7th grade mortal body talent. Who the is this guy? He actually has the same talents as Jiang Yuechu's 7th rank. I don't know, maybe it's not our genius in Chaoyang ancient city, I've never seen this person before. I just saw him and Jiang Yuexin know each other. They should also come from the city lord's mansion. Those people from other places have not yet started the assessment. There was also a burst of exclamation from the audience. The beautiful eyes of the two sisters Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin are full of brilliance. Although they knew that Ji Yu's martial arts talent was certainly not bad, they were still a little surprised after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Chen Yan paid a little attention to Ji Yu. In his eyes, Ji Yu is now a strange boy who has never met, so he will pay attention to it a little bit. After all, even he doesn't know when a martial arts genius who is almost the same as Jiang Yuechu appeared in Chaoyang ancient city. He only paid attention to it, and stopped paying attention to the strange boy, as if this person was not qualified to let him take a second look. At this moment, the woman in the purple skirt among the people in the Qianyuan Wufu mansion saw an interesting flash of interest in Ji Yu's eyes. Her beautiful purple eyes flashed, as if she had seen something interesting in Ji Yu at that moment. This boy, pay attention later. The woman in the purple dress lightly opened her vermilion lips, and heard a voice that turned softly like a nightingale. The other people in Qianyuan Wufu mansion sitting next to them heard the voice of the woman in the purple skirt, and they all seemed to have seen a ghost. After a while, Ji Yu walked back to the two sisters Jiang Yuexin. He now wants to understand what happened just now. He discovered that the black stone stele suddenly reacted because the sky-splitting exercise in his body started to operate automatically. In other words, he guessed that the sky-splitting exercise had changed his physique, but this physique could only be detected when the sky-splitting exercise was used. And the original waste material physique no longer exists, so before the sky-splitting exercise method automatically operates, the black stele has not changed. Although this was just his guess, he felt that this and the correct answer should be inseparable from each other. Ji Yu couldn't help but feel happy. Because this sky-splitting exercise not only solved his waste material physique, it might also improve his physique. For example, if the first stage of the sky-splitting exercise technique breaks through to the next level of proficient furnace, maybe the physical talent will also be upgraded to the 8th rank of mortal body. Now, except for Chen Yan, all local examiners in Chaoyang ancient city have undergone the first round of tests, and more than half of the examiners are martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire. Next, it was the turn of these non-local examiners of Chaoyang ancient city to conduct the test. 6th rank talent in the body, qualified. 4th rank talent in the body, unqualified. 7th rank talent in the body, qualified. Most of the onlookers in the audience were local people from Chaoyang ancient city. They were not very interested in outsiders. They would only marvel and discuss them except for occasional talents. Most of the martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire passed this round of assessment. Among them, there are several holders of the 7th rank and 8th mortal body talents, and there is even a genius with the 9th rank mortal body talent. It's a pity that there is also a peerless Jianjiao who has awakened the acquired spirit body. This genius of the 9th rank of the mortal body can only be concealed by Chen Yan's brilliance. Finally it was the last person's turn, that was Chen Yan. Chapter 60 Jiang Yuechu's aesthetic, Jiang Yuexin's sense of crisis. As soon as Chen Yan appeared, time was dazzling. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Even the people of the three major forces looked at Chen Yan with expectant eyes. They were looking forward to whether Chen Yan would really awaken the acquired spirit body as the rumor said. This is why they deliberately come to a small place like Chaoyang ancient city to hold enrollment assessments together in order to detect the authenticity of the acquired spirit body. Chen Yan smiled faintly, and walked towards the black stele. His smile aroused the cheers of countless young girls who were pregnant. Chen Xiao is so handsome, I must talk to Chen Xiaoxing a monkey. You want to be beautiful because of your ugly face, like a round face. Xiao Chen won't even look at you. Are you dissatisfied? Your Yu Heng who is the same at the airport is no better than me. Only Jiang Yuexin looked disgusted. She looked at the people in the audience contemptuously, and said, I really don't know if there is a problem with the aesthetics of these idiots. I don't know how handsome Chen Yan is. Perhaps this is the powerhouse effect. Chen Yan is not ugly, and he is also a peerless arrogant. In the eyes of those people, he is naturally different from ordinary people. Jiang Yuechu said slowly. Although it makes sense, you shouldn't think Chen Yan is handsome, elder sister. Hearing her sister's voice, Jiang Yuexin turned her head and said. Of course. Although Chen Yan is talented and strong, I don't like his looks and personality. Jiang Yuechu shook his head. Suddenly she seemed to think of something, her exquisite face that was like an iceberg from beginning to end, and suddenly a faint arc of her mouth rose. Compared to Chen Yan, I still think this guy's original appearance is more pleasing to the eye. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin was taken aback, followed Jiang Yuechu's gaze with an incredulous expression, and saw her sister staring at Ji Yu. She opened her mouth slightly, and stopped talking. No way. No way. No way. At this time, Jiang Yuexin's heart was turbulent. My sister, who has always been like a winter plum, seems to be interested in Ji Yu. In addition to feeling incredible, Jiang Yuexin also had an inexplicable sense of crisis. She didn't know why, she was very worried, as if she was worried that her sister would take away the important things in her heart. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu looked back at Jiang Yuexin, her cold eyes shimmering, as if she had seen everything through. She leaned over to Jiang Yuexin's ear and whispered, You should think so too. Suddenly there was a voice in her ears, Jiang Yuexin's jade shoulders suddenly trembled, and her face was slightly shy in a low voice, Yes, yes. From time to time, her eyes were secretly aimed at Ji Yu, as if afraid that Ji Yu heard something. But in fact, Ji Yu didn't notice what Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were doing. His attention was all on the black stone tablet. At this time, Chen Yan had already walked to the black stone tablet and slowly put his hand on the black stone tablet. Under his arrogant and confident face, the black stone tablet suddenly flashed with a completely different light from before. I saw that it was a green light, much dazzling than the same white light before. Immediately afterwards, there was a green halo slowly rising around the black stele. Spirit Body First Grade Talent, Qualified. The person in charge of the assessment quivered slightly, and said this sentence excitedly. Hiss. As soon as he said this, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and many people couldn't help but take a breath. The next moment, the audience shook. Spirit Body First Grade Talent. Haven't some people questioned Chen Xiao's spirit body before, but now they come out and say a few more words. It seems that Chen Xiaojiao's awakened spirit body is indeed true. Chen Xiao is really awesome. He actually awakened such a powerful physique. I think Xiao Chen doesn't need to continue the next assessment, he will be recruited by one of the three major forces. Almost everyone in the audience talked fiercely. The people of the three major forces are also very excited, and they can't wait to start robbing people. Chen Yan, I am the mentor of Kanglan Empire College, and I welcome you to join on behalf of Kanglan Empire College. The leader of Kanglan Empire Academy was a middle-aged man with a unique temperament, with a calm and powerful tone. Only after the first round of assessment, Kanglan Empire Academy had already thrown an olive branch to Chen Yan. However, Qing Xuanzong was not to be outdone, and saw that Qing Xuanzong was headed by a green-robed old man. We Qing Xuanzong also welcome you to join. The old man in Qingpao said lightly, If you are willing to join our Qing Xuanzong, my sect master will personally accept you as a disciple, and will tend the cultivation resources towards you. Hiss. The crowd was shocked again. Sect master personally accept disciples. Tilting training resources. These two conditions are too generous. Although Emperor Xuanzong of the Qing dynasty ranked second among the 100 cities of the Kanglan Empire, his overall strength was not as good as that of the Kanglan Empire Academy, but it would not be too far apart. What's more, as soon as you enter the Qing Xuanzong, you can become a direct disciple of the suzerain. Coupled with the enchanting talent of the acquired spirit body, Chen Yan is probably going to soar into the sky. Chapter 61 passed the second round of assessment in one breath. Before Chen Yan could reply, the instructor of Kanglan Empire Academy spoke again. Although I can't promise you treatment like Qing Xuanzong, our Kanglan Empire Academy is the absolute #1 power. I hope you are the best. I can think about it. Chen Yan hesitated for a while, only to see that he bowed slightly to the old man in King Xuanzong's green robe. Sorry, Chen chose Kanglan Imperial College. It's okay, it's your choice. The old man in Qingpao sighed, but he wasn't particularly surprised, as if he had already guessed the ending would be like this. It is precisely because they have a gap between Qing Xuanzong and Kanglan Empire Academy in all aspects that he has thrown such a big olive branch. He just felt sorry that he couldn't properly cultivate this peerless genius. At the same time, the audience blasted the pot, and many people wondered why Chen Yan chose the Kanglan Empire Academy without treatment. Why didn't Chen Yan choose Qing Xuanzong? I don't even think about it. I really don't know what Chen Yan is thinking. Do you really think Chen Yan doesn't know how high the treatment of Qing Xuanzong is? He is not stupid, he must think more comprehensively than us. Yeah, let me explain to you why. Kanglan Empire Academy is the #1 transcendent force. Although Qing Xuanzong has given extremely high treatment, the heights he can reach at Kanglan Empire Academy will definitely be better than Qing Xuanzong came high. He obviously wanted to reach that height with his own strength. When you say that, I also wake up, and it seems to make sense. Yes, Chen Yan has awakened the acquired spirit body. It is not particularly difficult for him to reach that height. Being able to choose Kanglan Imperial College also shows that he is different from ordinary people. The people around nodded, feeling very reasonable. Especially the instructor at Kanglan Empire Academy was extremely satisfied with Chen Yan's reply. Speaking of which, why didn't you hear the people of Qianyuan Wufu uttering? Speaking of which, I didn't hear it. Didn't Qianyuan Wufu try to just let it go? It should be. After all, even Qing Xuanzong gave such attractive conditions and was rejected, and the third-ranked Qianyuan Wufu was hopeless. At this time, many people noticed that the people of Qianyuan Wufu didn't say a word. On the side of Qianyuan Wufu, the woman in purple skirt headed by her was calm and quiet. She didn't seem to care that Chen Yan was snatched by Kanglan Imperial Academy. The people in the Qianyuan Wufu mansion behind the woman in the purple skirt looked worried, but no one said anything. It's as if the woman in the purple skirt didn't dare to speak before they spoke. Subsequently, the assessment continued. Next is the second round of assessment. What is assessed is comprehension. The person in charge of the assessment said, in the future, every assessor will have a yellow-level inferior mysterious skill secret book in his hands. If he can initially understand the mysterious skill within an hour, it is deemed to have passed the assessment, otherwise he will be eliminated. While he was speaking, every examiner present was distributed a book of Huangjie inferior boxing techniques called Gale Fist. At this time, there are still more than 100 candidates who have advanced to the second round. They looked at the secret book in their hands, and many people showed a panic. It takes 1 hour to comprehend this Gale Fist to pass the second round of assessment. This difficulty is not generally high. Although their physique talents are very good, their savvy and talents are not much related. It's over, it looks like a lot of people will be eliminated this time. 1 hour, this time is too short. It's really too short. It will take me at least a few days to learn the inferior magic skills of the Huang tier. Everyone in the audience sighed. Only Ji Yu has a relaxed face, because he can learn no matter how profound the skills or the techniques, and no matter how high his grade is. This round of assessment is simply a piece of cake for him. Soon, the second round of assessment began. Every examiner began to read the Grease Fist training secrets. As for Chen Yan already joined Kanglan Empire Academy, he didn't need to participate in this round of evaluation. At this time, Ji Yuan hurriedly opened the Greek Fist practice secrets in his hand. As soon as I saw it at first glance, the system heard a beep. Ding! The master took a look at the inferior mysterious technique of Huang tier Grease Fist, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master, for successfully comprehending the inferior Huangjie mysterious technique, greeting fist. With just a glance, Ji Yu learned this, Gale Fist. In other words, he only took one breath to pass the second round of assessment. Chapter 62. What qualifications does he have first? However, Ji Yu was not in a hurry to put down the Gale Fist in his hand. He thought to himself that since he learned it, he would simply learn this Gale Fist to the highest level. And if he let others know that he has learned Grease Fist now, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, there is no one in this world who can do it like him, who can understand it instantly by just looking at the cultivation secrets. Seeing behind, Ji Yu gradually couldn't help but unleash his Gale Fist. What is that person doing? Seeing someone on the stage suddenly moved, many onlookers were puzzled. Even the people of the three major forces were alarmed, because they could see that the person was clearly using the Grease Fist. The person in charge of the assessment quickly glanced at the time and found that only 10 minutes had passed since the second round of assessment. Almost all the people of the three major forces were astonished. This young man actually learned the Grease Fist in just over 10 minutes. Not only that, but the movements are also pretty, not unfamiliar at all. Chen Yan looked at these three major forces with a slightly puzzled expression. He didn't understand why these people had such exaggerated expressions. Chen Yan had never practiced Grease Fist, so he didn't know that anyone was using Grease Fist. That person is Ji Yu. It didn't take long for Ji Yu to practice Grease Fist to the realm of reaching the peak. However, this time the system did not send a prompt to automatically upgrade the mysterious skills. It is estimated that this Grease Fist is not a mysterious skill or technique that comes with the system, so it cannot be automatically upgraded through the system. It was also at this time that Ji Yu realized that he had just involuntarily used the Grease Fist. But fortunately, 10 minutes have passed since the start of the assessment, which is not enough to cause trouble to the upper body. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless when he saw the sight of those three major forces seeing a ghost. He didn't want this either, but he couldn't help it. The people of the three major forces stared at Ji Yu with fiery eyes, as if they couldn't wait to put him under his sect. It only took more than 10 minutes to learn the inferior Huang-tier mysterious technique, Grease Fist. Although it was not as shocking as the acquired spirit body, it was still enough for them to grab people. At the same time, even though the group of people in the audience had never seen Grease Fist, some people already felt something was wrong. How is that possible? Gale Fist is not an unfamiliar mystery. Although that kid is a 7th-rank mortal talent, his comprehension cannot be so high. It might be true. Looking at the people of the three major forces, they all seem to have seen rare treasures. I feel that this young man has really understood the greeting fist. Really? Looking at the three major forces, it is indeed possible. Hearing waves of discussion from the audience, Chen Wuheng, the head of the Chen family, frowned slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to the boy before, but now he has to care. He remembered that the young man seemed to have come with the people from the city lord's mansion, and then he used his mental energy to pass a message to Palace Master Jiang. Palace Master Jiang, what is the background of that young man? Spiritual power transmission. This is the unique magical power of the strong in the profound realm, and can communicate without letting any outsiders hear it. It's a member of my city lord mansion. Palace Master Jiang also replied lightly with mental power. In fact, he didn't even know where the kid came from, he only remembered that the kid seemed to be the person next to the second daughter Jiang Yuexin. But Chen Wuheng obviously had an attempt, so he naturally wouldn't explain it casually. After hearing what Palace Master Jiang said, Chen Wuheng stopped speaking. His eyes flickered slightly. No matter what, this kid who didn't know where he came from was no more savvy than Yenner's acquired spirit body. There will be a long time before the second round of assessment will end. Of course Ji Yu didn't sit idle, sat down and continued to practice profound energy. After continuously gaining 999 times of cultivation experience, Ji Yu's martial arts cultivation realm slowly stabilized. I don't know how long has passed, and the time for the second round of assessment is finally over. In 1 hour, only 36 examiners had learned the Grease Fist within the specified time, and the rest were eliminated. Ji Yu looked around and found that both Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had passed this round of assessment. The second round of assessment is over, and a total of 35 people passed this round of assessment. At this time, the person in charge of the assessment said, because this enrollment assessment only enrolls 30 people, the 6 who took the longest time among the 35 of you need to challenge the other 29 assessors. The challenge is successful. Can replace the quota of losers, challenge failure is regarded as eliminated. As soon as these words came out, the 6 examiners who took the longest time suddenly panic. If the challenge fails, they will be eliminated. They have already reached this point. They really don't want to be eliminated. The remaining 29 people are also not at ease, especially the weaker ones. They are afraid of being challenged successfully and losing their qualifications. After all, although the 6 people have poor understanding, it does not mean that their strength will be worse than the other 29 people. Only Ji Yusi didn't care. Even if the 6 people were all together, he couldn't hurt him at all. He continued to practice profound energy, waiting for these people to end the challenge. After more than an hour, the 6 people all challenged. 4 people succeeded in the challenge, and the other 2 failed. Okay, the last round is over. The person in charge of the assessment said, then we will rank first, and Chen Yan will be ranked first, and the remaining 29 positions will be ranked according to the length of the second round. The 4 assessors who have just successfully challenged will replace the losers. Does anyone disagree with the position? Have. If there is no objection, then. The person in charge of the assessment just wanted to continue speaking, but he was taken aback. He looked in a certain direction with a slightly stiff expression, and found that the young man who was the first in the comprehension assessment just now had objections. Not only that, the eyes of everyone in the field all fell to Ji Yu. No one expected that this young man would suddenly interrupt. Then what is your objection? Seeing that it was this relatively special teenager, the person in charge of the assessment asked in a gentle tone. If he were an ordinary person, he would not necessarily have this attitude. What qualifications does he have first? Ji Yu pointed at Chen Yan who was standing on the side of Kanglan Empire Academy, and said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was a sensation. Chapter 63 Sorry, my name is Gio. What is he talking about? He seems to want to say that Xiao Chen is not qualified to be the first. I'm afraid this guy is not crazy, is he questioning Qin Xiao? The audience was a sensation. Jiang Yuexin was worried and anxious, and she couldn't understand why Ji Yu suddenly wanted this. It would have been possible to join the 3 major forces, and Ji Yu would be safe by then, but Ji Yu happened to be in conflict with Chen Yan at this moment. Those of the 3 major forces frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the doubts of the young man in front of him. Only the woman in the purple skirt had a hint of doubt in her purple eyes, as if thinking about why Ji Yu did this. Chen Yan's expression was slightly surprised, but he quickly recovered, and said with a faint smile, do you think Ben Xiao is not qualified to rank first? If not. Ji Yu said coldly. Xiao Ben remembers that your name is Shan Ji, right? It's just that you're lucky to learn a yellow-level lower-class mysterious technique a little faster. I really think I can compare with Xiao Ben. Don't worry about how many pounds you are. Chen Yan immediately laughed, his tone full of disdain. Sorry, I'm not a mountain season, my name is Ji Yu. Before he finished his words, Ji Yu tore off the mask on his face with one hand, revealing his original face. I remember him, isn't he the guy wanted by the whole city? It's really him. He actually appeared here and changed his appearance. This will be interesting. I remember that it was the Chen family who issued the wanted order. It seems that Xiao Chen has a lot of grievances with this guy. Since the Chen family issued a citywide wanted notice a while ago, most of the people present almost knew who Ji Yu was. Jiang Yuexin became more anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Palace Master Jiang glanced at Ji Yu, then saw Jiang Yuexin's appearance, and then recalled some things that had happened before, and suddenly realized it, as if he understood something. Looking at Ji Yu, who showed her true face, the corners of the woman's lips in the purple skirt raised slightly, and things became interesting. At this moment, Chen Yan's face finally showed a look of astonishment. Obviously he never expected that Ji Yu would dare to appear here, and still appear in front of him as number 2. It took a long time for Chen Yan to relax, her expression still arrogant. How about you being Ji Yu? Although I don't know how you got to where you are now, but even the current you is still in my eyes. Waste. It's useless to say more. Will you dare to have a life and death duel with me? Ji Yu ignored the noise around him, staring coldly at Chen Yan and said. Life and death duel. At this time, almost everyone on the court had this idea in their hearts. This kid is really crazy. Life and death duel, as the name suggests, will never end until one party dies. This kid dared to fight Chen Xiao in a life and death duel, which none of them expected. Chen Xiaojie had awakened the acquired spirit body, and had easily defeated Jiang Yuechu a few days ago, and his strength must be higher now than it was then. This boy and Chen Xiao were fighting a life and death duel. At this time, Jiang Yuechu was also a little unbearable, and said to Jiang Yuexin beside him, aren't you going to stop him? Chen Yan's strength is not something he can contend. I know his character very well. Once he decides to do something, no one can persuade him. Jiang Yuexin shook her head sadly. She wanted to stop Ji Yu more than Jiang Yuechu, but at this time, there would be no effect anymore. She hadn't expected that Ji Yu Hui would suddenly propose a life and death duel to Chen Yan, but it was too late to react. But Jiang Yuechu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Do you want to have a life and death duel with Ben Xiao? I saw Chen Yan sneer with contempt. Okay, then I will come with you. The kid Ji Yu could take the initiative to propose a life and death duel, he couldn't ask for it. It just so happens that he can solve this kid now, so as not to wait for this kid to join Qing Xuanzong or Qianyuan Wufu, then he will have no chance. The people at Kanglan Empire Academy didn't say a word, because they didn't think they needed to worry about Chen Yan. Chen Yan, who had awakened the acquired spirit body, was definitely much stronger than the guy who only had the talent of the 7th rank of the mortal body. Even the people at Kanglan Empire Academy didn't say anything, and the other members of Qing Xuanzong and Qianyuan Wufu had nothing to say. They just felt a little pity that a genius with some potential was about to die. The woman in the purple dress was staring at Ji Yu all the time, the aura gleaming in those mysterious purple eyes. Ji Yu boarded the ring without any waves, and Chen Yan stood opposite him. I heard that Lin Qiqian was beaten badly by you, but if your strength is really only that little, that's all. Chen Yan looked at Ji Yu with disdain. Ben Xiao will give you 3 shots first, so as not to say that Ben Xiao bullies you. Chapter 64 Life and Death Duel. Everyone is completely dumbfounded. Chen Xiao is really awesome, so let that kid do 3 tricks first. Anyway, no matter how many moves the kid will be defeated, even though the kid has defeated Lin Qiqian is only the 9-fold perfection cultivation base of the body tempering realm, which is far behind Chen Xiao. That's not it. Chen Yan won without more than 3 strokes when he even competed with Jiang Yuechu. It must be easy to deal with that kid. Seeing that Ji Yu and Chen Yan were about to start a life and death duel, Jiang Yuexin had no choice but to pray and cheer for Ji Yu silently in her heart. Ji Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Yan, quietly waiting for the duel to begin. At this moment, the 3 major forces sent a powerful old man out to preside over this life and death duel. The old man leaped onto the ring lightly, standing between Ji Yu and Chen Yan and waiting for a while. Then he began to count the seconds. 3, 2, 1. The duel begins. As the old man fell, Ji Yu's figure instantly turned into a phantom, and appeared in front of Chen Yan in an instant. Almost no one could catch his figure with naked eyes. When he came to Chen Yan, he clenched his right hand and punched Chen Yan in the face. This time he didn't release the water at all, and exhausted all his strength, wishing to smash Chen Yan to death. Even Chen Yan could hardly see Ji Yu's movements, but fortunately, his reaction was not bad. Before being hit by this punch, his head turned to the other side. But he also couldn't avoid Ji Yu's punch completely. His left ear was rubbed by Ji Yu's fist peak, as if it was cut by a sharp blade, and there was a fiery tingling sensation. Not only that, but he suddenly felt some tinnitus in his left ear. Chen Yan didn't forbid his hand to protect his left ear, hurriedly used his body skills and quickly retreated back, looking a little embarrassed. At this time, he stared at Ji Yu, his eyes full of horror. Why is this kid so fast? The power is also very weird. He felt that if he hadn't avoided the punch just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Yan, who originally had absolute confidence, became shaken by Ji Yu's punch. Before that, he couldn't imagine that he would be afraid of this kid's fist. As this scene just happened, everyone in the audience was also surprised. I read it right, what just happened? Xiao Chen unexpectedly fell under that kid's hand, is this impossible? I think it was Chen Xiao who deliberately released the water. Although the kid's speed was ridiculously fast, I didn't even see that kid's fist hit Chen Xiao. Most of the martial artists present were not high in cultivation, and they couldn't see Ji Yu's movements at all. Only the people of the three major forces and a very small number of audiences with higher cultivation levels have seen the truth of the scene just now. They all saw it, because the young man named Ji Yu was too fast, and Chen Yan didn't react in time. The left ear was struck by the young man's punch. It might be too surprised that he avoided his sharp edge. Let alone Chen Yan, even their seniors were very surprised. I thought that Chen Yan could crush the boy, but he didn't expect Chen Yan to fall into a disadvantage. But this was only the first move, and Chen Yan hadn't made a move yet, and they couldn't see how many famous people were. They still felt that Chen Yan had no suspense. Xuanjia inferior body method. Interesting. Really interesting. The beautiful eyes of the woman in the purple skirt stared at Ji Yu, and the curiosity in the purple pupil became stronger and stronger, as if she became more and more interested in this teenager. Since everyone else felt that Chen Yan had no suspense, and didn't focus on the duel much, only the woman in the purple skirt could see that Ji Yu was displaying the mysterious steps. She was extremely curious about how many secrets this young man had. At the same time, looking at Chen Yan who was going backwards, Ji Yu faintly smiled, your strength is nothing more than that. Hearing what Ji Yu said, Chen Yan's face suddenly became gloomy. He was about to say something, but found that Ji Yu's figure suddenly disappeared. His eyes were startled, and again at that strange speed. As before, Ji Yu appeared in front of Chen Yan almost instantly. He didn't intend to give Chen Yan too much opportunity to breathe, and immediately followed him with another punch to Chen Yan. This time Chen Yan not only concentrated his attention, he was not as hurried as the first time, but he was also very unconvinced, and he also displayed his mastery of boxing skills against Ji Yu. Seeing that Chen Yan actually wanted to use his fists to fight against himself, Ji Yu couldn't help but smile. This dog was simply overwhelmed. If the dog continued to dodge, he might still feel a little troublesome. If you dare to confront him, you are ruining yourself. Next moment. Just listening to a crisp sound of click, Ji Yu's Kanshan fist defeated Chen Yan like a smashing dry fist. Chen Yan's entire fist was smashed into a shape. Feeling the intense pain from his fist, Chen Yan couldn't help but let out an unstoppable muffled sound. Had it not been for his self-esteem to support him, he would have screamed out in pain. His other hand held tightly the wrist of the hand that was directly deformed, as if it could relieve the pain a little. Chen Yan couldn't help but knelt on his knees, his complexion became extremely gloomy, the facial features that endured the severe pain looked a little distorted, but his eyes were extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it at all, he couldn't beat the opponent even after using his full strength. Not only that, but the opponent's strength and speed were so terrifying that he felt terrified. Seeing this scene on the ring, everyone in the audience was completely dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their jaws were almost falling to the ground. Chapter 65 The Master of Qianyuan Wufu, Murong Zili. Those Kanglan Empire Academy finally felt that the situation was not good, and the strength of the young man greatly exceeded their expectations. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that the young man was capable of awakening Chen Yan from the acquired spirit body. On the other side, Jiang Yuexin covered her small mouth in surprise. Although she has always known that Ji Yu's strength is very strong, she never thought that Ji Yu's true strength could be so terrible. In fact, Jiang Yuexin is okay, Jiang Yuechu is directly suspicious of life. Not long ago, she was still the first genius of martial arts in the ancient city of Chaoyang, but she was defeated by Chen Yan with 3 moves a few days ago and took the title of the first genius of martial arts. At first, she was a little worried about Ji Yu, but this guy beat Chen Yan with almost no room to fight back. You haven't reached the 3rd trick, are you already dead? At this moment, Ji Yu looked at Chen Yan with a joking look and smiled. From the blast just now, he almost felt that Chen Yan's specific cultivation was in the 2nd stage of the Imperial Profound Realm. I have to say that after the dog thief awakened the acquired spirit body, his cultivation strength really improved very quickly, and it was no wonder that he could defeat Jiang Yuechu within 3 moves. However, this cultivation base alone is not worth mentioning in front of him. What's more, he has also mastered 2 inferior profound skills, which is beyond the reach of this dog thief. You, hiss. Chen Yan wanted to speak, but couldn't speak because of the pain. It's time to end. The playful smile on Ji Yu's face instantly disappeared, replaced by endless coldness. His fist once again condensed a strong profound energy, ready to use this fist to end Chen Yan's life. No, no. Chen Yan's eyes were full of horror, and she kept shaking his head to ask for mercy. He knew that with this punch, he might really be dead. Let him go. At this moment, the instructor of Kanglan Empire College finally couldn't sit still, and stopped talking. However, Ji Yu didn't seem to have heard it at all, and didn't have the slightest intention to stop, and then he punched Chen Yan again. Stop it. The moment Ji Yu shook his fist, the instructor of Kanglan Empire Academy instantly slapped the seat under him with a palm, and rushed to the ring at an extremely terrifying speed. But at this moment, a purple shadow suddenly stood in front of him. Murong Zili, let me go. The Imperial Academy instructor roared, his speed hardly reduced. No matter what, he couldn't let the boy kill Chen Yan. The woman in the purple skirt who was called Murong Zili did not obey, the green jade fingers waved slightly, and a huge lavender barrier suddenly formed all over her body to block the middle-aged teacher's path. The middle-aged tutor had to slow down and his face became gloomy. You're welcome to blame it. He immediately pulled out the long sword around his waist, his wrist quickly turned, and the sword body shone with a faint green light. Fiercely stabbed towards the purple barrier. However, at the same time, Ji Yu's Kanshan fist had already fallen on Chen Yan. Chen Yan was hit by a boulder in an instant, and his whole body rolled out of the ring. Seeing this scene with his eyes, the middle-aged instructor suddenly changed his face and forcibly stopped the sword in his hand. He flickered towards Chen Yan in an instant, and caught Chen Yan the moment Chen Yan was about to fall out of the ring. The middle-aged instructor probed Chen Yan's condition, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, Chen Yan has not completely died. Upon seeing this, Ji Yu couldn't help but feel a look of regret, and his punch didn't kill Chen Yan directly. Boy, do you take my words to your ears? At this moment, the middle-aged instructor turned his head to stare at Ji Yu, his eyes full of shadows. This is a life-and-death battle. Ji Yu faintly uttered 5 words. Facing the master of Kanglan Empire Academy, his face was extremely cold, without the slightest panic. It was also at this time that a group of people finally reacted. Yeah, this is a life-and-death battle. Isn't the duel of life and death stipulated that it cannot end until one party dies? Is it really good for the people of Kanglan Empire Academy to intervene like this? There is no way. Who told Chen Yan to awaken the Hotian spirit body, and has already joined the Kanglan Empire Academy? Of course, the Kanglan Empire Academy does not want Chen Yan to be killed by that boy. Everyone in the audience side, most of them were on Ji Yu's side, feeling that the instructor of Kanglan Empire Academy was not kind. They were just watching the show themselves, neither Ji Yu nor Chen Yan were familiar with them. Whichever side is strong and which side is reasonable, they will lean on which side. Jiang Yuexin was also particularly angry. It's really shameless to forcibly interrupt the life and death duel and still speak to Ji Yu like that. Chen Wuheng's expression became very ugly. Today was supposed to be the day when his sun shined brightly, how could he develop into this way? Lin Zhanshan's face was so good that he couldn't see where it went. He didn't expect that Ji Yu not only lived well, but also crushed Chen Yan. And since people from the three major forces are present, this kid will definitely join a certain force. In the future, if he wants to avenge Qitian, it will be difficult to find a chance to start. Almost all around was accusing voices. Everyone at Kanglan Empire College looked embarrassed. At this time, Murong Zili suddenly opened her lips lightly, disrupting the life and death battle. Do you want to regret it? As this cool and beautiful voice came out, the middle-aged tutor gradually realized that he had violated the rules and that there was a mistake. But he is a member of Kanglan Empire Academy. How can he bow his head in front of so many people? My Kanglan Empire Academy, I will never welcome you. The middle-aged instructor gave a cold snort, put down these words to Ji Yu, and took Chen Yan out of the ring. Hearing this, Ji Yu smiled without saying a word. He had never thought about joining Kanglan Empire Academy. He would appear here for only one purpose, and that was to kill Chen Yan. It's a pity that now Chen Yan has been taken away by this person, and he can't continue to put Chen Yan to death. Just as Ji Yu was about to step down the ring, he noticed the woman in purple skirt in front of him. He bowed slightly to the woman in the purple skirt and thanked him. Thank you, senior, for helping me. If the woman in the purple skirt hadn't come forward, the instructor of the Kanglan Empire Academy just now would definitely have done something to him, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I am the master of Qianyuan Wufu Mansion. Would you like to join our mansion? Murong Zili's beautiful eyes shimmered faintly, and he stated his purpose straightforwardly. Chapter 66. Do you want to know the secret of the acquired spirit body? As soon as this statement came out, the audience was silent. There were tens of thousands of people present, and they were all shocked by the words of the woman in the purple skirt. Qianyuan Wufu, ranked third in the entire Kanglan Empire, together with the Kanglan Empire Academy and Qing Xuanzong, is known as the three great martial arts sacred sites. And the palace lord of Qianyuan Wufu was actually a young and beautiful woman. Even the instructor who took Chen Yan looked back at Murong Zili with a look of surprise, his eyes full of surprise. This woman has actually become the palace lord of Qianyuan Wufu. The middle-aged tutor looked at Murong Zili in surprise. But he was not only shocked by this. He strangled the boy on the front foot, and the woman on the back foot threw an olive branch directly at the boy. Obviously, this woman didn't put him in his eyes at all, which he had never expected. Even Ji Yu couldn't help being a little dazed. The woman in purple skirt in front of her was actually the palace master of Qianyuan Wufu. How do you feel? Murong Zili was full of interest in Ji Yu and looked forward to Ji Yu's reply. I do. Ji Yu did not hesitate, and immediately agreed. Now he has established too many enemies. Some of the lone warriors who went up to the Kanglan Empire's first martial arts sacred place, and down to the ancient city of Chaoyang were all his enemies. Without the protection of a powerful force, he could easily lose his life. Not to mention the superb strength of Qianyuan Wufu, the woman in purple skirt also came forward to help him, and he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he has passed the enrollment examination, and he was going to choose to join one of the three forces. Qianyuan Wufu is naturally the best choice. As for Qing Xuanzong, he was also excluded, because he didn't know the position of those Qing Xuanzong at all, and it was very risky to join rashly. Very well, then you come with me. There was a hint of satisfaction on Murong Zili's face, and Lianbu gently moved away from the ring. Ji Yu nodded slightly, and then followed. Afterwards, Ji Yu followed Murong Zili to the place where everyone in Qianyuan Wufu was. The person who was sitting next to Murong Zili consciously got up and gave way, and signaled Ji Yu to sit down. In this way, Ji Yu sat beside Murong Zili and became a member of Qianyuan Wufu. Watching this scene, everyone in the audience was talking. This young man really joined Qianyuan Wufu directly, but Chen Yan was on the side of Kanglan Imperial College. By doing this, Qianyuan Wufu offended Kanglan Imperial College. Isn't it uncomfortable? The strength of this young man is so terrifying that even Chen Yan, who has awakened the Hotian spirit body, was hanged by him. If I were the palace lord of Qianyuan Wufu, I would certainly not hesitate to offend Kanglan Imperial College to recruit him. And Qianyuan Wufu is also one of the 3 holy places for martial arts. There is no need to fear Kanglan Imperial College. Yes, I think it's even more uncomfortable on the Kanglan Empire Academy. The peerless Jianjiao who just won was crushed by others with 3 punches. If the tutor interrupted the duel, the peerless Jianjiao would be beaten alive with fists. Dead, ha ha ha. At this moment, the faces of people at Kanglan Empire Academy didn't look pretty. Chen Yan's injury is very serious, you quickly send someone to send him for treatment. The middle-aged tutor ordered the others with a stern face. Yes. Someone immediately left here with Chen Yan who was completely unconscious. Then, the middle-aged tutor turned his eyes and stared at Ji Yu not far away. Don't be too happy boy, the potential of the acquired spirit body is beyond your imagination. In his opinion, Chen Yan suffered a miserable defeat because he had just awakened the Hotian spirit body, and had not yet realized the huge potential of the Hotian spirit body, and that the kid had a strange strength. If some time passed, Chen Yan would definitely be able to surpass that kid. At this moment, Ji Yu noticed the middle-aged tutor's gaze, and at the same time suddenly remembered something, and then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I saw him standing up suddenly and slowly speaking, by the way, I almost forgot to say something. Murong Zili watched Ji Yu's sudden action, a look of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ji Yu looked at Chen Wuhan, the head of the Chen family, with a faint smile, and continued, do you want to know why Chen Yan can suddenly awaken the post-celestial spirit body? Why can the acquired spirit body suddenly awaken? Ji Yu's words immediately attracted the intense interest of everyone present. Not only that, even the people of the 3 major forces are very curious. After all, this is the secret of the acquired spirit body, who can care? Chen Wuhan, who was stared directly by Ji Yu, was panicked. He didn't know what Yener did. Chen Yan didn't awaken the heavenly spirit body out of thin air, and forcibly changed his physical constitution by taking some kind of magical elixir. Ji Yu's tone gradually became colder, however, that magical pill, which I originally obtained by chance, was forcibly taken by him. It not only ruined my family, but also wanted to drive me to death. Ji Yu's words suddenly bombarded the audience like a thunder. Chapter 67 This palace master just knows some soul-searching techniques. Is this true? Chen Yan actually did this kind of thing? If this is true, Chen Yan is a shameless villain. Damn, bah. It's disgusting that I used to think of Chen Yan as my idol before. Everyone was indignant. Jiang Yuexin also had an angry look on her face, and she didn't expect Ji Yu to be treated so unfairly. She had been surprised before, why Ji Yu had been targeted by the Chen family, and desperately wanted to kill Chen Yan. It turned out to be so. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little bit of loss and sadness in her heart. Even so, the Ji Yu never mentioned these things to herself, and always took it alone. At this time, all the people in Kanglan Empire Academy were stupid, and after returning to their senses, they whispered to the middle-aged instructor. Tutor, is it really okay for us to recruit such a shameless villain? Yes, mentor, although Chen Yan has awakened the acquired spirit body, his character is too that. Let's just abandon him, this kind of villain can't accept him. The middle-aged instructor yelled angrily, shut up all to me, don't jump to conclusions before confirming the facts. Listening to the scolding around him, Chen Wuheng finally couldn't help it, his face was excited and stood up to retort Ji Yu, you are slander. You call me slander? Ji Yu smiled indifferently, since you think I am slandering that shameless villain, why do you look so flustered, is there a ghost in your heart? Facing Ji Yu's doubts, Chen Wuheng seemed even more guilty. He tried his best to control his expression and tried not to show his feet. Don't mess around here, you can show evidence if there is a kind, don't want to ruin Yener innocence. Chen Wuheng scolded. I really can't get the evidence. After all, your turtle son does things very secretly. Ji Yu said helplessly, however, no matter how concealed it is, you can't completely hide it from the sky. If you are interested, you can check it out. In fact, most people already know what the Chen family has done to me recently. As soon as this remark came out, many people present had already reacted. The Chen family has indeed done a lot of things recently, and they are all aimed at Gu alone. None of them are fools, and the Chen family can't do everything they can to kill a teenager. Basically, the hearts of many people present have settled. Before Chen Wuheng could speak, Gu went on to say, in addition, the personal guards who usually travel with Chen Yan are also the parties. Do you dare to let them stand up, Master Chen? Hearing Gu's words, Chen Wuheng's heart trembled suddenly. At this moment, a cold and beautiful voice suddenly came into his ears. The palace lord knows a little bit of soul searching, and it just happens to come in handy. Murong Zili, who was sitting next to Gu, suddenly spoke. Soul search technique. Chen Wuheng's head suddenly twitched. Soul search is a powerful secret technique that can search for someone's memory by invading the soul. Now Chen Wuheng did not dare to let those people stand up. Chen Wuheng was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do. Why, don't you dare? Gu stared at Chen Wuheng and smiled lightly. Chen Wuheng's face was so ugly that he couldn't say a word. Looking at Patriarch Chen like that, I guess he's too guilty to speak. In this way, what the young man named Gu said is true. I really can't imagine that the Chen family will do such a despicable thing. Next, let's see what the Kanglan Empire Academy will do. They must have never imagined that Chen Yan, who has awakened the Hotian spirit, is actually a despicable villain. At this time, everyone present basically had a certain number in their hearts. Gradually, more and more people's eyes fell on where everyone at Kanglan Empire Academy was. Feeling the gazes cast from all directions, almost everyone in Kanglan Empire Academy was silent, as if waiting for the leading tutor to speak. Things have already developed to this point, they are useless no matter what, the decision is up to the mentor alone. The middle-aged tutor looked struggling. He didn't want to give up a genius who had awakened the acquired spirit body, but now being watched by tens of thousands of people, he couldn't choose. After a while, he finally made a decision, and said solemnly, as for Chen Yan, our Kanglan Empire Academy cannot directly expel him. After all, the truth of the matter has not yet been revealed. As he said, he turned his gaze to Chen Wuheng, and gave a vague wink, and also asked Patriarch Chen to hand over those personal guards that Ji Xiaoyu said, so that we can find out the truth at Kanglan Imperial College. Chen Wuheng's eyes lit up suddenly. Chen knows. Ji Yu frowned. This Kanglan Empire Academy obviously wanted to cover Chen Yan. Once the Chen family's personal guards were handed over to Kanglan Empire Academy, Palace Master Beauty would not be able to use the soul search technique on those people, and the truth of the matter would definitely be completely covered up. But it doesn't matter, his purpose of exposing these things has been achieved, and that is to let everyone see the true face of Chen Yan's dog. It's just the little friend Ji that the instructor said was really disgusting. Not only that, but most of the court heard the intentions of Kanglan Empire Academy. I'm really speechless, isn't this Kanglan Empire Academy still doing nothing? There is no sincerity at all. They just didn't do this kindly enough. Hey, there is no way, who made Chen Yan a genius who awakened the acquired spirit body, Kanglan Imperial College will definitely try its best to keep Chen Yan. Chapter 68 Weird Beauty Palace Master. There was still a burst of dissatisfaction in the audience. However, the middle-aged teacher didn't care. Compared with the acquired spirit body, the abuse of a group of ordinary people did not matter to him at all. That's the end of the farce, and then continue with business. The middle-aged mentor forcibly ended Chen Yan's affairs, and said calmly, you can choose your own forces to join the 29 who passed the enrollment assessment. Then, the people who passed the assessment started to choose their favorite forces one by one. Although the Kanglan Empire Academy was not very kind, it was still the #1 Wuxiu Holy Land in the Kanglan Empire, and more than half of the examiners chose the Kanglan Empire Academy. However, several candidates with relatively weak talents or strengths were rejected by Kanglan Empire Academy, because Kanglan Empire Academy always only accepts 10 newcomers at a time. These rejected examiners can only choose the remaining Qing Xuanzong or Qianyuan Wufu. The Emperor Xuanzong of the Qing dynasty almost always refused to come, and they would accept as many as there were. As for Qianyuan Wufu, it ranks first among the 3 martial arts sacred sites, and not many people are willing to join Qianyuan Wufu. However, Qianyuan Wufu's performance was very weird. He could not receive a few people, and all of them were rejected by Palace Master Murong Zili. Many people feel very puzzled when seeing this situation. Is Qianyuan Wufu only planning to recruit Ji Yu alone? Palace Master Murong, why don't you accept them? At this moment, even Ji Yu couldn't help but ask Murong Zili. No need. Murong Zili slowly said 3 words, appearing very domineering. Ji Yu was a little speechless, and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. The beautiful palace master in front of him had a strange temper. The 2 sisters, should they be your friends? At this moment, Murong Zili asked suddenly. Yes, what's wrong? Ji Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that Palace Master Murong was referring to sisters Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, and nodded. It is good. Murong Zili nodded slightly. Then she ordered to others, go and invite those 2 girls to join our Qianyuan Wufu. Ji Yu. After Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were invited to join Qianyuan Wufu, Jiang Yuexin ran over immediately. But when she came to Ji Yu, she had a lot of things to say, and suddenly she didn't know what to say. You guys find a place to sit down first. Ji Yu smiled. Jiang Yuexin nodded. Then she and Jiang Yuechu sat down behind Ji Yu. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuexin finally organized the language, and said softly to Ji Yu, if you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, can you not take it alone by yourself, and tell me too? Hearing a hint of pleading in Jiang Yu's words, Ji Yu fell into a short silence. He nodded in thought for a moment, and said in a low tone, it's mainly between me and Chen Yen this time. Until the matter is resolved, I don't want to affect you. Look, you are like this again, can't you trust me more? There was a hint of anger in Jiang Yuexin's tone. She didn't like Ji Yu to take care of everything, but she was completely an outsider and couldn't help with anything. Just like Ji Yu was injured so badly not long ago, if she hadn't happened to meet him and rescued Ji Yu in time, the consequences would be hard to imagine. If you encounter something unexpected, then what should I do? While speaking, a faint mist gradually appeared in Jiang Yuexin's eyes, and her voice sounded more and more like crying. But when she was halfway through, her voice suddenly stopped. There was a blush on Jiang Yuexin's delicate face, as if she realized that what she had just said was a bit bad. She glanced at Ji Yu secretly and found that Ji Yu had no response. Suddenly he breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt a little lost inexplicably. Jiang Yuechu on the side saw this scene and sighed slightly. My own sister is really true, she can tell it directly, but she shrinks at the last moment. Only Ji Yu didn't notice anything wrong, and his face was still serious and said, I know, I will try my best to change it in the future. No, just know it. The blush on Jiang Yuexin's face hasn't completely receded, and she said softly, don't forget about it just a few days after you talked about it today. Please discuss with me no matter what you encounter. Okay. Ji Yu answered softly. Before he knew it, he had gradually regarded Jiang Yuexin as his own, and would not be as cold as Jiang Yuexin as before. At the same time, although Murong Zili did not speak. But she always sat in Ji Yu, and of course she heard the conversation between Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin clearly. Even if she didn't know what these 2 people had experienced before, she knew it as soon as she heard that the relationship between the 2 was not simple anymore. Chapter 69 Would you like to be engaged to my family Yuexin? At this moment Murong Zili showed a hint of interesting color. A dishonest girl. And a teenager who was very slow in some ways. This match is really interesting. Behind him, Jiang Yuechu watched Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu suppress the good atmosphere like this, and he couldn't help feeling a pity. She felt that she had to think of a way to make these 2 guys go further. Otherwise, with the personalities of these 2 guys, there won't be any drama in 10 or 8 years. No one knows her sister better than her, but her sister is a very dishonest person. But that Ji Yuming was good at everything, but in such a very specific aspect, it was not ordinary dullness. It was really helpless. Not long after that, all the examiners who passed the examination had joined the three major forces. Kanglan Imperial College accepted 10 people, Qing Xuanzong accepted 17 people, and Qianyuan Wufu only accepted 3 people. These 3 people are Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin. In this way, the enrollment assessment organized by the 3 major forces has come to an end. Originally, Chen Wuhan wanted to do something after the enrollment assessment was over, but Jiyu's sudden appearance and many bad things happened completely disrupted his plan. In other words, he should have been the biggest winner today, but now he has become the biggest loser. After the enrollment assessment, everyone on the field left Chen Mansion one after another. Kanglan Imperial College and Qing Xuanzong's group also left one after another. They had already recruited new people, and there was no need to stay here anymore. However, those who have already joined the power of the assessment, did not leave with their respective powers, but went back to each family to find each mother. Maybe it's because they all want to go back to report the good news first, or make preparations. After all, being able to join the 3 martial arts sacred sites of the Kanglan Empire is a great honor. At this time, Qianyuan Wufu and others were also preparing to leave. But Murong Zili still needs to explain to Jiyu. You go back to rest or prepare for a while. Within a month, you can go to Qianyuan Wufu in the royal city with this token. Before leaving, Murong Zili said to Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin. While speaking, 3 bronze tokens suddenly appeared out of thin air in her hand. She divided the 3 tokens to Jiyu and the others. After that, Murong Zili left gracefully. After walking not far, she glanced back at Jiyu again, and a smile rose slightly at the corner of her mouth. Funny boy, how many secrets are there in you? Afterwards, Jiyu also left Chen's house with the people from the city lord's mansion. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, Palace Lord Jiang paid attention to Jiyu from time to time. The boy's performance today really shocked him. Chen Yan, who had awakened the acquired spirit body, was easily crushed by this young man, extremely powerful. In addition to strength, mentality, will and other aspects are also superior to ordinary people. Palace Master Jiang didn't know at all, when did his second daughter get acquainted with such a juvenile evildoer, and his second daughter seemed to have a pretty good relationship with this boy. He thought about it, and it was indeed time for his second daughter to find a man. But besides that, he still has a lot of questions to ask this young man, but now is not the time. At the same time, Jiyu naturally noticed Palace Master Jiang's sight. But he didn't care much, he thought about his own affairs. Now Chen Yan has been saved by the guys at Kanglan Empire Academy, and he can only find a chance to kill him completely. Before that, I still can't relax, the acquired spirit body is still a little way. Jiyu thought to himself. Although Chen Yan's acquired spirit body is certainly not as powerful as his system, if he relaxes at this point and the Kanglan Empire Academy focuses on cultivating Chen Yan, then there may be accidents. At least after completely killing Chen Yan's dog, he must not relax easily. Soon, Jiyu followed the group back to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Palace Master Jiang suddenly said to him, "Little friend Ji, I have something I want to tell you about, can it be convenient for you to come with me now?" "Of course it's convenient." Jiyu nodded. Although he didn't know what Palace Master Jiang was suddenly looking for, but Palace Master Jiang didn't hear the slightest arrogance in his tone, he naturally had to show some face. Before long, Jiyu followed Palace Master Jiang to a luxurious house. "Just sit down." Palace Master Jiang said to Jiyu politely. Upon hearing this, Jiyu found a mahogany chair and sat down. Then he asked straight to the point, "President Jiang, what's the matter, please tell me. What do you think of Yu Xian?" Palace Master Jiang didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly expressed his thoughts. "Yu Xian?" Palace Master said Jiang Yuexin. Jiyu asked with a dazed expression. "Yes, it is my second daughter." Palace Master Jiang smiled and nodded. Jiyu was silent for a while. Although I don't know why Palace Master Jiang asked this suddenly, he still answered truthfully, "In general, my impression of her is pretty good." Otherwise, he didn't know how to answer. "So?" Palace Master Jiang nodded slowly, and continued, "Will Xiao Yu Ji be engaged to my Yuexin?" Chapter 70 Jiang Yuexin's Mother. Hearing Palace Master Jiang's words, Ji Yu couldn't help being surprised. He didn't expect that Palace Master Jiang would suddenly talk about this kind of thing. However, just as Ji Yu slightly opened his mouth, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. "Father, how can you say this to Ji Yu without authorization?" I saw Jiang Yuexin rushing in. Her fair and flawless cheeks showed a light pink, but her face was more angry. It seems that she has stayed outside the door to listen. Ji Yu hesitated to speak again, because he heard something wrong with Jiang Yuexin's tone. "Jiang Yuexin, how can you be so rude?" Palace Lord Jiang frowned and scolded Jiang Yuexin. "I don't care, I just don't want you to make decisions for me." Jiang Yu blushed with anxiety, and shook her head vigorously. "I am doing this for your own good, but also for the good of our entire city lord's mansion," Palace Master Jiang said as expected. Looking at all this happening in front of him, Ji Yu thought that the relationship between the two father and daughter was really not good. However, the actual situation was worse than he originally imagined. In his opinion, it was obvious that Palace Master Jiang had discussed the engagement with him in private, and had not asked Jiang Yuexin's opinion at all. With Jiang Yuexin's personality, she would definitely not be happy after discovering these. Coupled with the fact that the relationship between the father and daughter is not good, this will intensify the conflict. This is just Ji Yu's conjecture, and he is not particularly clear about the specific situation. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's face suddenly sank as she bit her teeth. "I will call the shots of my own affairs, don't let you interfere." Before she finished speaking, she quickly walked over and took Ji Yu's hand. "Let's go." Ji Yu was just forcibly pulled away by Jiang Yuexin. He didn't resist at all, and didn't say a word. Because he felt that before he figured out the ins and outs of this matter, it was best not to do certain superfluous things. Palace Lord Jiang watched Jiang Yuexin take Ji Yu away, but didn't say anything. After Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu both left, he shook his head slightly and sighed. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin had already pulled Ji Yu away. Finally, she gradually stopped. The anger on her face had disappeared a lot, and she lowered her head and said, "Sorry, I just showed you a joke." "Nothing, but has something happened between you and Palace Master Jiang?" Ji Yu asked, slightly concerned. Jiang Yuexin showed a hint of hesitation before saying, "That person, he never cared how my mother and I felt." "Your mother?" Ji Yu's eyes flashed slightly. This was the first time he heard Jiang Yuexin mention his mother. Speaking of it, he has been in the city lord's mansion for so many days and has never seen Jiang Yuexin's mother. My mother has been suffering from a strange disease for many years. She has been lying in bed all the year round and has difficulty taking care of her daily life. I usually take care of her mother." When talking about her mother, Jiang Yuexin's face looked very sad. Suddenly, a flash of anger flashed in her eyes, but that man, who never cared about his mother, kept saying that it was for the good of us all. Ji Yu suddenly thought, it's no wonder Jiang Yuexin often doesn't know where he is going every day. It turns out that he is to take care of his mother. However, he did not speak, and quietly listened to Jiang Yuexin to continue speaking. He was not like this long ago. Since his mother's illness, he has suddenly become selfish and selfish. No matter what he does, he will not take into account my feelings. Jiang Yuexin said in a low voice, "Not only that, but after his mother fell ill, he gradually left us indifferent, regardless of whether his mother lived or died." Halfway through hearing, Ji Yu seemed to have noticed something. Waiting for Jiang Yuexin to finish speaking, he asked, "What was Palace Master Jiang like long ago?" In any case, a person's personality changes suddenly, and there must be some unknown secrets. He treated me and my mother very well a long time ago, and he is completely different from now. Jiang Yuexin said, "Now he will only treat her sister slightly better, but the requirements for her in martial arts are also extremely strict." "Then wouldn't he be so harsh on you?" Ji Yu pondered for a while and asked. "In the beginning it was, but I didn't listen to him at all, and then he gradually ignored me," Jiang Yuexin said while remembering. Chapter 71 Suffering from a Strange Disease. That's it. Ji fell into a brief period of contemplation again. He always felt that there was something unspeakable about Palace Master Jiang, but he couldn't be completely sure. The main reason is that he has no idea about what Palace Master Jiang is, so he has no clue as to what Palace Master Jiang is. He thought about it again, and suddenly reacted at a certain moment. All the actions of Palace Master Jiang were integrated, as if. It's as if I desperately want to increase my strength. Not long ago, Jiu also desperately wanted to strengthen himself because of Chen Yan's affairs, so he was very sensitive to this aspect. That's why he just felt that there was something unspeakable about Palace Master Jiang, and it was probably just to strengthen his strength. The strength of Palace Lord Jiang can be Palace Lord Jiang himself, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, or even the entire city lord's mansion that he can use. It is precisely because Palace Lord Jiang has valued his talent and strength that he privately wants to be engaged to Jiang Yuexin, so that he will become a member of the city lord's mansion and become one of Palace Lord Jiang's strength. Palace Master Jiang will be so harsh on Jiang Yuechu in martial arts, just to make Jiang Yuechu stronger as soon as possible, so that Palace Master Jiang's strength will also increase. Even Jiang Yuexin had been demanded so harshly, but Jiang Yuexin was not obedient at all, and Palace Master Jiang gave up later. At this time, Jiu suddenly recalled that 7 days ago, Jiang Yuechu was defeated by Chen Yan's 3 tricks, and Palace Master Jiang was full of disappointment. The combination of the incident further confirmed his conjecture. Of course, all this is still just Jiu's conjecture. Before the truth is conclusive, he will not easily make a conclusion. Then, continue thinking based on this conjecture. Since when did Palace Master Jiang become eager to improve his strength? According to what Jiang Yuexin said, it suddenly became like this after her mother became ill. Thinking of this, a new conjecture appeared in Jiu's mind again. The root cause of all this is probably Jiang Yuexin's mother's illness. How did your mother get that disease? Jiu asked immediately. I don't know this too well. I asked my mother many times, and she kept silent every time. Jiang Yuexin shook her head. Jiu frowned slightly, which was a little troublesome. He considered how to ask, and after thinking about it, he asked, then where did she get the disease? Is it here in the city lord's mansion? I don't know this. I only know that after my mother and father came back from nowhere, she suffered from the strange disease somehow, and I didn't even know how to treat it. Jiang Yuexin still shook her head. As soon as the voice fell, she continued, before speaking, I went to the Monster Mountain range to collect hydrangea with you, just to try to cure my mother's strange disease, but then the hydrangea did not affect my mother's strange disease. To any effect. These words of Jiang Yuexin once again disrupted Jiu's mind. Where did Palace Master Jiang and Palace Master's wife come back from? No way to know. Why did the lady of the Palace Master suffer from a strange disease? No way to know. Otherwise, would you take me to see your mother? Hearing Jiu's words, Jiang Yuexin was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously asked, why? Can't it? Jiu asked back. If Jiang Yuexin was unwilling, it would be useless even if he uttered his own conjecture. What's more, those who were originally his own conjectures, Jiang Yuexin would not necessarily believe them, so he simply didn't say anything. It's not impossible, but at least there must be a reason. Suddenly at this moment, Jiang Yuexin stared into Jiu's eyes with a look of alertness. I always feel that you have something to hide from me. Why do you like to bear it by yourself every time? Tell me you will die. I know. Jiu sighed slightly and couldn't help but want to laugh. Unexpectedly, this girl is so keen, this actually made her aware of it. I will tell you, let's talk as we go. Jiu said. That's not right, then you come with me. Jiang Yuexin nodded happily, and took Jiu to her mother's residence. Walking on the road, Jiu told Jiang Yuexin about his previous conjectures. After speaking, he added, you first look at what I said from the perspective of a bystander. Do you think it is reasonable? The reason he said this was to prevent Jiang Yuexin from affecting her thinking because of her resentment towards Palace Master Jiang. Jiang Yuexin thought for a while, and nodded with a complicated expression, although I don't want to admit it, what you said does have some truth. Relax your mood. I didn't say this to ask you to change your view of Palace Master Jiang, let alone you take the initiative to ask me to tell these things. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's mixed appearance, Ji Yu said softly. Immediately, he continued, anyway, I'll go and see your mother with my own eyes, maybe I can find out the truth. I understand. Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and relaxed her emotions. Until her expression relaxed and natural, she began to speed up, okay, let's continue walking. Ji Yu nodded slightly, speeding up to follow. Not long after, the two came to a simple and humble hut. Right here. Looking at this small house, Ji Yu couldn't help showing a faint surprise. He didn't expect the palace owner's wife to live in such a place. Chapter 72 Black Evil Deadly Poison, 7 Profound Clear Spirit Pills. Jiang Yuexin heard the surprise in Ji Yu's tone, and immediately explained, this is an old house more than 10 years ago. Back then, my mother gave birth to my sister in this house, and later gave birth to me here. She has stayed here since she got sick. Every time my sister and I call her to live in a better place, she is unwilling. While speaking, Jiang Yuexin's complexion slowly became warm, and the eyes looking at the cabin gradually became fascinated. Maybe even if Ji Yu spoke now, she might not be able to hear it. Ji Yu looked at the hut quietly, very cooperative not to disturb Jiang Yuexin. After a while, Jiang Yuexin suddenly recovered, feeling that her eye sockets became moist, rubbed her eyes hurriedly, and concealed, some sand has gotten into her eyes, it will be better soon. Ji Yu had already seen through, but didn't say it. Soon Jiang Yuexin finished rubbing her eyes, okay, let's go in. Ji Yu followed Jiang Yuexin into the hut. The exterior looks extremely simple, but inside is an antique and cozy cabin. There are all kinds of flowers and plants everywhere in the room, making the air full of refreshing fragrance of flowers. My mother's favorite is flowers, and grasses, which I keep here. Jiang Yuexin said slowly. Ji Yu nodded slightly, thoughtful. Afterwards, Jiang Yuexin took Ji Yu to a wooden bed. Lying on the wooden bed was a young woman with a dark face and a haggard face. Seeing this young woman, Ji Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. Ding! The master discovered the Black Devil's death poison, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master, for successfully comprehending the profound skill of the mysterious rank, the Black Desperate Palm. Ding! Congratulations to the master, for successfully comprehending the third-class high-quality pill, 7 Xian Qin Ling pill. In addition, Ji Yu's mind also flooded with a lot of knowledge about Haisha Desperate Palm and 7 Profound Spirit Pills. Hei Sha's Desperate Palm, his palm power is insidious, it is a kind of superior grasp of the mysterious rank. If hit by the Black Sha's Desperate Palm, a poisonous gas named Black Sha's deadly poison will be left in the body. This kind of poisonous gas will not kill people quickly, but will remain in the human body, constantly torturing the poisoned person. The Qishuan Qingling pill is exactly the antidote to this poison. Hei Sha Desperate Poison. Palace Master's wife was originally infected with this kind of poison. After so many years of torture, she can still persist. Ji Yu couldn't help but admire the Palace Lord's wife's willpower far beyond ordinary people. In his mind about Haisha Desperate Palm, it was mentioned that although most people would not be poisoned to death by Haisha Desperate Poison, they usually could not help but commit suicide within 1 year. Because this kind of poison is constantly torturing the poisoned person, and ordinary people simply cannot bear it. In contrast, the Palace Lord's wife in front of her was so strong that she could survive until now. Ji Yu couldn't imagine. At this moment, the woman lying on the bed seemed to notice someone coming in. She slowly opened her eyes and found that it was her daughter who was here, and a forced smile appeared on her pale and haggard face. Yuexin, you are here. The woman was struggling to speak, and her voice sounded weak. At the next moment, she suddenly noticed that there was a stranger standing beside Jiang Yuexin, and then asked, "This is?" "He is my friend and his name is Ji Yu. I took him to visit your mother with you." Jiang Yuexin squatted down quickly and held the woman's slightly trembling hand with both hands. After listening to what Jiang Yuexin said, the woman seemed to understand something immediately, and a touch of relief was revealed in her sullen eyes. She turned her gaze to the young man standing next to Jiang Yuexin, and slowly said, "I hope the son can be more tolerant to Yuexin. She is not sensible now. Many times like to play temper." Jiang Yuexin heard the meaning of her mother's words, her face plopped and became ashamed, and she said softly, "Mother, I don't have that kind of relationship with him." On the contrary, Jiyu looked calm and focused on his mind. He hardly heard what the mother and daughter were saying, and said in a serious tone, "I know what poison is in the lady." "What poison?" Jiang Yuexin blurted out. "Black evil deadly poison," Jiyu said solemnly. Hearing the young man in front of him uttering the 5 words, "Haisha breaking poison," the woman's eyes widened, her pupils moved, and her face was full of shock. "Can you see this poison?" the woman said in shock. Because she was too excited, the poison gas in her body was aggravated, making her look more uncomfortable. "Mother, don't get excited." Seeing her mother's situation, Jiang Yuexin suddenly panicked. "Yes, I can see that the poison in you, madam, is the black sha deadly poison, because I am an alchemist." While talking, Jiyu revealed the alchemist badge that was originally hidden. "So the son is an alchemist." The woman's expression gradually eased, she slowly closed her eyes, and pleaded, please forget what happened here today, don't tell this black evil deadly poison to the beginning of the month." Hearing this, Jiyu narrowed his eyes. The meaning of the words of the palace owner's wife, is that she intends to give up. Jiang Yuexin naturally heard the meaning of the words. "Mother, don't give up so quickly, Jiyu is a very powerful alchemist, maybe he can find a way to detoxify." There was a hint of panic and crying in her tone. "Yuexin, promise mother, don't make trouble for Master Ji." The woman shook her head slightly and smiled, "There is no way this poison on my mother can be done." Chapter 73 Qing Ling Pill, Alleviate the Poison. She had just noticed that the young man's body was only a first-grade alchemist badge. Although the other party may have happened to know about Haisha breaking poison, only the level of a first-grade alchemist can't detoxify. It's just that she doesn't want to say these things. However, at this moment, Jiyu calmly said, "No, I really have a way to detoxify." He remembered the detoxification method of Haisha's deadly poison in his mind well, the whole formula of the 7 profound clear spirit pill was too detailed. W.H. The sudden voice of Jiyu was so shocked that the woman was speechless. "Really?" Jiang Yuexin was also very excited, clutching Jiyu's shoulders tightly with both hands, bowed her head and begged, "Jiyu, please save my mother, please." "Don't worry, I will do my best." Jiyu agreed. In any case, through Jiang Yuexin's mother, he also obtained a superior mastery of the mysterious skill. This high-ranking master hand, Black Shade's desperate palm, was a very pleasant harvest for him. After all, the highest level in his body was only a low-level mysterious skill. Even if you look at the entire ancient city of Chaoyang, no one has the superior profound skills of the profound stage. The profound skills of the lower ranks are still regarded as heirloom treasures by the major families, and most people are not qualified to contact them at all. Although Haisha Desperate Palm is very insidious, as long as he can improve his strength, he will not care so much. In addition, there is also a third-class high-quality pill, 7 Xian Qing Ling Pill. The elixir of this kind of pill is extremely precious and rare, and many alchemy masters want to spend a sky-high price to buy the elixir of this third-class pill. It's basically an existence that can't be desired, and its value is not inferior to that of Haisha Destiny. Therefore, if you take advantage of others, you naturally have to help a group. This is called kindness. What's more, Jiang Yuexin once saved his life, and he has not been able to repay the kindness that time. Although I don't know what detoxification method Ji Gongzi has, I still hope you can give up as soon as possible. After speaking, a tangled color flashed in the woman's eyes. There seemed to be some things she wanted to say, but she was hesitating whether to say it or not. After a while, she sighed, "This is the end of the matter, and I don't need to keep hiding." The woman looked at Jiang Yuexin and said, "Your father did not know how many times you have sought alchemists without telling you. No alchemist in the entire ancient city of Chaoyang can cure this poison, even the president of the Chaoyang branch. Why, how could this be?" Jiang Yuexin was struck by lightning and her face instantly turned pale. She doesn't know how. The president of the Chaoyang branch is the most accomplished alchemy master in the entire ancient city of Chaoyang, and even that master can't help it. It's really hopeless. It's not that she doesn't believe in Ji, even if Ji's alchemy attainments are high, it is impossible to be higher than the Chaoyang branch president. Don't worry, although I can't cure the black evil deadly poison in your body, madam, it's okay to relieve the poison first. Looking at the appearance of the mother and daughter, Ji scratched his head. Relieve the poison? The woman was suddenly puzzled. She had never heard that this black evil deadly poison could alleviate the poison. But at this time, the black evil deadly poison in her body became more and more serious, and she was too uncomfortable to continue speaking. Ji nodded and said, "Don't talk about it, madam, the poison in your body is already very serious now. I will go to refine a pill first." After speaking, he walked directly outside the house. Ji. Seeing Ji suddenly walk out of the house, Jiang Yuexin called out. After struggling for a moment, she decided to go out together. At this time, the woman on the bed did not make a sound and closed her eyes quietly. She was already mentally prepared. No matter what the final result, she now treats it with a calm heart. Only her husband and daughter kept her from letting go. They were her only concerns for so many years. At the same time, outside the house, Ji walked forward quickly. Ji, wait, where are you going? Jiang Yuexin behind has already caught up. I'm going to buy the materials needed to refine the Qingling pill. Ji said as he walked, "It's a pity that my current level of alchemy cannot completely eradicate the black evil deadly poison in your mother's body. I can only use Qingling pills to relieve your mother's poison." Clear spirit pill. Jiang Yuexin had never heard of this kind of pill before, and at the next moment she suddenly reacted, You mean Qingling pill can relieve mother's poisonous potential? At this time, Jiang Yuexin had no idea what kind of pill the Qingling pill was. She was eager to know whether this pill could really relieve the poison. Whenever I think of her mother having to endure the pain caused by the black evil deadly poison all the time, her heart is as uncomfortable as being cut by a knife. If it can alleviate the black evil deadly poison, the mother would not be so painful. Chapter 74. Meet Yu Shuyun again. Yes. Ji nodded and said, "The Qingling pill can effectively relieve the poison in your mother's body, and it is not difficult to refine it." When he understood the 7 profound spiritual pills in his mind earlier, he saw something about the clearing spirit pills. The Qingling pill is a second-grade medium-level pill. In general, it is a low-profile version of the Qishuan Qingling pill. The clear spirit pill is also effective against the black evil deadly poison, but the effect is much worse than that of the 7 profound clear spirit pills, and the efficacy is far from enough to completely eradicate the black evil deadly poison. At most, it can only temporarily alleviate the poisonous potential of Black Shah's death poison. However, he was not only to relieve the poison, but also to buy more time to improve his alchemy level. Currently Ji only has the level of second-grade middle-level alchemy alchemist. Refining clear spirit pills is enough, but refining Qishuan clear spirit pills is far from enough. He occasionally discovered that the 999 times alchemy success rate triggered by the system is conditionally limited. As long as the level of the refined pill does not exceed his alchemist level, the 999 times alchemy success rate will be automatically triggered, otherwise it will not be triggered. His alchemist level is the second-rank middle-level alchemist, and the 7th principal clear spirit pill is higher than the 3rd rank. It can't trigger 999 times the alchemy success rate, and it is impossible to refining successfully. Therefore, he has to fight for enough time to raise his alchemy attainments to a 3rd-rank high alchemist. Even if it hasn't been long before the enrollment assessment is over, Ji's reputation has already reached the ears of most people in Chaoyang Ancient City. On the way Ji went to the Chaoyang branch to purchase materials, almost everyone recognized him. All admired and respected him, and no one who didn't have long eyes dared to make trouble for him. Ding! Master took a step. The lower-level profound technique, 1000 illusion flash, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Master took a step. The lower-level profound technique, 1000 illusion body, gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the inferior profound technique, 1000 illusion flash, successfully broke through to the realm of furnace pure blue. It didn't take long for Jiyu to arrive at the Chaoyang branch, and on the way she broke through to the realm of perfection. He has been to the Chaoyang branch many times, and he knows this well, and soon began to purchase materials to avoid wasting time. The person in charge of trading alchemy materials saw that he was a regular customer, and his hands-on efficiency was also very fast. After a while, he helped Jiyu find all the materials needed to refine the Qingling pill. Looking at these materials, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Yuexin's eyes, and her heart was very excited. Thanks a lot. Jiyu gave a polite voice, loaded these materials into Na Jie, and then left. At this moment, he suddenly found a familiar figure walking towards him not far in front. The woman wore a pure and flawless white long dress with a cold and beautiful face. Yu Shuyun. Jiyu recognized this beautiful woman as Yu Shuyun at a glance. Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu in confusion. Chapter 75. What is the relationship between that woman and you? I haven't seen it for many days. I don't think you are now the first genius of martial arts in Chaoyang ancient city. Yu Shuyun came over and said. Obviously she already knows Jiyu's performance in the enrollment assessment of the Chen Mansion, and being able to defeat Chen Yen with just 3 punches is definitely the undoubted first genius of martial arts. Sorry, I have something urgent to do right now. If you have anything to do, please tell me later. Jiyu saluted Yu Shuyun, and then walked around Yu Shuyun. He could guess that Yu Shuyun suddenly appeared, there must be something to look for him. But now he doesn't have much free time, so he has to go back to refine the Qingling pill. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Yu Shuyun's face, because Jiyu's reaction surprised her. But soon her face returned to calm, seeing Jiyu leave with a young girl. This girl. Yu Shuyun felt a little familiar with the girl behind Jiyu, and immediately remembered that this girl seemed to be the second lady in the city lord's mansion. Many of them heard the conversation between Jiyu and Yu Shuyun, and they all began to whisper. I rubbed it, it's Jiyu, and only he would treat Yu Shuyun like this, right? This is really awesome. In the past, Yu Shuyun rarely took the initiative to find someone else to do something. I don't know how many young people in Chaoyang ancient city wanted to kneel and lick her without a chance, but Jiyu just left when he had an urgent task. Up. After all, he is the first genius of martial arts, and even Chen Yen, who has awakened the awakened spirit body, was completely abused by him. His status is not lower than that of Yu Shuyun, and there is no need to please Yu Shuyun. I don't think it's that simple. Didn't you find that the second lady in the city lord's mansion has been following Jiyu? Maybe there is some secret between the 3 of them, he. There were a lot of people nearby, making it sound like Yu Shuyun hadn't heard anything, his expression still cold. Yu Shuyun quietly looked at Jiyu's leaving back, a shimmering light in his cold eyes. At this time, Jiyu was walking on the way back to the city lord's mansion. Jiang Yuexin behind her was a little restless, her face slightly sad. After a while, she finally couldn't help it, and asked, Jiyu, who was that woman just now? Have you never met her? She is the daughter of the president of the Chaoyang branch, and a rare pill wizard named Yu Shuyun. While talking, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiyu's eyes. He thought that Jiang Yuexin knew that Yu Shuyun, after all, Yu Shuyun's reputation in Chaoyang ancient city was not small. It's Yu Shuyun. I have heard her name, but I have never seen her. Jiang Yuexin looked a little surprised. Yes, I heard that guy rarely shows up in front of outsiders. Jiyu thought about it for a while. He once heard that Yu Shuyun generally wouldn't show up easily, so that most people who have heard of Yu Shuyun's name have never seen Yu Shuyun. In fact, what Jiang Yuexin wanted to know most was not the woman's name. She immediately asked, what is the relationship between Yu Shuyun and you? At this time, Jiang Yuexin's tone sounded a little alert and a little uneasy. Relationship? Ji Yu thought for a moment, and said casually, it doesn't matter, I don't lose much with her. Then why did she come to you suddenly? Didn't you say that she rarely appeared in front of outsiders? Jiang Yuexin asked again. This, you ask me, who am I asking? At this moment, Ji Yu only felt, fuck, in his heart. How did he know why Yu Shuyun came to him suddenly? I don't care, I just want to know what that woman wants to do with you. Jiang Yuexin said defiantly and unreasonably. Chapter 76 Weeping with Joy, Hugging Tightly. I really do not know. Ji Yu was rather helpless. Stop talking about this, now the most important thing is to go back and relieve your mother's poisonous potential. Okay. Hearing the word, mother, Jiang Yuexin had to be obedient. But the more Ji Yu kept silent, the more she cared about the woman named Yu Shuyun. She didn't know why, but when she thought of what that woman might have to do with Ji Yu, she felt uncomfortable. Although it is not clear why Jiang Yuexin suddenly played his temper just now, Ji Yu didn't care too much, but hurried back to the city lord's mansion. Soon, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin returned to the city lord's mansion. I'll refine the clear spirit pill outside here, see if you want to go in and take care of your mother first. Before coming to the cabin, Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuexin. Okay, I'll go in first. Jiang Yuexin nodded and walked into the small house. Afterwards, Ji Yu took out an alchemy furnace and several materials needed for refining Qingling pill from Neji. Ding! It is detected that the owner has started to refine the second-grade middle-level pill, clear spirit pill, and the success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. The moment he put the first material into the alchemy furnace after lighting the furnace, the system brought him a 999 times success rate of alchemy. Almost an hour passed, and all the materials in the pill furnace were finally melted into pill liquid. At this moment, Ji Yu instantly made a condensed pill handprint. Ding! The master succeeded in refining a second-grade medium pill, clear spirit pill, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 300 by 999 times. After the first Qingling pill was refined, Ji Yu did not continue to refine the second one, but quickly walked into the hut. I saw Jiang Yuexin sitting in front of the bed taking care of her mother. Seeing Ji Yu suddenly walk in from outside, she immediately looked at Ji Yu with a look full of expectation and asked, is the pill already refined? Well, this is the Qingling pill, you can just give it to her directly. Ji Yu came over and handed the Qingling pill to Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin suddenly became excited, and took this clear spirit pill with trembling hands. This little pill can alleviate the pain suffered by the mother, how can she not be excited? This is... The woman on the bed looked at the pill in Jiang Yuexin's hand and asked in a weak voice. Jiang Yuexin said, Mother, this is the pill that Ji Yu refined. You won't be so uncomfortable after eating it. What a silly boy. The woman faintly shook her head and smiled. She still felt that there was no cure for the black evil deadly poison in her body, but it was a pity that Master Ji's energy and time were wasted. However, in order not to make her daughter sad, she slowly ate this clear spirit pill. At the moment when the pill was taken in, the woman instantly felt a refreshing sensation from her mouth to her whole body. When she was still feeling marvelous for the coolness, she suddenly found that her whole body was not as painful as before. The black evil spirit in the woman's eyes almost disappeared, replaced by shock. All this happened so quickly and suddenly, she couldn't believe it was true. Mother, how do you feel now? Jiang Yuexin asked urgently. After hearing Jiang Yuexin's voice, the woman finally relieved her senses. Up to now, she still has an incredible color in her eyes, and her face is somewhat sluggish, and she replied, I am really not as uncomfortable as before. It's great, it's great. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's brows suddenly stretched out, her expression in surprise. At the next moment, she suddenly stood up and couldn't help but hug Ji Yu in front of her tightly, crying with joy. Jiang Yuexin buried her face in Ji Yu's generous chest and couldn't help crying. Feeling the slightly trembling petite body, Ji Yu couldn't help feeling soft, and stretched out a hand to gently stroke Jiang Yuexin's hair. This time, Jiang Yuexin no longer resisted as before, but let Ji Yu touch it. Watching this scene, the woman also showed a warm smile on her face. After a while, Jiang Yuexin realized that her mother was still watching. She blushed and left Ji Yu's embrace. Don't get me wrong, I am thanking you for rewarding you. Chapter 77. I like him. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's appearance, Ji Yu smiled and said nothing. Well, since Madame's poison has been suppressed, then I will continue to refine the pill. After speaking, Ji Yu walked out of the hut, preparing to refine the remaining materials. He had only refined one clear spirit pill before, and the remaining materials could be refined several more. At this time, the woman had not yet eased from the shock she had just received. She curiously asked, Yuexin, who is this son of Ji? My husband has been seeking for so many years, even the chairman of the Chaoyang branch has nothing to do with the black evil deadly poison, but this young man has been relieved of poison. Afterwards, Jiang Yuexin sat down by the bed and told her mother almost everything that had happened to him and Ji Yu from beginning to end. After listening, the woman's expression gradually became a little ambiguous. As soon as she heard it, she understood that her daughter was deeply trapped. Yuexin, you should like that young Master Ji. The woman looked at Jiang Yuexin with an "I understand" expression. No. Jiang Yuexin was shocked suddenly, lowered her head shyly, and made a low voice of denial. Don't be so shy, it's only us here. Tell my mother in private that my mother won't say anything. The woman smiled. Jiang Yuexin was still very shy and hesitated. I like him. Although she still didn't quite understand what kind of feeling she had for Ji Yu, she knew that she should like Ji Yu. I just don't know how Ji Yu feels about himself. Look, it's better to be frank like this. The woman smiled and said, if you can be more frank when facing young Master Ji, he will definitely like you too. Really? Jiang Yuexin asked, very concerned. Of course it is true. The woman took Jiang Yuexin's hand and said with a serious face, you look so cute, he will definitely be fascinated by you. Okay. Jiang Yuexin blushed with shame and nodded slightly in response. There was a joyful smile on her face at this moment. At the same time, I was thinking about trying to be courageous next time and be a little frank. Mother will cheer you on. The woman encouraged. Mother, do you really feel uncomfortable now? Jiang Yuexin was still a little worried. Really, my mother is in good health now, and she is still recovering slowly, she should be able to get out of bed in a few days. The woman nodded. Although there is still some poisonous gas raging in the body, she has not known how many years have not been so comfortable. Thanks to Ji Yu, I really don't know what to do without him. Until now Jiang Yuexin still felt scared and couldn't help but hug the woman. So, later you try to be more frank and thank Master Ji, how about? The woman comforted Jiang Yuexin and said softly. It is good. Jiang Yuexin responded in a low voice. This time Ji Yu saved her mother's life, and she felt that she really must be frank once. Chapter 78. Thank you. Ding. It is detected that the owner has started to refine the second-grade middle-level pill, clear spirit pill, and the success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. At this time, Ji Yu was refining the second, clear pill, outside the house. Although the poisonous situation of the palace owner's wife had been relieved before, it could only last for a while. Therefore, he has to refine a few more, clearing pills, to allow the palace lord's wife to maintain it for a few more days. Ding! The master succeeded in refining a second-grade middle-grade pill, clear spirit pill. The experience value of the alchemy attainments, 300 by 999 times. Ding! The master succeeded in refining a second-grade middle-grade pill, clear spirit pill. The experience value of the alchemy attainments, 300 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the second-rank high-grade alchemist. About 2 hours later, 5 clear pills appeared in Ji Yu's hands. Not only that, refining these 5 clear spirit pills also allowed him to be promoted to a second-rank superior alchemist, and he could start to refine the second-rank superior pill. I don't know when Jiang Yuexin has walked out of the hut, sitting by the door watching Ji Yu look a little fascinated. Ji Yu turned his head and saw Jiang Yuexin, and then said, "The previous Qingling pill can only last for 10 days at most. I have refined another 5 Qingling pills. You may prepare them for your mother to prevent future troubles." While talking, Ji Yu walked over and handed the 5 Qingling pills to Jiang Yuexin. After hearing Ji Yu's voice, Jiang Yuexin came back to her senses and took the 5 Qingling pills from Ji Yu. She seemed a little absent-minded, and her face showed a faint blush, as if there was something she wanted to do but she was embarrassed to do it. "What's happening?" Looking at Jiang Yuexin holding the Qingling pill but standing still, Ji Yu asked with a puzzled look. Jiang Yu struggled in her heart for a while, finally mustered up the courage to make up her mind, and whispered, "Thanks, thank you." Jiang Yuexin's voice is almost as low as a mosquito, but Ji Yoshio has reached this level and his hearing is different from ordinary people. He can barely hear Jiang Yuexin's voice. "Okay." Ji Yu nodded and smiled. At the same time, he was a little surprised that this girl would actually say thank you. "Then I will go in first." Jiang Yuexin ran into the hut like a frightened little rabbit, her mouth was filled with joy. Ji Yu followed in eagerly, thinking about other things. "Although I have reached the level of the second-rank high-level alchemist, I am still far from refining the third-rank high-level pill, the 7 profound clear spirit pill. During this time, I will start to speed up and improve my alchemy." Ji Yu walked into the cabin while thinking. The fastest way to improve your elixir skills is nothing more than to obtain 999 times experience by refining the elixir. Inside the room, the woman on the bed looked at Jiang Yuexin who walked in, and smiled kindly. "Yuexin, did you do it?" "Well, I did it." Jiang Yuexin nodded happily, still a trace of shyness on her face. "And mother, just now Ji Yu refined 5 clear spirit pills, saying that the effect of 1 clear spirit pills can only last for 10 days, so you can keep it for later use." With that said, Jiang Yuexin put the 5 Qingling pills in the woman's hands. "I know." The woman nodded slightly. When she saw Ji Yu also come in, she said with a grateful expression, "Master Ji, thank you so much this time. It's just a matter of effort." Ji Yu waved his hand and said modestly. Chapter 79 The Fault of the Year. I really don't know how to repay the sun. At this moment, the woman suddenly thought of something, and then said to Jiang Yuexin, "Yuexin, go and talk to your father first." When talking about her father, the smile on Jiang Yuexin's face gradually disappeared, and she looked a little reluctant. The woman seemed to see through what Jiang Yuexin was thinking, and said earnestly, "Goodbye, Yuexin, your father also has troubles." "Difficulties?" Jiang Yuexin whispered in a low voice, then shook her head, still seemingly reluctant to meet the man. "Yuexin is obedient. No matter how bad your father has done, don't hate him. If you want to be cruel, you will be cruel. It is the mistakes of your mother that made him like this." The woman said sadly. "The fault of the year." Ji Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and the words of the palace lord's wife caught his attention. "Yes, if I hadn't insisted on doing that thing back then, I wouldn't be deadly poisonous, and Jiang Zhongtian would not have become like this." The woman said. "Jiang Zhongtian? Is it Palace Master Jiang?" Ji Yu asked. "Yes, my husband is called Jiang Zhongtian." The woman nodded. "Then madam, can you elaborate on what happened that year?" Ji Yu was a little curious about what happened that year. "It's a thing of the past, there is no need to mention it again." The woman shook her head slightly. Hearing that the palace owner's wife was reluctant to mention the past that year, Ji Yu did not continue to ask. Moreover, he was just curious, and there was no need to dig out the roots. When the time came to refine the 7 profound clear spirit pill, he would be done. "Mother, please rest here first. I'll go tell Dad now." At this time, Jiang Yuexin sighed and said solemnly. After speaking, she took Ji Yu's hand and left the hut. Seeing the back of the two leaving, the woman smiled comfortingly. Jiang Yuexin was forcibly pulled away again, and Ji Yu asked with some doubts, "Why do you have to pull me up, can you just go alone?" "Idiot." Jiang Yuexin snorted, and then said in a soft voice like a mosquito, if you are not here, I am a little uneasy." "Fine." Hearing this, Ji Yu smiled faintly. Before long, Ji Yu was pulled by Jiang Yuexin to the door of Palace Master Zhang's room. Jiang Yuexin, who was originally walking in front of Ji Yu, slowly hid behind Ji Yu. She pulled the corner of La Jio's clothes and whispered, "Go open the door." "Why?" Just as Ji Yu asked this sentence, the next moment he suddenly understood something. When the palace lord's wife was there before, Jiang Yuexin was actually not particularly disgusted with the palace lord. It was because after Jiang Yuexin knew the truth, she had a trace of guilt towards Palace Master Zhang. This trace of guilt made Jiang Yuexin not as embarrassed to continue facing Palace Master Zhang. Jiang Yuexin's inner thoughts at this time were almost the same as Ji Yu had guessed. Although her father has done too much in the past few years, she can't hate it when she thinks that those actions are for her mother. Not only couldn't hate it, but there was some guilt in her heart. "Why do you care so much? If you ask you to go, you go." Jiang Yuexin was quite unreasonable. Yes. Ji Yu smiled, then stepped forward to open the door, and immediately heard Palace Master Zhang's voice. "Who?" In the room, Jiang Zhongtian was reviewing some things when he suddenly heard someone open the door. He looked up and found that it was Ji Yu who came in, and then changed his words and asked, "What's the matter with Ji Xiaoyu?" "It's not that I have something to do, but Jiang Yuexin has something to look for you," Ji Yu said lightly. "Jiang Yuexin?" Jiang Zhongtian tilted his head slightly to see that Jiang Yuexin was hiding behind Ji Yu. Ji Yu gently stabbed Jiang Yuexin behind her with an elbow, and whispered, "It's okay, just say what you want to say." Hearing what Ji Yu said, Jiang Yuexin had to take a short breath and plucked up the courage to walk out from behind Ji Yu. But her eyes were a little erratic, like a little girl who made a mistake. She didn't dare to look at her father. "If there is nothing important, don't bother me." Seeing Jiang Yuexin's delay in speaking, Jiang Zhongtian said impatiently. "No." Jiang Yuexin said suddenly excited. Chapter 80 Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Zhongtian was taken aback for a moment, and Jiang Yuexin's appearance today made him feel a little strange. Mother, she is saved." Jiang Yuexin bowed her head and said. Originally, she still had a hint of guilt for Jiang Zhongtian, but Jiang Zhongtian's impatience just now stimulated her again. What did you say?" Hearing what Jiang Yuexin said, Jiang Zhongtian was so excited that he slapped the table. "If you believe me, go and see your mother." Putting down these words, Jiang Yuexin turned and left. Ji Yuqin gave a tisk and shook his head helplessly. This palace master Jiang was really speechless. He didn't intend to stay here anymore, and left with Jiang Yuexin. Only Jiang Zhongtian was left stiff there alone, his face was full of shock. After a while, he gradually woke up. Thinking back to the words Jiang Yuexin had just said, he almost rushed out the door like crazy. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin did not return to the hut where his mother was, but wandered around in the city lord's mansion. "Don't you go back and take a look? Normally, Palace Master Zhang should be close to your mother." Ji Yu walked beside Jiang Yuexin and asked while walking. "No need." Jiang Yuexin shook her head. Although she still felt that she hated that man, she knew from her mother that the man had always cared about her. Once the man saw that his mother really recovered a lot, there would definitely be the kind of nasty scenes that she didn't like very much, so she didn't plan to go back at all. No matter what, the result is good. When I refine the 7 profound spirit pill, it will be perfect. Ji Yu said. By the way, even the president of the Chaoyang branch has nothing to do with the black evil deadly poison. How did you know that the clear spirit pill can alleviate the poison? Jiang Yuexin was a little concerned about this question suddenly and asked. She had heard from Ji Yu that this Qing Ling pill was a second-rank middle-grade pill, and the famous Chaoyang branch president was a third-rank alchemist. Why didn't she know the Qing Ling pill? It's not that you deliberately don't want to help, if it's true, it would be damnable. Because I should be the only person in the entire ancient city of Chaoyang who knows the antidote to the black evil deadly poison. Even the president of the Chaoyang branch has no way of knowing it. As for how I knew it, that's a secret. Ji Yu smiled mysteriously. Haisha breaking poison was caused by the palace lord's wife who was hit by the black evil palm, and the superior profound skills of the black evil breaking palm were not accessible to the people of Chaoyang ancient city, even more so. No one knows what method to use against this poison. I can only say that the system on my body is too powerful, and I can understand the corresponding antidote by just looking at the poisoned person. Don't talk, meanie. Jiang Yuexin said, Jiang Yuexin, that person over there should be your sister, right? At this moment, Ji Yu pointed in a certain direction and suddenly said. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin immediately looked in the direction Ji Yu was pointing, and found that it was indeed her sister. You can see a beautiful girl in a red dress on a martial arts arena not far away, who seems to be practicing a certain sword technique. Jiang Yuexin's footsteps gradually accelerated, and she had learned about her sister's experience from Ji Yu's guess, and her feelings for her sister were even more unusual. Sister, don't you take a break first? Soon Jiang Yuexin came to the martial arts field and shouted to Jiang Yuechu who was practicing sword. Why are you here? Suddenly hearing Jiang Yuexin's voice, Jiang Yuechu's expression was slightly surprised. In her impression, her sister dislikes martial arts venues very much, and hasn't been here for a long time. However, the next moment, Jiang Yuechu's tone changed suddenly, and he said indifferently, Didn't I say not to call my sister? Sister. Jiang Yuexin's small mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to talk but stopped. At this moment, Ji Yu, who was following, suddenly said, Jiang Yuechu, I can probably guess why you deliberately pretended to neglect your sister. Suddenly, Jiang Yuechu's pupils shrank slightly, obviously because Ji Yu was right. But she still insisted, I didn't deliberately pretend to neglect her. Chapter 81 Ji Yu, I have one thing to tell you. If I'm not wrong, you probably don't want your father Jiang Palace to see that your sisters are very close, so you deliberately pretended to neglect Jiang Yuexin. Ji Yu said indifferently, you want to pretend to be separated from Jiang Yuexin, so that you can bear everything silently by yourself, am I right? At this moment, Jiang Yuechu's eyes finally moved, and she couldn't continue to calm down. Looking at you like this, I seem to be right. Ji Yu Dan smiled. The reason why he was able to guess this was because he didn't see the slightest disgust in Jiang Yuechu's eyes. And just now, Jiang Yuechu was normal at the first moment, but suddenly became colder at the next moment, giving people a very deliberate feeling. Logically speaking, if Jiang Yuechu really hated her sister, she wouldn't be like this. Combining those things about Palace Master Jiang and Palace Master's wife, he can basically guess a general idea. Jiang Yuechu was unable to refute when Ji Yu said, her teeth bit her lower lip and her eyes moved away. Sister, why are you acting like this guy? Jiang Yuexin suddenly akimbo her hands, pretending to be angry. Jiang Yuexin looked like this now, as if she had become a sister and was teaching her own sister. Hey, why did you pull me up suddenly? Ji Yu's expression was a little helpless. No matter how you like to bear it alone, you just won't tell me. Jiang Yuexin sighed and said, but it doesn't matter. Mother and her situation are much better now, and he shouldn't be the same as before. In fact, she was not really angry, but her mood was a little complicated. What? What's wrong with your mother? Jiang Yuechu seemed to be unable to believe what she had just heard, with an unbelievable expression on her face. It was Ji Yu who personally refined a kind of pill, which suppressed the poison pressure in her mother's body. Now her mother is out of danger. Jiang Yuexin said. Out of danger. Jiang Yuechu's lips trembled slightly, and she said excitedly, I'll go see mother. In the words, she ignored the sword technique she was practicing and threw away the sword in her hand. She didn't know what kind of powerful stamina she had displayed, and she disappeared from her sight in a short while. Go on. Or go back with your sister. At this time, Jiyu asked Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin shook her head slightly. I won't go back, I still want to walk with you. However, she didn't feel embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence. Okay. Jiyu said casually. He didn't care, he could go to Qianyuan Wufu at any time within a month, time was not in a hurry, just to relax a little bit these days. Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin were strolling in the garden on a green trail, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very good. It was getting late at this time, and the setting sun was hanging in the air like a jade plate. Jiang Yuexin looked at the beautiful scene in front of her, her gaze slowly moved to Jiyu's handsome face, and suddenly she felt a sense of eagerness in her heart. Jiyu. I have one thing I want to tell you. Jiang Yuexin whispered in a low voice. She saw her jade cheeks flushed slightly, and her long eyelashes trembling slightly, making her look more attractive and lovely under the sunset. What? Just as Jiyu turned his head to look at Jiang Yuexin, a cold voice suddenly came from not far behind. Finally found you. Hearing someone coming, Jiang Yuexin was shocked, and she forcibly swallowed the words she was about to say. Jiyu also subconsciously looked back and found that it was Yu Shuyun coming from behind. You actually found here? Jiyu said in surprise. Why can't I find here? Yu Shuyun said coldly. In Jiyu's view, this Yu Shuyun belongs to the kind of true iceberg beauty, no matter who he faces, it feels like a stranger staying away. In contrast, Jiang Yuechu is different. Although Jiang Yuechu usually has a cold face, he basically pretends and is actually a very normal girl. No, I'm just a little surprised. Jiyu said. When are you free? I have something to ask you. Yu Shuyun asked. Chapter 82 War Between Two Women. I'm free now. Jiyu said. Well, you follow me now. After speaking, Yu Shuyun turned round and wanted to leave. But at this moment, she suddenly noticed a sense of hostility, which she felt from the girl next to Jiyu. Yu Shuyun looked at Jiang Yuexin with cold eyes, and slowly said, if I remember correctly, you should be Jiang Yuexin, the second lady of the city lord's mansion, right? It is me. Jiang Yuexin stared sharply at Yu Shuyun, her eyes full of hostility. You are the famous alchemy wizard Yu Shuyun, is it inconvenient for Jiyu to talk directly here? Yu Shuyun frowned slightly. She didn't know why the girl in front of her had such a strong hostility towards herself. She didn't remember that she had ever offended the city lord's mansion. Some things are inconvenient to say in front of people waiting. Yu Shuyun said with a cold voice. What do you mean, do you think I'm an idler? Jiang Yuexin said with a dissatisfied expression. I didn't mean to target you. This matter cannot be disclosed to anyone except me and him. Yu Shuyun's expression remained the same. Why don't you wait here, I will come to you later. Suddenly, Jiyu spoke to Jiang Yuexin. At this time, Jiyu did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He just had some doubts, why couldn't Jiang Yuexin get along with Yu Shuyun as soon as they met? Obviously neither of these two have seen each other before. Hearing what Jiyu said, Jiang Yuexin was slightly startled. Immediately, she slowly lowered her head, was silent for a moment, and then walked away without saying a word. Not knowing how far he had walked, Jiang Yuexin came to a pond and gradually slowed down. Just listen to her complaining to herself, really, why should I care so much about that nasty bastard? That bastard. Halfway through the complaint, Jiang Yuexin suddenly remembered that what she had just wanted to say was interrupted by the woman Yu Shuyun. Thinking that Jiyu actually helped that woman speak, his heart became even more angry, and he stomped his feet with anger. Bastard. 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 On the other side, Jiyu looked at the direction Jiang Yuexin was leaving, and couldn't help but care a little. He felt that something was wrong with Jiang Yuexin's appearance just now, although he didn't know why Jiang Yuexin had become like that. He plans to finish the matter quickly, and then go to Jiang Yuexin. There should be no one else nearby, let's just speak directly here. At this time, Yu Shuyun said, do you remember what I told you in private? Remember, you said that when I became a second-rank alchemist, there were important things to ask me. Ji Yu thought for a while and said. Yes. Yu Shuyun said, then what level of alchemy have you attained now? Breakthrough. Ji Yu said casually. Well. Yu Shuyun nodded with satisfaction. Previously, the opponent's alchemy level was very close to the second-rank inferior alchemist, and now the opponent would say that it has broken through, it must have broken through to the second-rank inferior alchemist. However, what Yu Shuyun couldn't think of was that Ji Yu was now far more than breaking through to the second-tier lower alchemist, but was already close to the third-tier alchemist. The next thing, I hope you listen carefully. Yu Shuyun's tone suddenly became solemn. Please say. Ji Yu nodded. You should know that our alchemist guild in Chaoyang Ancient City is only a branch, so it is called Chaoyang Branch. Yu Shuyun said. Chapter 83 Jiang Yueshin. There are many ancient cities in the Kanglan Empire, and every ancient city has an alchemy guild. Although they all belong to the same power in the final analysis, fierce battles will still occur between them. Yu Shuyun continued. Ji Yu listened quietly, without speaking. Although the other party hadn't talked about the focus of the matter yet, when he heard that the other party brought in all the alchemist guilds in the Kanglan Empire, he knew it was definitely not a trivial matter. Among them, the most representative and the most competitive is the Dandao Conference. Yu Shuyun continued, the annual alchemy conference is an alchemy conference jointly organized by all alchemy branches of the Kanglan Empire. Each alchemist branch will send young alchemists as representatives to participate in the alchemy conference. Listening to Yu Shuyun talking about this, Ji Yu seemed to have understood something. So, are you planning to ask me to attend the alchemy conference? Ji Yu asked tentatively. Yes. Yu Shuyun nodded and said, your alchemy talent is very good. If you join me in the alchemy conference, you have a chance to get the ranking. Why is it a team? Is there only a double match and no singles? Ji Yu asked curiously. Yu Shuyun shook his head and said, no, there are both singles and doubles in the Dandao conference, but there are too many enchanting geniuses participating in the singles, and the competition is very cruel. In comparison, the difficulty of the doubles is simpler. So that's it. Then when will the alchemy conference begin? Ji Yu said. In half a month, this year's alchemy conference will begin, and it happens to be held in the ancient city of Yaori, which is close to our ancient city of Chaoyang. It will not delay your journey to Qianyuan Wufu. Yu Shuyun said. Yes, then the question is, what about the reward? Ji Yu spoke very directly. If you want him to help, unless you are kind to him, you will speak with payment. Without sufficient compensation, even if the other party is a beauty, he will not give the slightest face. You don't have to worry about compensation. Yu Shuyun's face didn't change at all, it seemed that he was prepared. This is the second-rank middle-level alchemy madra, blue light seal. If you agree to participate in the alchemy meeting with me, this alchemy madra will be given to you. She took out a cheat book from her arms and said, otherwise, if we succeed in winning the place in the alchemy conference, all the rewards will be yours at that time, and I don't want it. Deal. Ji Yu took this cyan light seal cheat book in one hand and agreed directly. Alchemy madra is extremely important to alchemists. If you want to become an alchemist, you must first learn an alchemy madra. When Ji Yu was promoted to a first-rank alchemist through the system, he already brought his own alchemy madra. But that was just the most basic alchemy madra, and it did not give him much blessing. Generally speaking, the alchemy madra is a kind of buff that can bless the alchemist. A second-rank intermediate alchemy handprint, blessing is extremely terrifying, enough to make all alchemists in Chaoyang Ancient City fight for this blue light seal. Although Ji Yu can trigger 999 times the success rate of alchemy when refining the pill, this green light seal still has a great effect on him, such as improving the speed of alchemy and controlling the heat. Then it's settled. Yu Shuyun said, after half a month, remember to find me in the Chaoyang branch. Okay. Ji Yu nodded in response. By the way, there is one more thing. At this time, Yu Shuyun seemed to remember something suddenly. When you were wanted by those in the Chen family before, I happened to be in retreat, so I couldn't help you. Having said that, she still couldn't understand why she had to explain this to the other party. Then I will go first. Without waiting for Ji Yu to speak, Yu Shuyun floated away. When the matter was over, Ji Yu immediately looked in the direction where Jiang Yuexin had left. It took a while before he found Jiang Yuexin. At this time, Jiang Yuexin kicked the pebble by the pond, looking like she was angry. Chapter 84 Cultivation Pill Alchemy Handprint, Blue Light Seal. It's getting late, it's almost time to go back. Ji Yu walked towards Jiang Yuexin and said. Suddenly hearing Ji Yu's voice behind him, Jiang Yuexin almost startled. Until now, she has not completely calmed down, and pursed her mouth. You still know how to come back, why don't you go back with that woman? What am I going to do with her? Ji Yu didn't care so much, let's go, your mother will worry about it too late. With that, Ji Yu went to the front. The topic was inadvertently transferred by Ji Yu, Jiang Yuexin didn't know what to say, so she could only follow. Before long, the two returned to the hut. As she approached outside the house, Jiang Yuexin gradually stopped. Ji Yu also stopped and said to Jiang Yuexin, go in, your father and your sister should be in there too. Okay. Jiang Yuexin took a breath slowly, and strode into the hut. Ji Yu did not go in with him, but turned around and left. After all, it was someone else's family inside, so he didn't need to go in and join in the fun. Subsequently, Ji Yu walked out of the city lord's mansion. He was going to find a place to live in the street, not wanting to be sent under the fence. Now that Ji Yu is not short of gold coins, he just finds a hotel to rent a room for a month. He will leave the ancient city of Chaoyang to go to Qianyuan Wufu in no more than 1 month, so he only rented it for 1 month. After paying the rent, Ji Yu walked into his room. I found that the environment here is pretty good, and all aspects are quite satisfactory, which is good value for money. Sitting on the bed, Ji Yu immediately opened the secret book of the alchemy handprint, Blue Light Seal, given by Yu Shuyun. Ding! The master took a look at the secret book of the second-grade middle-grade alchemy handprint, Blue Light Seal, which triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, master, for successfully comprehending the second-grade middle-grade alchemy handprint, Blue Light Seal. With just another glance, Ji Yu learned this, Blue Light Seal. Then, he was going to refine a pill to try his hand to see how effective this, Blue Light Seal, was. I saw that he immediately took out the alchemy furnace and alchemy materials from the Na Jia, and immediately began to refine Zhu Xian San. Ding! It is detected that the master has begun to refine the second-grade inferior pill, Jishuan San. The success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. Ding! The master used the second-rank medium alchemy handprint Cyan Light Seal, and the second-rank medium alchemy handprint Blue Light Seal, gained experience points, 300 by 999 times. While refining the pill, Ji Yu displayed the Cyan Light Seal of the alchemy handprint, and a faint cyan light could be seen in his hands. About 10 minutes later. Ding! The master succeeded in refining a second-grade inferior pill, Jishuan San, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 200 by 999 times. It only took 10 minutes to refine a second-rank inferior pill, and Ji Yu suddenly looked happy. You know, before that, it would take him 20 or 30 minutes to successfully refine a profound gathering powder. Compared with the past, his alchemy efficiency has at least doubled, and these are all brought to him by the alchemy handprint, Blue Light Seal. It can be seen that these middle-rank alchemy handprints are still very powerful. And he hasn't raised the realm of Cyan Light Seal yet. If I raise it to the realm of the final, top peak, wouldn't it be awesome? Thinking of this, Ji Yu immediately began to practice the Blue Light Seal of this alchemy handprint. Ding! The master took a look at the second-rank medium alchemy handprint Cyan Light Seal and gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The master took a look at the second-rank medium alchemy handprint Cyan Light Seal and gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the second-grade middle alchemy handprint Cyan Light Seal successfully broke through to the state of slightly Xiaocheng. After a long time, Jiu finally raised the realm of Cyan Guanyin to slightly small. The speed of improving the realm by only reading the cheats to gain experience points is still too slow after all, and it is faster to gain experience points by directly casting the green light seal. Jiu thought to himself. However, the alchemy madra must be displayed during the refining of the pill, otherwise it is meaningless. But at the moment he has no alchemy materials on him, so he has to buy some alchemy materials back. In addition, although he still has hundreds of gold coins on his body, his daily expenses must be sufficient, but these few hundred gold coins are too few to buy alchemy materials. Therefore, Jiu now has to go to the Monster Beast mountain range to hunt the monster beast to earn gold coins. Chen Yanabe hasn't completely died yet, and will surely come back soon, and now I have almost enough rest. Jiu muttered to himself, I will leave for the Monster Beast mountain range tomorrow morning and make a breakthrough in the inner surrounding area. With my current strength, I should have no problem encountering most second-tier monsters. Chapter 85 Your kid also learns from the genius Jiu. In addition to Qin Yan, he still hates Lin Zhanshan, the head of the Lin family, but Lin Zhanshan is a master of the profound realm, and he can't compete with it in a short time. Jiu intends to go to the inner area of the Monster Beast mountain range. Although his cultivation is still in the second stage of the Imperial Profound Realm, even if he cooperates with the upper and lower fist techniques, Hanshan Fist, he can't compete with the second and fourth stage monsters. But besides, Kanshan Fist, he also has a profound lower level body technique, Thousand Illusion Flash, even if he can't beat him, he can escape. The inner surrounding area of the Monster Beast mountain range is also divided into many small areas, and the degree of danger of each small area is also very different. For example, a small area with a low degree of danger gathers monsters of the second-tier first to second-tier monsters, while the small area with a higher degree of danger may gather the second-tier 9-tier monsters. As long as Jiu hunted monsters in a small area with a lower level of danger, there was basically no problem. As for the time tonight this evening, Jiu is going to break through his cultivation realm to the third level of the Royal Profound Realm. First, he casually threw the Ju Xian powder he had just refined into his mouth. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior pill, Jushuan San, and gained experience points for martial arts cultivation, 5,000 by 999 times. Afterwards, Jiu sat down on the bed to sink his heart to enter the state of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the early stage of the triple stage of the Royal Profound Realm. I don't know how long has passed, and the night is quiet. Jiu's martial arts cultivation base finally broke through to the third level of the Yushuan realm. However, he forgot to suppress his momentum, and the movement of his cultivation base breakthrough immediately alarmed the entire hotel, and even the people living near the hotel were affected. At this time, most people are sleeping. Suddenly awakened, they will inevitably be very upset. However, when they realized that someone was breaking through the cultivation base of the Royal Profound Realm, they all regarded it as nothing happened. After all, they couldn't afford to provoke such a master of the Royal Profound Realm. Early the next morning, Jiu put on a black robe as usual, and went downstairs to have breakfast. He casually found a place to sit down and ordered some food. However, at this moment, 3 big guys appeared beside him with unkind expressions. It seems that the shop is full of people, and Jiu has a 4-person seat alone. It's just that Jiu didn't bother to pay attention to the other 3 people at all, and he didn't even glance at the 3 big men. Boy, our 3 brothers want this position. The big stubble man who took the lead arrogantly said, if you are acquainted, get out of me quickly. Oh, I didn't pay attention just now. Your kid also wears a black robe from Jiu, a genius? I have seen a lot of these guys on the road before. Now the young people are really sick. They have to imitate everything and are not afraid of being laughed at, ahaha. The other 2 big guys pointed at Jiu and laughed loudly. Another young man who worships genius Jiu and tries to imitate it. In the past 2 days, there have indeed been many guys who imitated Jiu in black robes. Who makes Jiu so strong? Even Chen Yan who has awakened the acquired spirit body can only be hanged and beaten. This young man is really miserable. I met such three unreasonable guys. The attention of many people around was attracted by the laughter of the three big guys, and they started talking. However, Ji-yu not only didn't panic at all, but also wanted to laugh. I imitate myself. These three big guys also amused Ji-yu. After waiting for a while, seeing that the other party didn't do anything at all, the stubborn guy who took the lead said with a bad expression, "Hey, boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to go? Here no, hurry up and go, our three fathers are already tired. If you don't get out, don't blame us for being impolite." The other two big guys also threatened. At this moment, Ji Homa took off his black robe, and said coldly, "It's really ridiculous." The moment he took off the black robe. Quiet. Very quiet. Everyone around was dumbfounded, and they recognized the boy in front of them as Ji-yu at a glance. They couldn't believe that the imitator they thought was actually the genius Ji-yu himself. Chapter 86 Self-slap 100 slaps. Especially the three big guys, directly confused. Before that, how could they think of it, the guy in front of him who was wearing a black robe to hide his face was Ji-yu himself. No matter who you change, it is impossible to imagine that, the first day after surpassing the acquired spirit body Chen Yen, he would have breakfast in a small tea house in this district. The headed Husho guy was the first to react, and his attitude was immediately reversed. Ji Gongzi, we were all joking just now, but hope that. Don't take it to your heart. When he was speaking, not only did he move back, but his legs were still shaking. The other two big guys also gradually recovered, and apologized very Chin-ken, yes. We were all joking just now. Joke? Ji-yu said indifferently, you are treating me as a fool. No. The two big men looked terrified and shook their heads quickly. Seeing that the situation was particularly bad, the stubborn man immediately fled, regardless of the life and death of his two brothers. Want to escape? Ji-yu kicked the table in front of him directly with a kick. Ding! Master kicked a kick, and Huang Tier's inferior mysterious skill greeting legs gained experience points, won by 999 times. I saw the table flew towards the big stubble man at a very fast speed, and the big stubble man couldn't dodge at all, and was directly beaten to the blood by the table. The big stubble man couldn't escape a step, and fell to the ground and passed out in a coma. Seeing this terrible scene, the other two big men were so frightened that their legs were soft, they knelt directly on the ground, and repeatedly kowtowed to Ji-yu for mercy. You two slap 100 slaps on your own. You have to slap them, otherwise you will end up like him. Ji-yu's eyes fell on the two men who were kneeling and begging for mercy, and said coldly. It was just two that didn't even have a cultivation base in the Yu profound realm, and he didn't bother to dirty his hands. Yes. In order to save their lives, the two big men immediately followed suit. Snapped. They all slapped themselves with their hands and slapped them very loudly, as Ji-yu said. In the face of death, they no longer care about pain, or even their dignity. Snapped. In this way, the two kept slapping themselves. Every slap was very hard, they were afraid that the sound of their slap would not satisfy Ji-yu. Hiss. Seeing that the three big guys were taken care of by Ji-yu almost in an instant, everyone around couldn't help taking a breath. The loud slap in the face made their hearts beat, and their hearts were uneasy. Because most of them had also discussed Ji-yu before, although they were not as direct as the three big men, they were still a little scared. Only a handful of people were grateful that they hadn't said a word from start to finish, and didn't provoke the terrifyingly powerful and talented teenager. Snapped. I don't know how long it took before the loud applause finally stopped. At this moment, the faces of the two big men were swollen and uglier than a pig's head. Ji-yu didn't carefully count whether these two guys slapped 100 slaps, only knew that it was about the same. But even if he didn't count, he didn't dare to be lazy when measuring these two guys. At this moment, the shop shower brought 2 dishes with trembling. It just so happens that this gold coin is the compensation for that table. Seeing Jian Er came here, Jiyu immediately took out a gold coin and threw it to Jian Xiao Er. The shop shower was panicked and almost missed the gold coin. I saw him panicked, dare not. If you ask your subordinates, you just accept it honestly and get me another table by the way. Jiyu said lightly. Yes yes. Xiao Er nodded again and hurried to help Jiyu move a table. After eating breakfast, Jiyu left calmly under the gaze of everyone around him. As for the fainted stubble man, he left it to the shop owner. Relying on the thousand illusion flash of the lower level of the profound stage, Jiyu arrived at the Monster Beast Mountain Range before long. After entering the Monster Beast Mountain Range, he went straight into the middle area. A lot of monsters were also encountered on the way, but he solved them easily. Ding! The master used the inferior profound technique Hans Han Fist, and the inferior profound skill Hans Han Fist gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Ding! The master used the inferior profound technique Hans Han Fist, and the inferior profound skill Hans Han Fist gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the inferior profound technique Hanshan Quan successfully broke through to the state of slightly Xiaocheng. Along the way, no matter what monster beast encountered, it was solved by Jiyu with a punch. After all, the outer areas were all vulnerable first-grade monster beasts. By the way, his Kanshan boxing has also been promoted to the state of slightly small achievement. Soon, Jiyu entered the inner surrounding area. As soon as you enter the inner surrounding area, you can feel that the surrounding demon aura suddenly becomes a lot stronger. If he were to be an ordinary person here, he would be eroded by these evil spirits and go crazy directly. Fortunately, Jiyu's cultivation base is high enough, and these monsters have little effect on him. Ding! The master has been corroded by the evil spirit, and the basic mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly heard a brand new reminder sound from the system. Mental strength. Chapter 87 Demon Energy Erodes, Spiritual Breakthrough. Jiyu suddenly became a little confused. How can he strengthen his mental power even like this? Spiritual power is something that everyone is born with, and can be improved with the improvement of martial arts cultivation. If the mental power reaches a certain level, it can even be transformed into a mental attack, killing people invisible. Jiyu couldn't be more happy by staying in the enclosed area of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Ding! The master has been corroded by the evil spirit, and the basic mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The master has been corroded by the evil spirit, and the basic mental power gains experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic mental power successfully broke through to the Xiaocheng realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic mental power successfully broke through to the realm of Deshang. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the basic mental power successfully broke through to the perfect state. Ding! It is detected that the basic mental power has reached the perfect state, and it will be automatically upgraded to bronze grade mental power. After wandering around in the middle area for a while, Jiyu's mental power was elevated to bronze. As far as he knows, mental power is divided into 4 levels, from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. He didn't know if there was any higher level. Once the mental power was strengthened to bronze rank, the surrounding demon energy had almost no effect on Jiyu. At this time Jiyu no longer wandered aimlessly. In fact, he went deep into the surrounding area of the Monster Beast Mountain Range not only to earn gold coins by hunting the monster beast, but also to search for some materials. In his mind, he remembered the materials needed to refine the 7 profound Qing Ling pill. The 7 profound Qing Ling pill was a third-class high-grade pill, and the materials needed were very rare. Even in the Chaoyang branch, not all alchemy materials are available. For example, most of the materials needed to refine the 7 profound spirit pills are not found in the Chaoyang branch, and some of them may be found in the surrounding area of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. By the way, Jiyu also planned to find some stronger second-tier monsters to practice hand skills. It has been so long since he broke through to the Imperial Profound Realm, and he has never played a happy fight. Now that all the geniuses of the same generation in Chaoyang Ancient City are no longer his opponents, they can only come here to find powerful monsters to practice. Just as Jiyu was about to take out the map to find a location, suddenly an extremely strong monster air gradually approached from a distance. He frowned suddenly. This demonic aura was not simple, not much worse than the red-patterned python he had encountered before. Obviously, I was targeted by a hard stubble. After a while, a huge grizzly bear with a ferocious face appeared before his eyes. I saw that this grizzly bear was more than twice as tall as Jiyu, his body resembling a hill, and his eyes flashed with scarlet light. At this time, the grizzly bear in front of him reminded him of the brute force black bear he had encountered when meeting Jiang Yuexin for the first time. Compared with the grizzly bear in front of him, that brute force black bear is nothing short of nothing. If Jiyu admits it correctly, this grizzly bear should be the second-tier monster Violent Mad Bear, which is relatively rare in the Monster Mountain range. The Violent Mad Bear, as its name suggests, is extremely cruel, and likes to cruelly abuse the weak. Judging by the emanating demon energy, Jiyu felt that the level of the Violent Mad Bear in front of him should be at the second stage and third level, which was not much different from his Imperial Profound Realm triple cultivation. But the power of the Violent Mad Bear was terrifying, and it was an extremely tricky existence for Jiyu. But Jiyu didn't plan to run away, so he smiled and said to the Violent Mad Bear, "Let's practice with you." The Violent Mad Bear seemed to understand what Jiyu was saying, and rushed towards Jiyu with a roar. Ding! The master used the inferior mysterious technique Thousand Illusion Flash, and the inferior profound technique Thousand Illusion Flash gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Jiyu's figure flickered and disappeared instantly, perfectly avoiding the violent collision of the Violent Mad Bear. Boom! Hearing only a violent muffled noise, a big tree was directly broken by a violent bear. Chapter 88 Mysterious Veil Woman. Seeing this shocking scene, Jiyu couldn't help but tisk a few times. If this collision hits himself, I am afraid the bones will fall apart. At the same time, he also confirmed that the level of the Violent Mad Bear in front of him was indeed at the second rank and third level, which was a very suitable object for practice. But training hands is back to training hands. If you want to beat this violent bear, the difficulty is not that big. Because the monster beast is much stronger than the human warrior, regardless of its strength or the hardness of its skin and flesh, and human warriors are generally at a disadvantage in the same realm. Finding that it did not hit the target, the Violent Mad Bear became even more angry, rushed to Jiyu again, and slammed Jiyu's head with that huge bear paw. Jiyu instantly used the Thousand Illusion Flash, and again easily avoided the violent bear's attack. But this time he didn't hide far, his figure flashed to the side of the Violent Mad Bear, and his fist was condensed with profound energy and hit the weaker part of the violent bear, that is the waist. Ding! The master used the inferior profound technique Hans Han Fist, and the inferior profound skill Hans Han Fist gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Jiyu used all his strength and slammed the violent bear on the waist. Boom! It can be seen that the thick waist of the Violent Mad Bear trembles violently under this Hans Han Fist. Obviously, this punch caused effective damage to the Violent Mad Bear. But Jiyu couldn't help sighing, the skin of this Violent Mad Bear was really thick. Because he knew very well that his Hans Han Fist at most caused a small injury to the Violent Mad Bear's waist. It is completely impossible to rely on this fist to get a good score. So Jiyu didn't dare to take it lightly, and at the moment when the Violent Mad Bear hadn't reacted, he made another punch. The Violent Mad Bear felt the pain from his waist, and turned around furiously and patted Jiyu with a palm. Jiyu swiftly took advantage of his hands, used Thousand Illusion Dodge again to dodge, and took the opportunity to punch the Violent Bear again. With this method of playing violent bears, Jiyu tried repeatedly. His speed in all aspects is faster than the violent bear, and the violent bear cannot touch him at all, and can only be passively beaten. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the inferior profound technique Hanshankwan successfully broke through to the realm of integration and continuity. I don't know how many times it has been repeated, the Kanshan boxing has been strengthened by Jiyu to the realm of integration. Gradually, Jiyu felt a little irritating. Although continuing to do this would soon consume this violent bear, it was really boring to look like this all the time. I saw him suddenly appear in front of the violent mad bear, and said with a joking expression, "Beast, come again." The violent mad bear, who was already exhausted and scarred all over, raged again after seeing the cunning human in front of him. It slapped it again, trying to tear the human in front of it. However, this time Jiyu no longer dodged, and directly confronted the violent bear. Ding! The master used the inferior profound technique Hans Han Fist, and the inferior profound skill Hans Han Fist gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Ding! The master's body has been hurt, and the inferior Huang Tier mysterious skill thick earth armor has gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Even if the violent bear is not in good shape at this time, its strength is still scary. The pair of Ji Yuze and the violent mad bear fell to the wind, and took a few steps back to stabilize his figure. However, not only did he not have the slightest cowardice, on the contrary, he became more and more courageous. Without the slightest dodge, relying entirely on the flesh and blood and the violent bear head-on. At the same time, within 10 miles of Jiu's location, several young men and women were walking slowly. They wear the same costumes, and seem to come from the same force. One of the young women is the most dazzling. Her skin is snowy, and her eyes are like a puddle of clear water. When she looks forward to it, she has a refined and elegant temperament. A touch of veil on her face adds a touch of mysterious beauty to her. Let people be photographed, feel ashamed, and dare not profanity. But that Ling Ao and Agile is quite fascinating, and people can't help but dream. Chapter 89 An eye-catching scene. Miss, we are about to enter the middle area of the Monster Beast Mountain Range now. At this time, a man with a stronger body and a more stable face walked to the side of the stunning woman and whispered. The woman nodded slightly and didn't mean to stop at all. In addition, there were 2 young men at the back, their eyes secretly aiming at the veiled woman from time to time, and their eyes flashed with imperceptible love. The team of 4 continues to move forward. Suddenly at this moment, the calm man paused and said in a deep voice, "Wait. What's happening?" Both young men were surprised. The woman in the veil frowned slightly and raised her head slightly to look into the distance. She seemed to have noticed something. There seems to be 2 powerful monsters fighting fiercely in front of them. The calm man said solemnly. In his opinion, this kind of momentum can only be caused by 2 powerful monsters fighting each other. Keep going. At this time, the veiled woman finally spoke, and a cold and ethereal voice came. But the calm man was planning to speak out to dissuade him, but he gave up after thinking about it. He guarded the veiled woman's side, always vigilant whether there would be monsters emerging around him. The other 2 young men followed tremblingly, not daring to make a sound. However, after walking all the time, he didn't encounter a monster. The excitement grew stronger as they approached, and it was obviously because of the fierce fighting that all nearby monsters avoided. Finally, the team of 4 is about to reach the place where the monsters are fighting. The next moment, the veiled woman shrank her eyes, and the calm man was shocked, and the 2 young men were even more dumbfounded. In front of them, there was a black-robed boy fighting the monster beast, and he was still a violent bear. The black-robed boy smashed the violent mad bear with punch after punch, which shocked their eyes greatly. Although human teenagers have a tendency to fall into a disadvantage, it is also extremely terrifying. The calm man couldn't believe that the scene that happened before him was true. There were human beings who were able to fight against the violent bears with their bodies, and they seemed to be able to do so. The calm man looked back and found that the 2 young men had been confused. He then whispered to the veiled woman, "Miss, do we want to go up and help?" The veiled woman shook her head lightly, staring at the black-robed boy closely. "Wait." The calm man nodded, hiding in the jungle and watching quietly. In a fierce confrontation with the violent mad bear, Ji Yu's Han's Han fist has reached the point of perfection. Not only that, his yellow-tier inferior defensive mysterious skill thick earth armor has also been continuously improved by 999 times of experience, and at the same time has broken through to the realm of integrity. Subsequently, Ji Yu gradually reversed from the disadvantage to the advantage. Because his boxing skills are constantly being strengthened, and he can take pill to restore profound energy at any time, which is equivalent to perpetual motion machine. The violent mad bear's physical strength was lost very quickly, and it has become really exhausted by now. Later, the situation had evolved into Ji Yu's unilateral crush. The violent mad bear's physical strength has been exhausted, and it has no room to fight back. It didn't take long before the violent mad bear was dying. Call. Ji Yu let out a sigh of relief. This is the first time he played so vividly. Okay, you can go to death. Ji Yu looked at the dying violent mad bear before him, and said with a light smile. Immediately afterwards, a punch fell, and the violent mad bear was completely dead. Chapter 90. Like a humanoid beast, the color of excitement in the beautiful eyes. At this moment, the calm man and the two young men who were watching in the jungle not far away were completely stunned. Is this still human? This is simply an extremely powerful humanoid beast. Just relying on the strength of bare-handed fists, a violent mad bear was abruptly consumed, and there was not much injury on his body. This young man was too terrifying. The veiled woman's eyes shimmered, thoughtful. Ji Yu did not notice that there were people hiding nearby, cutting the body of the violent mad bear. After cutting off the most valuable parts of the violent bear's carcass, he was ready to leave. However, just before he walked a few steps, he suddenly found a purple leaf exposed under a stone at his feet. This is. Ji Yu squatted down and turned over the stone, and dug out a spiritual grass with two purple leaves under the cover of the stone. This is twin purple spirit grass. Ji Yu couldn't help exclaiming in a low voice. Twin purple spirit grass is an extremely precious and rare spirit grass, which generally only grows under rocks. Although it has been crushed by rocks all the year round, the vitality of this kind of spirit grass is extremely tenacious and can grow continuously under the rocks. The most important thing is that twin purple spirit grass is one of the main materials needed to refine the 7 profound spirit pill. Being able to find this twin purple spirit grass by chance, Ji Yu's luck this time was extremely good. But just when he was about to collect the twin purple spirit grass into Neji and leave, suddenly an ethereal and quiet voice came from not far behind him. Wait a minute. Ji Yu immediately looked back, and then saw a slender shadow appearing in the jungle not far away. Then, 3 more men appeared immediately. Ji Yu looked at these 4 people, his eyes narrowed and said, "What's the matter with you? Our young lady came all the way to the Monster Beast Mountain range this time just to find the twin purple spirit grass. I wonder if the young man can change the twin purple spirit grass with us." The calm man then spoke respectfully. He just saw the black-robed boy, he didn't dare to show no respect. No change. Ji Yu didn't even think about it, and directly refused. He wanted to use this twin purple spirit grass to refine the Qishuan Qingling pill. If you change with someone else this time, it will be even more difficult to find a second twin purple spirit next time. So no matter how much the other party paid, he didn't plan to change. At this moment, the shadow of the veiled woman flickered lightly and came to a place less than 10 meters away from Ji Yu. Miss. The calm man was not relieved. The young lady faced the fierce young man alone, and immediately followed him. The other 2 youths remained motionless. They were afraid that the black-robed boy would tear them up with bare hands when they were upset. Where would they dare to approach the black-robed boy? I can give you satisfactory terms. The veiled woman spoke coldly. I don't need it, goodbye. Ji Yu already felt a little impatient, and directly used her personal skills to leave. Although the woman opposite was beautiful and mysterious, it was far from shaking his heart. After all, he had never seen a beautiful woman. Seeing that the black-robed boy disappeared instantly, the calm man was relieved. He was also worried that the black-robed boy would suddenly do something, and with the strength that the boy could fight against the violent bear, he was not the boy's opponent at all. Most importantly, the lady is also safe. The veiled woman stared at the direction of the black-robed boy's disappearance, and there was a touch of excitement in the depths of her beautiful eyes, as if she was expecting something exciting to happen. Chapter 91 Jiang Yuechu is visiting, please join me as a couple. Ding! The master used the inferior mysterious technique, Thousand Illusion Flash, and the inferior profound technique, Thousand Illusion Flash, gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Ding! The master used the inferior profound technique, Hans Han Fist, and the inferior profound skill, Hans Han Fist, gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the inferior profound technique, Thousand Illusory Flash, successfully broke through to the realm of climbing the peak. Ding! Congratulations to the Master, the inferior profound skill Han Shanquan, successfully broke through to the realm of climbing the peak. Ding! It is detected that the lower-level profound technique, Thousand Illusion Flash, has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle-level profound technique, Manhwa Flash. Ding! It is detected that the lower-level profound skill of the profound stage, Kenshan Quan, has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle-level profound skill of the profound stage, Fist Town Square. I don't know how long it has passed, Jiu also forgot how many monsters he had hunted. He didn't stop hunting monsters until Na Jie was so stuffed that he couldn't hold it. In the process of hunting monsters, his fist and body skills have been upgraded to middle-level profound skills. In addition to these, he also harvested some rare treasures. After this trip, Ji Yosho was full of gold. Now that Na Jie could no longer hold anything, he should go back. Ding! The master used the middle-level mysterious technique, One Incarnation, and the middle-level profound technique, One Incarnation, gained experience points, 300 by 999 times. Ding! The master used the middle-level mysterious technique, One Incarnation, and the middle-level profound technique, One Incarnation, gained experience points, 300 by 999 times. Ji returned to the ancient city of Chaoyang in a short while by using the newly acquired middle-level profound stance technique. After selling a lot of monster materials, he bought a lot of alchemy materials with gold coins. Others have seen so many monster materials, they are not surprised, after all, standing in front of them is the undoubted first genius of martial arts. Who would dare to doubt the strength of a super genius who crushed the Hotian spirit body with 3 punches? After buying the alchemy materials, Jiu left and returned to his residence. After returning to the residence, he immediately began to refine the pill to improve his alchemy attainments. Ding! It was detected that the owner started to refine the second-grade pill, the success rate of alchemy increased by 999 times. 10 minutes later, Jiu successfully refined a second-grade inferior pill. Ding! The master succeeded in refining a second-grade inferior pill, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 200 by 999 times. Ding! It is detected that the master has finished refining the second-grade pill, and the alchemy success rate has returned to its original state. However, just when Ji Yugang finished refining the first pill, the door of the room suddenly knocked from outside. Boom boom boom. Who? Ji Yu asked immediately. It's me. Just hearing a familiar voice from outside the door, Ji Yu felt like Jiang Yuechu's voice. He then walked over to open the door, and Jiang Yuechu really caught his eye. How did you find here? Ji Yu asked in surprise. With the means of the city lord's mansion, it is not surprising that Jiang Yuechu, the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion, knew that he was here. But shouldn't it be Jiang Yuexin who came to look for him? After all, he is relatively familiar with Jiang Yuexin, and at best he knows Jiang Yuechu slightly. Don't you welcome your visit at the beginning of the month? Jiang Yuechu said slightly sad. Stop acting, just tell me something. Ji Yu saw through Jiang Yuechu at a glance. This was acting, and he did not hesitate to expose Jiang Yuechu. As expected of him, his consciousness is really sharp. Jiang Yuechu praised. At the same time, she still said silently in her heart, it's a pity that it's so dull in some ways. So what's the matter with you suddenly coming over to find me? Ji Yu asked straightforwardly. After all, he is not familiar with Jiang Yuechu. It seemed to him that Jiang Yuechu would suddenly come to find him. There must be something. There is indeed something, and it is still a very important thing. Jiang Yuechu stared at Ji Yu's eyes solemnly and said, "Please join me as a Taoist couple." Chapter 92 I will make you obsessed with me. Ji Yu was immediately caught by Jiang Yuechu's words, and the whole person was stunned. After a while, he reacted and asked with shocked eyes, "What did you say?" "Please be my partner." Jiang Yuechu repeated it again with firm eyes. "Wait, let me calm down a bit." Ji Yu suddenly didn't slow down, and wanted to calm down and think. After a while, he calmed down. "But I can't understand how I think about it. I haven't been in contact with the other party many times, why the other party suddenly?" At the next moment, Ji Yu suddenly shrank his pupils, as if thinking of something. He almost forgot that Jiang Yuechu likes acting very much, although he didn't act very well. Thinking of this, Ji Yu carefully observed Jiang Yuechu. It was discovered that Jiang Yuechu was serious from beginning to end, as if to achieve a certain purpose. "Of course, no." Ji Yu replied. No matter what Jiang Yuechu was for, he didn't have to accept it. Although Jiang Yuechu is a little beauty, he is not the kind of person who refuses to come. At least until Chen Yan and Lin Zhanshan are completely resolved, Ji Yu still doesn't want to think about the relationship between men and women. "Why?" Jiang Yuechu's complexion was slightly surprised and said, "Is it because I am not beautiful enough?" She originally thought Ji Yuhui would gladly accept it, but she didn't expect to be rejected directly. "It has nothing to do with being pretty or not." Ji Yu shook his head and said, "And you are already beautiful." "Yes." "Is it?" Jiang Yuechu's heart couldn't help but a gleam of joy. "Of course, I have no need to lie to you." Ji Yu nodded truthfully, he was telling the truth. Anyone who says Jiang Yuechu is not pretty is either a lie or his vision is higher than the sky. Cough. Jiang Yuechu gave a light cough and calmed down. "Even if you don't accept it, I won't give up." "It's up to you, it's your own choice." Ji Yu said, "But having said that, this time you came to me specifically to become a Taoist couple with me. It should be because of some ulterior secret." "No." Jiang Yuechu shook her head, but the slightly turned away eyes betrayed her. Ji Yu keenly caught this point and determined that Jiang Yuechu really had another attempt. Sure enough, Jiang Yuechu is still the same. Before, he deliberately alienated Jiang Yuexin, the old actor, to avoid Palace Master Jiang from blaming Jiang Yuexin. "No matter what your purpose is, I will not easily accept a person who is not familiar." Ji Yudan smiled and said, "Of course, if you can make me fall in love with you, then you can try." "I will do it." Jiang Yuechu nodded earnestly. "Well, I see you then." With that, Ji Yu was about to close the door. And many more. However, before he closed the door, Jiang Yuechu closed the door. "What else is there?" Ji Yu asked. "If you want you to fall in love with me, then naturally I have to stay with you." Jiang Yuechu spoke in a convincing tone with reason. Ready?" With a twitch of Ji Yu's mouth, he couldn't help but utter a bird's voice. "What did you say?" Jiang Yuechu didn't understand what Ji Yu was saying. "It's nothing." Ji Yu said in embarrassment, "I'm talking, are you sure?" "Determine." Jiang Yuechu said with a solemn expression. "All right, then do whatever you want." Ji Yu didn't bother to care so much, just what Jiang Yuechu did. "I'll continue to refine the pill now. Remember to close the door when you want to come in or go out." Ji Yu said casually and went back to continue refining the pill. Chapter 93 Jiang Yuechu cooks himself. Ding! It is detected that the master has begun to refine the second-grade inferior pill, Jishuan San. The success rate of alchemy is increased by 999 times. Seeing Ji Yujing refining the pill, Jiang Yuechu couldn't help being surprised. Because it was the first time Jiang Yuechu saw Ji Yu refine the pill. Are you an alchemist? Jiang Yuechu couldn't help asking. Okay. Ji Yu replied while refining the pill. What he is refining now is a second-rank inferior pill, which is very easy for him and can be distracted casually. So to say. Suddenly Jiang Yuechu's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something. She immediately asked, "The pill that my mother took last time was also made by your own hands?" Before that, she had no idea that Ji Yu was still an alchemist, and because she was too excited at that time, she forgot to ask her mother about these things. She originally thought that Ji Yu had asked for the pills from others, but she had never thought that Ji Yu would refine them by himself. Exactly. Ji Yu nodded in response. Jiang Yuechu was full of emotion and she didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, Ji Yu refined this second pill. Ding! The master refined a second-rank inferior pill, Jushuan San, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 200 by 999 times. Watching Ji Yu take out a pill from the alchemy furnace, Jiang Yuechu was stunned for a moment, and almost blurted out, "Is this Jushuan powder?" "Yes, you can recognize this pill." Ji Yu nodded. "I used to practice, so I have some impressions," Jiang Yuechu said. Now she didn't have the slightest doubt in her heart, it was certain that Ji Yu personally refined the pill and saved her mother. At the same time, she was also very surprised. Although she hadn't come into contact with many aspects of alchemy, Jushuan powder was also a second-grade inferior pill, so it was refined by Ji Yu so easily and quickly. It is too appalling. Next, Ji Yu did not rush to take this Jushuan powder, but continued to refine the pill. After all the materials were refined, he took all the pills at once. Ding! The master refines a second-grade middle-grade pill, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 300 by 999 times. Ding! The master refines a second-grade inferior pill, and the experience value of pill path achievements, 200 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the alchemy achievement successfully broke through to the third-rank lower alchemist. After a full day, Ji Yu only finished refining all the materials, and barely promoted to a third-rank inferior alchemist. He refined some second-rank inferior and second-rank medicinal pills, because these medicinal pills were relatively easy to refine, and they were much faster than the second-rank upper-class pills. After refining all the pills, Ji Yu glanced at Jiang Yuechu next to him, and suddenly felt quite speechless. From the beginning until now, Jiang Yuechu has been sitting next to him looking at him, as if he was not bored or tired at all. He had to admire that this guy's perseverance was strong enough. If it were him, he couldn't have been sitting and watching others doing alchemy for a long time, because that would be too boring. "Aren't you going back?" Ji Yu asked. "I won't go back until you are infatuated with me," Jiang Yuechu said with unwavering eyes. "All right, then you continue to work hard," Ji Yu said helplessly. He regretted saying the words, "make me fall in love with you," before. Not only did he fail to persuade the other party, but it also had a counterproductive effect. Guru Lulu. However, at this moment, there was a groaning sound suddenly. Ji Yu looked suspiciously toward the location where the grunt came from. I saw Jiang Yuechu covering her belly with her hands, and a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on her white face. "It's indeed late. I'll take you to a meal," Ji Yu said with a smile. "Okay." Jiang Yuechu nodded with a shy complexion, but she suddenly thought of something, and said straightly, "Wait, I'll cook by myself." Chapter 94 Jiang Yuechu without common sense. "Do you want to cook by yourself?" Ji Yu asked somewhat unexpectedly. "Yes, my mother said that if you want to grab a man's heart, you have to grab a man's stomach." Jiang Yuechu nodded and said, again with a serious look, "Your mother is real." Ji Yu didn't know what to say for a while, and 1,000 words turned into a nice. "Where is your kitchen here?" Jiang Yuechu immediately got up and looked around the room. "You come with me." With that, Ji Yu walked to the kitchen in this room. It's not that there is no kitchen in this room, it's just that he doesn't bother to cook himself, preferring to go directly to the restaurant to eat. But at this moment, He suddenly remembered that he hadn't prepared the ingredients here, and then he said to Jiang Yuechu who followed him, "It's okay if you want to try to cook by yourself, but I don't have any ingredients here yet. I'm going to buy it together." "Okay." Jiang Yuechu nodded expressionlessly. "Then go." After speaking, Ji Yu walked toward the door, and Jiang Yuechu immediately followed. Afterwards, Ji Yu took Jiang Yuechu to the food market. You can see many people setting up stalls in this market. This is the market. Looking at all this around, Jiang Yuechu felt a little weird. This place was far poorer and simpler than she had imagined. As the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuechu has always been a servant in charge of food matters. Moreover, she usually focuses on martial arts practice, and she has barely been exposed to matters other than martial arts. If she insisted on comparison, she was not as many as Jiang Yuexin had seen in a few days since she was born. So she has never been to a place like a bazaar, nor has she seen the lives of civilians with her own eyes. What kind of food you want to eat, or what kind of food you can buy the ingredients at will. At this time, Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuechu. Okay. Jiang Yuechu responded and walked into the bazaar. When she came to a stall, she squatted down to start picking ingredients. What does the guest officer want? The vegetable vendor at this stall was a middle-aged aunt. She had just finished speaking, and then she realized that the girl in front of her was familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. Because Jiang Yuechu rarely appeared in front of ordinary people, and only appeared on the street when he went to the Monster Beast mountain range to experience. But her beauty and strength are very outstanding. Most people have heard of her even if they have not seen her. This has led to the fact that everyone in the ancient city of Chaoyang has heard of Jiang Yuechu's great name, but they may not recognize her. Let me consider. Jiang Yuechu murmured, choosing the ingredients hard. She has never touched these things before, and it is not easy for her to even choose the ingredients. It took a while before she chose good ingredients. This is still Jiang Yuechu constantly recalling the dishes she usually ate, and recalling what ingredients were used in those dishes. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take her to choose. How many gold coins do these need? Jiang Yuechu asked the vegetable vendor. The vegetable vendor couldn't help being stunned. She hadn't seen anyone buying vegetables with gold coins. Ji Yu couldn't help but support his forehead speechlessly. Does this guy lack common sense? Most people buy vegetables with copper coins. For things like grocery shopping, the denominations of gold coins are still too big. Little girl, you only need 80 copper coins for the dishes you picked, no gold coins. The vegetable vendor suddenly realized that the girl in front of her might be out shopping for the first time, and then smiled and said, "Or you can give me a gold coin, and then I will find you 20 copper coins." Oh, good. Jiang Yuechu responded in a daze. Chapter 95 Treat Wounds. Are you going to buy other ingredients? Seeing that Jiang Yuechu had collected the 20 copper coins, Ji Yu asked immediately. I'll look at it again. Jiang Yuechu got up and looked for another booth. The vegetable vendors at some stalls recognized that the girl in the red skirt was Jiang Yuechu, the eldest lady in the city lord's mansion, and they all prayed that the lady would never patronize their stall. Because they are just ordinary people, if this eldest lady came to buy food, they would definitely not dare to collect the money and could only give it to the eldest lady for free. In a short while, Jiang Yuechu selected the ingredients. It can be seen that she didn't choose many ingredients, but it must be enough for 2 people. Stop picking. Then you can go back. Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu and said. Well, I'll show you my craftsmanship later. Jiang Yuechu said confidently. Then I have to wait and see. Ji Yu Dan smiled. In fact, he didn't expect much of Jiang Yuechu. Not long after, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu returned to the room. Once back in the room, Ji Yu sat on the bed. But Jiang Yuechu walked quickly to the kitchen, looking very excited. Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu with a Buddhist attitude. He didn't ask Jiang Yuechu how delicious the things he made, as long as he could eat it. After all, Jiang Yuechu had been placed great expectations on Jiang Yuechu since he was a child. It is estimated that he has always been specialized in martial arts, and has rarely been exposed to other things. He didn't even have experience in buying vegetables. How could he dream that Jiang Yuechu would make delicious food? Ha, ha, ha. At this moment, there was a sound of chopping vegetables in the kitchen. It's just that these chopped vegetables sounded blunt and without rhythm. Hearing this kind of sound that normal people can't pick up, Jiyu felt a little uneasy, and then got up and went to the kitchen to take a look. Jiang Yuechu, you. After walking to Jiang Yuechu, Jiyu spoke. He hadn't spoken a few words, and the sound of chopping vegetables suddenly stopped. Jiyu stepped forward to take a look suspiciously, only to see that Jiang Yuechu was looking at her fingers in a daze, and a hole appeared on the white and slender jade finger, and blood was constantly spilling from the hole. It seems that the sound he just made Jiang Yuechu distracted, so Jiang Yuechu accidentally cut her hand. You actually cut your hand? Jiyu said with a look of surprise. No matter what, you won't cut your fingers even if you call your name. Surprised, he immediately tore off a small piece of white cloth from his clothes, intending to bandage Jiang Yuechu's wound. Seeing Jiang Yuechu's dazed look, it was obviously the first time he tried to cut vegetables. You hold the wound on your finger first, and I will bandage the wound for you later. Jiyu said. However, Jiang Yuechu seemed to have not recovered yet, and the reaction was slow. Seeing that Jiang Yuechu didn't react at all, Jiyu considered for a while and decided to decide on his own. Although this small wound has little effect on a martial artist, it will be more troublesome if the wound gets worse. I saw Jiyu grabbing Jiang Yuechu's little hand, and gently holding the injured finger without distracting thoughts. Jiang Yuechu suddenly felt a warm touch from her fingertips, and then she recovered. Seeing Ji Yuzheng holding his finger, he suddenly became even more shocked. You, what are you doing? Jiang Yuechu asked in a daze. At this moment, Jiyu feels almost done, so he let go of his mouth. Then, while wrapping Jiang Yuechu's wound with a small piece of white cloth, he said, Of course I will treat the wound for you. Yes, is that so? Jiang Yuechu gradually eased from the shock, turning out to be a false alarm. Suddenly seeing Jiyu holding his finger, it really frightened her a bit. Okay, that's it. Soon Jiyu helped Jiang Yuechu bandage the wound. Chapter 96 Dark Cuisine, Indescribable. Thank you. Jiang Yuechu subconsciously thanked. However, she still cares about what happened just now. I see you like this, so let me do it myself. Jiyu discouraged. You can't even hold a kitchen knife, and you can't chop vegetables. Wouldn't it be worse when you start cooking? No, I still have to come by myself. Jiang Yuechu said firmly. Jiyu was speechless for a moment, then you continue. He just looked at what Jiang Yuechu could do. If he didn't surprise him, Jiang Yuechu was just holding on. With a firm gaze, Jiang Yuechu is determined to conquer Jiyu with food. However, after half an hour, Jiyu sat at the table and looked at the various, black food on the plate on the table. His appetite suddenly disappeared. All the dishes on this plate were scorched by Jiang Yuechu without exception. In this regard, Jiyu was not particularly surprised. It's not surprising that people who don't know how to cook must cook. Is this a legendary dark dish? Jiyu complained in his heart. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head slightly, as if she was embarrassed to face Jiyu's eyes. She also knew that these dishes she cooked couldn't eat up. Otherwise, I'd better dump these dishes, and I'll cook them again later. Jiang Yuechu's face was slightly complicated. I'd better taste it first, you've worked so hard to say it. Jiyu sighed slightly. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head again to be silent, with mixed feelings in her heart. She could see that Jiyu was obviously out of consideration for her own feelings, so she bit the bullet and chose to taste it. At the same time, there was a trace of gratitude in her heart. After all, she still had a little expectation, hoping that these dishes would make Jiyu feel delicious. Although this little expectation is almost zero. Jiyu swallowed and took a breath slowly. He picked up a mass of indescribable objects with his chopsticks, and put the indescribable object into his mouth with a trembling hand. At the moment the indescribable thing touched the tip of his tongue, Ji Yu suddenly felt his scalp numb. It was a taste he had never tasted before, not only burnt to the extreme, but also salty to burst. In this brief moment, he felt that his whole person was about to split. However, Ji Yu forcibly controlled his facial expression, so that his complexion still seemed very calm. How? Jiang Yuechu asked in a low voice with a hint of expectation. Looking at Jiang Yuechu's expectant expression, Ji Yu couldn't bear to tell the cruel facts, and said with a far-fetched smile, "It's okay." Really? Jiang Yuechu immediately felt happy, and asked with incredible eyes. Well, it's pretty good for a novice like you. Ji Yu nodded affirmatively. He admitted that he was speaking out of conscience now. Then I will try it too. Jiang Yuechu didn't have much emotional fluctuations on the surface, but she was extremely excited inside. She was eager to taste the dishes she made for the first time in her life, so she picked up chopsticks. However, just as she was about to reach out to pick up the vegetables, she was suddenly stopped by Ji Yu with another pair of chopsticks. What's wrong? Jiang Yuechu asked suspiciously. Amount. Ji Yu didn't know how to explain it for a while. After thinking for a while, he thought about the reason. I think these dishes are too delicious, I want to finish it by myself. Okay then. Jiang Yuechu nodded with a puzzled face, still a little skeptical in her heart. Without saying anything, Ji Yu began to gobble up. Anyway, now his cultivation base is not low, even if this bit of dark cooking is used for 10 more dishes, eating it will not affect his body in the slightest. Soon, Ji Yu was bored and ate up the whole dish of indescribable things. Except that the tongue is a little uncomfortable, the rest has no adverse effects. Ding! The master's body has been hurt, and the inferior Huang tier mysterious skill thick earth armor has gained experience points, won by 999 times. Hearing this system prompt, Ji Yu couldn't help feeling a little helpless. The damage to his tongue could not even stand the system. Afterwards, he took the plate to the kitchen and sat back on the bed to take the pill to practice. At this time Jiang Yuechu was still a little concerned, she quietly walked to the kitchen. Chapter 97 Why are you staring at my face? At this moment, Ji Yu is taking pills to improve his martial arts cultivation. Because he was too focused on cultivation, he did not notice that Jiang Yuechu ran to the kitchen. Jiang Yuechu quietly walked into the kitchen and took out the plate Ji Yu had just cleaned up. In any case, she still wanted to taste the dishes she made. Jiang Yuechu gently stroked the remaining black residue on the plate with his fingertips, and then reached into her small mouth and squeezed. The next moment, her brows suddenly frowned. Her first feeling was that she wanted to vomit. She had never eaten something so unpalatable, the taste was completely beyond description. Jiang Yuechu's heart was even more complicated, she recalled the words and deeds of Ji Yu earlier. Even such a small amount was unbearable for himself, but Ji Yu was forced to endure and eat a whole plate. However, this is also related to the different habits of different people. As the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion, she has never had a bad diet. But Ji Yu was taken in by a poor couple since he was a child. Ji Yu has suffered a lot more than Jiang Yuechu. Of course, where would Jiang Yuechu consider these? Her heart is full of self-blame. I also wanted to make Ji Yu feel delicious. On the contrary, Ji Yu forced to eat these unpalatable foods to worry about his own feelings. She didn't even dare to use food to describe these things. But in addition to this, Jiang Yuechu had a good impression of Ji Yu from his heart. Because this was the first time she felt caring for someone other than her mother. Jiang Yuechu looked at the plate in her hand with a dull face, and a faint smile was outlined at the corner of her mouth. This was the taste of happiness. But soon, her expression returned to normal. Jiang Yuechu put down the plate in her hand, walked out of the kitchen, and sat down beside Ji Yu. She stared at Ji Yu's face immersed in cultivation, and couldn't help but gradually lost her senses. In her heart, she unwittingly gave birth to a thought. If I really become a Taoist couple with Ji Yu, it seems that it is not impossible. Thinking halfway through, Jiang Yuechu suddenly shook his head vigorously. No, 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 no. She forcibly suppressed the thoughts in her heart. I must not be so selfish, I must wait until after that. Jiang Yuechu had various entanglements in her mind. After that, it's not too late. Her first step is to make Ji Yu fall in love with herself, otherwise she can't continue. At the same time, the other side. Ji Yu is still taking pills to practice martial arts. Ding! The master took a second-grade middle-grade pill, and the experience value of Buddhism cultivation, 7,000 by 999 times. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior medicinal pill, and gained experience points for the martial cultivation base, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Buddhist cultivation base successfully broke through to the midterm triple stage of the Royal Profound Realm. All the pills have been taken, and Ji Yu's martial arts cultivation base has only broken through a small realm. However, he could clearly feel that his realm in the midterm triple stage of the Imperial Profound Realm was about to reach saturation. Once it is fully saturated, it will be able to break through to the third stage of the Imperial Profound Realm. With the current situation, it is not very difficult for Ji Yu to quickly break through to the third stage of the Yushuan Realm's third stage cultivation base. The most is to take 1 or 2 pills or to cultivate profound energy for a while. Having eaten all the pills and can leave the cultivation state, Ji Yu immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that Jiang Yuechu was sitting opposite, staring straight at herself. Why are you staring at my face? Ji Yu suddenly asked subconsciously. Chapter 98 The Winner of Life Accompanied by Sisters. It's nothing. Jiang Yuechu immediately avoided her gaze, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly remembered that Jiang Yuechu hadn't eaten anything, and then stood up and said, speaking of which you haven't eaten anything yet, I'll take you something to eat. Do not. Jiang Yuechu just wanted to refuse, but saw that Ji Yu had already walked out the door. She had no choice but to follow. What do you want to eat? Ji Yu was concerned about Jiang Yuechu's identity. You may not be used to eating the things around here, otherwise you should go back to the city lord's mansion. After all, Jiang Yuechu is the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion. It is estimated that they are all kinds of delicacies, and they may not be used to eating common people's food. No need. Jiang Yuechu shook his head slightly and said, I can eat whatever. Just tasted her masterpiece, and now she can really eat anything, as long as it is not too unpalatable. Moreover, she also wanted to taste what kind of food ordinary civilians eat. Then you come with me, don't regret it then. Ji Yu said. Okay. Jiang Yuechu nodded firmly. Soon, Ji Yu brought Jiang Yuechu to a tea house. The last time he visited this tea house was the time when 3 big men who didn't have long eyes found fault. When Ji Yu entered the tea house, many people had already recognized him. Look, that's Ji Yu, he's here again. It is said that Ji Yu taught 3 guys who don't have long eyes here last time, and I don't know what the brains of those 3 guys do, so I dare to provoke Ji Yu. Yeah, those 3 guys have no brains. Ji Yu dared to do something against Chen Yen in front of the instructor of Kanglan Empire Academy. He was an incredibly ruthless person. Wait. There seems to be a young girl behind him. This girl, isn't it the young lady Jiang Yuechu of the city lord's mansion? Everyone in the venue immediately began to whisper. Especially when they saw Jiang Yuechu behind Ji Yu, they talked more intensely. Fuck, really, Miss City Lord's mansion is also here. I've only heard that the second lady of the city lord's mansion has an unusual relationship with Ji Yu. I didn't expect the eldest lady to also have a relationship with Ji Yu. Could it be that their 2 sisters had a good relationship with Ji Yu? Really, Ji Yu is a real winner in life. Not only is his talent and strength extremely powerful, but he also has a pair of sisters who are accompanied by flowers. I am so envious. For a time, the whole tea house was noisy. Ji Yu completely ignored the surrounding voices and said to Jiang Yuechu, look at what you want to order, I have already eaten it and don't use it. Although the things I ate before are beyond words, they are all eaten and they are naturally full. It's better for you to help me order some, I have never been here. Jiang Yuechu said in confusion. Then. Ji Yu thought for a while and shouted, Xiao Er, just have some lighter dishes. Okay, it will be done soon. Jian Xiao Eri saw that it was the young master again, and quickly moved on. A few minutes later, a few dishes were delivered, and I didn't dare to collect a penny from Jiu. However, Jiu threw a gold coin to Xiao Er. After all, he didn't have anything like a copper coin. The Xiao Er was flattered and thanked him again and again. You have a taste, if it doesn't suit your appetite, you can just change it. Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuechu. Hearing what Ji Yu said, Jiang Yuechu picked up a leaf of vegetable with chopsticks and tried to taste it. After chewing for a while, she slowly said, I won't be accustomed to eating. In fact, Jiang Yuechu is still somewhat uncomfortable, but as long as it is not unpalatable, she can eat it. That's it, you can continue to eat. Ji Yu said with a smile as his old father looked at his daughter. Okay. Jiang Yuechu nodded obediently. Chapter 99 You Feed Me, Lowly Temps. Jiang Yuechu ate in small bites like a lady. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in her beautiful eyes, as if thinking of something. Jiang Yuechu handed the chopsticks to Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't understand what Jiang Yuechu meant, and then asked suspiciously, What are you doing? You feed me. Jiang Yuechu said without any waves, there was no shyness on her face. You have your own hands, why do you want me to feed you? Ji Yu asked speechlessly. Of course it is to seduce you, so that you can fall in love with me. Jiang Yuechu said solemnly. You. Ji Yu was quite speechless, he wanted to complain, what good is it for you to say it directly like this? But he did not say anything. Hurry up, feed me. Jiang Yuechu handed the chopsticks to Ji Yu again and said stubbornly. Yes, I want to see how you can seduce me. Ji Yu took the chopsticks in Jiang Yuechu's hand, picked up a vegetable leaf and put it into Jiang Yuechu's mouth. Jiang Yuechu slowly closed her eyes and let Ji Yu feed. Because Jiang Yuechu closed his eyes, Ji Yu's attention was now completely focused on Jiang Yuechu's vermilion lips. Ruddy vermilion lips, like two petals with dew. Ji Yu hadn't felt anything yet, but when he focused on Jiang Yuechu's lips, he couldn't help but sink in gradually. Looking at the exquisite facial features, he even had a vague urge to kiss him. Fortunately, Ji Yu's willpower was relatively firm, and he immediately suppressed this impulse. He couldn't help sighing, Jiang Yuechu, this guy is really a confidant, and he was almost tempted. If he were to be an ordinary person, he would definitely be out of control. Ding! The master resisted Loli's temptation, and gained experience points for his basic willpower, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master, the basic willpower successfully broke through to the slightly Xiaoqing realm. Does this work? Hearing this system prompt, Ji Yu was almost confused. This system is getting more and more awkward, and even things like resisting Lori's temptation have emerged. However, after being reminded by the system, Ji Yu realized that Jiang Yuechu was indeed a little lowly. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin are almost the same height, and the two sisters are much shorter than him. According to his visual estimation, the height of the two sisters is no more than 1.5 meters, which is a proper lowly sister. Jiang Yuechu continued to slightly open her mouth and waited for Ji Yu to feed, just like a little milk cat waiting to be fed. This lovely look may not have been deliberately made by Jiang Yuechu, but it is extremely lethal to ordinary men. Fortunately, Ji Yu's willpower is strong enough, and he hasn't lost his wisdom by Jiang Yuechu's unintentional actions. Ding! The master resisted Loli's temptation, and gained experience points for his basic willpower, won by 999 times. Ding! The master resisted Loli's temptation, and gained experience points for his basic willpower, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the basic willpower successfully broke through to the climbing the peak state. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the basic willpower is full, and it will be automatically upgraded to bronze grade willpower. Feeding, Ji Yu's willpower has been strengthened to the bronze level. During this process, the eyes of everyone around them almost focused on Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu. I'm not mistaken, Ji Yu actually fed Ms. Jiang something to eat, and Ms. Jiang did not seem reluctant. I thought that there was only the second lady, Jiang Yuexin, but I didn't expect the eldest lady Jiang Yuechu to fall so soon. This is really awesome, and I don't know where Ji Yu learned the skills of picking up girls. Some old men and women even sighed, young people nowadays, there are more and more tricks. Chapter 100 Loli has 3 good. Alright. When the feeding was finally over, Ji Yu breathed a little. I have to say that the inadvertent temptation of this little Loli is really quite big, but she usually doesn't feel that way. So have you been tempted by my success? Jiang Yuechu asked solemnly. Well, you succeeded in seducing me. Ji Yu didn't mean anything, and answered very directly. Really? Don't fool me. Jiang Yuechu said dubiously. Of course it's true, I don't have to lie to you for this kind of thing. Ji Yu said calmly. Jiang Yuechu was still a little skeptical. She stared at Ji Yu's eyes for a long time, but she didn't see any strangeness in Ji Yu's eyes. Okay. Only then did she raise a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, looking very happy. It's rare to see you smile. Looking at Jiang Yuechu's appearance, Ji Yu couldn't help but say. He still remembered that from the first time he saw Jiang Yuechu until now, Jiang Yuechu has always had a stern face, and has almost never smiled, but today it is a rare smile. Suddenly he remembered the last time Jiang Yuechu pretended to be sad at the door of his room, and said, speaking of which, your expression has become a bit richer recently. It should be related to your parents. It seems that your sisters are related to Palace Master Jiang. The relief is almost the same. Is it? Jiang Yuechu looked a little dazed. In fact, after several years of repressing and closing her heart, she has now become a little confused about her character. Yeah, your expression has obviously become richer recently, at least not as ice-like as before. Ji Yu said, at least you are cute when you smile. You will laugh a lot in the future, maybe you can still make me fall in love with you. But, cute. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head slightly shyly, and whispered softly. But she was not so obvious that Ji Yu didn't notice that she was shy at all. Well, it's almost time to go. With that, Ji Yu stood up. Okay. The faint blush on Jiang Yuechu's face quickly disappeared, and her complexion returned to calm again. However, the subtle changes in her heart could not disappear. On the way, it was getting late. Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu still following herself, and asked, follow me, won't you go back? But he thought about it quickly, and it was definitely useless to say these things to Jiang Yuechu. Before Jiang Yuechu could speak, Ji Yu said again, to be honest, I am a little obsessed with you now. You go back now and change into a more beautiful dress tomorrow. Maybe I will be completely obsessed with you. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuechu, who wanted to continue following Ji Yu, said immediately, okay, then I will come to you tomorrow. Afterwards, Jiang Yuechu stopped following Ji Yu, as if leaving in the direction of the city lord's mansion. This little Lolita finally went back. Ji Yu said helplessly. If he didn't say those words just now, with Jiang Yuechu's stubborn character, he would definitely follow him back, and he might even stay overnight. Although Loli has 3 good points, voiceless, soft body, and easy to push down, he can't be so beastly, right?